2022 T20 World Cup.
Hits him hard and high, straight back down the ground for 6.
That's an amazing shot.
This is greatness uninhibited from Virat Kohli.
The T20 World Cup.
Pushed to the offside for 4. What a shot, what a way to win the game, what an innings.
Gives himself through, launches him high in the air, all the way back at an upper decker.
Dockrell waits, Scott Bolster's bowled him. There's another one.
Gives it out to Stoinis. 6 more! A towering blow from Marcus Stoinis.
The T20 Cricket World Cup.
Bowling to the left-handed Santner, who is struck on the pad and given! Hat-trick! Josh Biddle with a hat-trick. Celebration for Ireland.
Now he gives himself room. Pitch goes down the ground.
The big bomb.
High, deep, and 5 rows back over long on.
Your home of cricket.
ABC
Sport.
The home of cricket.
Welcome to the 2022 T20 Cricket World Cup on the ABC Listen app, ABC Sport Digital, and across the BBC.
Well, it's been lively listening back to that, hasn't it? Welcome to Sydney, everybody. It's been a really beautiful day here, and as evening draws in, we're ready for England's final qualification match. They're playing Sri Lanka, and they have to win. If they don't, then New Zealand and Australia will go through to the semi-finals. Sri Lanka are already out of it. So a vital game here for England. The toss is about to take place. I can see the red shirt there of Josh Buttler, who played so well against New Zealand the other evening. Let's join Mel Jones.
I have Andy Pycroft as match referee. Joss and Dustin are with me. Who's got the coin? Give it a flick.
Heads.
Heads is the call.
It's a tail.
We're going to breakfast.
Tails, it's fallen your way. What are you going to do tonight?
We're going to breakfast.
Why is that?
It's a youth wicket, and last 7 games they all won by batting first.
There we go. Sounds good to me. Any changes to your team?
We got a one change. Charmik Karnanand in and Pramod Madhushan out.
Okay. When you look at Sri Lanka's results so far in this World Cup, you can't make it through to the semi-finals. What does this match mean to you?
I think a much important game for us to go through the last game in a winning note, and it's important to be to carry the pride with us.
Yep. And it looks like this pitch might take some spin as well, which will certainly suit you.
Yeah, it will definitely. The first game we played here against New Zealand, there was some turn, so we hope so this game will be the same.
There you go. All the best tonight, Dustin. Thank you. Joss, I'll get you to come on in. What would you have done and why?
Yeah, we'd have looked at bat first as well, used wicket, and I think we're going to have to play well.
Elimination final now, really, isn't it? It's not a group match. Win it and you're through.
Yeah, it is, absolutely. These are the games you want to be involved in as players. We need to play our best cricket to try and get through to the next round. Yeah,
your pace bowlers have been absolutely outstanding right throughout the tournament. Now it's going to be, I guess, a little bit of a balance when you've played 3 matches on this pitch already.
Yeah, I think that's the skill of the game, isn't it? Sort of trying to work out the surface, trying to adapt to the conditions as you go through. We've got plenty of options with the ball, with both seam and spin, and the guys will have to adapt on this surface tonight. Speaking
of options, same team, or are you going to change things up?
Yeah, we're going with the same team.
There we go. All the best tonight.
Thank you.
There you have it. Sri Lanka have won the toss tonight, and they are going to have a bat first.
Yeah, I think England would have liked to have batted first. Well, let's go through the teams and we'll talk about that. I've got Stuart Clark and Ravi Bopara alongside, but England's still unchanged, and they've played the same team throughout the tournament, with Joss Buttler and Alex Hales opening, David Malan floating really on that New Zealand experience, Ben Stokes also up and down the order a bit, Liam Livingstone, Harry Brook, Moeen Ali, Sam Curran has had a really good tournament, Chris Wokes, Mark Wood and Adil Rashid, who hasn't taken a wicket yet in this tournament. It's quite unlike him. He's bowled okay, but wicketless at the moment. So Sri Lanka then, Pathum Nissanka and Kusal Mendis will open the batting. Dhananjaya Silva, Jared Asalanka, Bhanuka Rajapakse, Dustin Shanaka, Wanandu Hasaranga, who's had a very good tournament, Chamika Karunaratne, Mahesh Thiksana, Lahiru Kumara and Kasan Rajita. So there's a bit of mixture of spin in there as well. Good evening, you two. Nice to see you. I mean, look at this. I mean, people getting up at home, we've got to mention it. It's been a proper Sydney day today, hasn't it? I mean, blue sky, warm. It's been absolutely perfect today, I must say. So anyway, we're fired up for the cricket now. However, what I will say about that pitch the other night, the game that we watched, actually went through a bit, I thought. I mean, there was a little suggestion of turn, but they're only 20 overs aside these. It's not like sort of going into the 3rd day of a test match, is it? And you're looking at a worn pitch then. I mean, it's sort of worn in inverted commas, I think, but it's had one game on it.
I went out and had a look earlier on before the players are out there, and yeah, look, it's got some footmarks where the bowlers have been landing, but it's not like day 4 of a test match. It's a very good look. It looks a bit dry, if anything, but it looks flat, and it looks good for batting. I've got to say, I sort of thought about, would you want to bowl on that? And the simple answer was no, I wouldn't. But you know, and I think Ravi, when he walks out there, he'd go, yeah, I wouldn't mind having a stick on that because it looks good. It's look, it'll hard. Look, winning the toss and batting, yes, it's nice to put pressure on the board and, you know, chase, but I don't think it's going to make a massive difference. If England play well and bat as well as they can,
yes,
then yeah, I think they can get these runs, no matter who's bowling at them.
Yeah, and they do have a chance of running, actually, I guess, these quick bowlers now. There's a bit of early bounce in there, and really, you know, we've seen them bowl so well up to now, haven't we?
Yeah, and we saw a little bit of bounce from just back of a length the other day. You know, a couple of blows in the helmet, a couple off the glove, and that was in the first innings, especially, wasn't it? But it does look a very good pitch. It's got that sort of that bare look to it. But sometimes with the bare look pitches, you can get a little bit of grip, a little bit of turn.
Yeah.
We saw Shadab turn a couple of deliveries, which brought about a couple of wickets for him. So there is that, you know, danger that someone like Hasaranga could have a good day.
Sure. I mean, you can't. I mean, it's been a long time since Sri Lanka beat England in one of these. In fact, none of this current Sri Lanka team has ever beaten England in a T20 international. But you can't ever underestimate a team like Sri Lanka, can you? Our pessimistic producer is pointing a finger at the screen and says all 5 World Cup games here have been won by the side batting first, and 12 of the last T20 matches on this ground have as well. So, yeah, okay, well, that's something that clearly Sri Lanka will have a bit of an advantage over.
A lot of teams have come here and tried to play your traditional, what you see in IPL cricket, take on the new ball. If anything, it's a little bit harder to bat in this first 10 overs, and we've seen that in every game, that teams that have come out and actually bat a bit more circumspect and played a more traditional form of the game have been a bit better. Those that have come out and tried to take it on have been 4 or 5 down. Yeah. And if you look at the scoring rates in the second 10, it goes through the roof. We saw that the other night.
Well, look at that short boundary.
Yeah,
I mean, that's you know, chasing. England's perspective, I mean, you're never out of the game, I don't think, with that short boundary there.
You just can't be 5 or 6 down. You've got to be able to. That's the key, I think.
And I think that's probably the reason why the teams batting first have won the games here, is because generally when you bat first, you are a little bit more conservative in your first 10 overs, you know, opposed to chasing. When you've got 180 to chase, you think, okay, we've got to get out the blocks. We've got to go. We've got to have 60 off the first 6. And as you've suggested here on this pitch, when you do try to go crazy and go out the blocks out, I mean, not to say that you can't, not to say you can't go 60 off the first 6 overs, but we've seen with teams trying to go lose 3 or 4 early wickets and then you're blown out, you know, it's gone.
Yeah, absolutely. As England were a bit against Ireland, really, weren't they? They lost those early wickets and they never really recovered. So it's a lovely day. The left-hand side, the east side of the ground here, illuminated by the sun, which is just starting to dip away over to all right. We are going to get a nice sunset tonight. The other night it was cloudy, but there's something very special about a day-night game here. That sun dips down behind those green tin roofs of the pavilion and the ladies' pavilion there, and the flag poles and the whole clock tower and all that sort of stuff. It's a very dreamy setting, isn't it? It's just a special place. And wandering around Sydney today, Darling Harbour, it just felt there was real bustle to the place.
I noticed you when I saw you, and you didn't no sun cream today, did you? You didn't.
Well, I was on a boat yesterday. I might have caused a little bit of glare.
A little bit red in the face. So.
Well, we've got a fellow with us Matt, who's never been to Sydney before. So you've got to go out in the water, haven't you? You've got to go. A bit of explaining about what Sydney is. So yeah, I did put some on. But it just shows when you're on the water for a couple of hours, that can easily happen. But this just feels...
It's beautiful.
This feels like, it's Sydney. It's blue skies, it's warm. Day-night game here at the SCG, and an important one for England. And we just see... I mean, I was impressed the other day, Ravi, you know, because that was a big game against New Zealand. They really had to step up for that. And it is a measure, I think, of the confidence in the team. And they did get a very good platform, of course, from Butler and Hales, but the way they played was very encouraging as well. Given that Hales really hasn't perhaps been in absolutely the best of form, but there was just good pointers, I thought, to where that team is at the moment. And if they do win here and win well, that's going to really project them into that semi-final in a good place.
I was very impressed with England the other night. they were a little bit careful, I thought, in their first couple of games, and that might be because they were playing against Afghanistan and Ireland. You know, sometimes you can get careful and say, look, these guys are potential banana skin, let's make sure. And sometimes when you're trying to make sure, you play within yourself. And they came out against New Zealand and said, hold on, what are we successful at doing? What has been our success over the years? What's our brand? We take it on.
Yeah.
We put teams under pressure. We don't care who's bowling, Trent Bolt, Southee, Stark, it does not matter. We are going to take them on, and we're going to show, because England bat all the way down to 11 pretty much.
Yeah,
Adil Rashid coming in at 11 or 10. We can afford to take them on. Let's do it. And they did, and they took them on, 180 on the board, and defended it well.
The flag bearers have arrived. All these kids down there clutching the flags that are rolled up. I think they're probably quite heavy, but anyway, there's probably 20 on each flag, I would think. And they're so excited. Look at that, waving to mummy and daddy in the stands. That little lad down there with his blue cap on and white shirt. He's absolutely thrilled. He's got a big job to do here. He's unfurling the Sri Lankan flag in a moment, just before the national anthems come out. They're being just bossed around there, told what to do. But you just feel the excitement there. Let's catch up with the England camp, shall we? Because I've been speaking to the England opener, Alex Hales. He scored an important half-century in England's crucial win against New Zealand.
Yeah, very pleased. It's been a tough start to the tournament, actually, at the top of the order. The pitches have been quite lively with a bit of swing and bounce. Yeah, nice to find a little bit of form at the Gabba and hopefully peak at the right time in the tournament.
Did you know the other night against New Zealand that you were just, in?
Yeah, it was just T20 can be like that. Sometimes you don't know what end of the bat you're holding, and sometimes you can feel in really good touch. And I had the feeling that it was going to be a good pitch in the power play, and then get a bit sort of trickier in the middle with a bit of spin and hold. So I wanted to try and cash in as much as I could in the power play.
And what's your role when you're out there with Jos Buttler, who again, a fantastic innings the other night? Do you try and play as a sort of a partnership? Do you each have a role in that partnership?
I think I'm not really sure, to be honest. I think you just have to adapt. Like sometimes he'll get off to a flyer, sometimes I'll be off to a flyer. So you just got to communicate about how you're feeling, and matchups play a big thing in T20. So I don't think you go out there with a certain role in mind. You just have to adapt with what's thrown in front of you.
Yeah. And how do you feel to be back? I mean, it's obviously been a difficult time for you to be out of the side, but do you just sort of come straight back in again? It feels like you were never away?
Kind of, yeah. It's actually been really smooth. It's been great to be back around. Obviously, gutted about the last few years, but the transition back into the side's been really smooth and really enjoyable, and I've loved every second.
Yeah. And the setup, the environment, new captain, new coach, and so on. How's that been, do you think?
Yeah, it's been brilliant. Joss is obviously a really laid-back character, a wonderful cricketer for England, and a good cricket brain. So, no doubt he'll be leading this side for the next few years. And this is the first experience I've had with Matthew Mott. Not met him before, but he's brilliant. Such a nice guy and a real calm figure around the changing room. So yeah, it's been good.
I remember sitting in Chittagong, it seems like quite a long time ago now, when a youngish A. Hales actually came out, and I mean, you announced yourself really in that, scoring that 100 there, didn't you? Those happy memories?
Yeah, brilliant memories against Sri Lanka. Yeah, that was obviously not great. We didn't quite get through as a team. I don't think we probably didn't play our best cricket, but really good memories to score 100 in the World Cup against Sri Lanka. So I have to remind myself of that before the game.
And bowling wise, I mean, they got some one or two tricky customers up their sleeves, haven't they?
For sure, yeah. They're always a tricky side, Sri Lanka. Very skillful operators. We're going to have to play our best cricket if we want to win, but we're confident as a squad. Bowlers are in good form, and batters are starting to find their feet as well. So we're confident as a side.
And how would it feel this sort of second time around to get through to the final and possibly win? I mean, that's more than you could have expected a few months ago.
Yeah, it would be epic. Yeah, this is a chance I never thought I'd get again. So if I get a chance to play knockout cricket in a World Cup, it'd be a very special feeling.
That's Alex Hales talking to me yesterday, in fact, looking ahead to this game. The music's revving up a little bit. People are coming in. Expecting about 25,000 here tonight for a neutral game as far as the locals are concerned, of course. Stuart, you were telling me earlier that you know Matthew Mott pretty well, don't you?
Matthew Mott, when I was finishing up at New South Wales, he was the coach, I was the captain, and we spent a good year, 2 years together, sort of. Look, a very, very calm guy and a very good cricket brain, so he thinks about the game a lot. He was a real hard, I don't know much, you probably don't know much about him, he was a hard-working cricketer, really, right. but a real, you'd call him a leader, had the ability to get the best out of guys. And he worked well with our young guys, and in that team that was Warner and Smith and Moses Enriquez and Stark and Hazelwood and Cummins and people like that. He worked a lot with those guys coming through. So he's a good guy to lead this English team because he can be the taskmaster when he wants to be. He can be relaxed when he wants to be, and he's got to he'll let Josh Butler run the team and be happy to sit in the background and just facilitate what Josh needs, which is, we were talking about this the other night, really important.
Yeah, what a coach needs to do, really, isn't it? Rather than telling you what to do all the time, being in your face.
I agree, yeah. I think, especially when you get to that sort of level, international level, the most important thing is that you've got a good guy who's there, you know, a facilitator. That's a great word for it. A facilitator, a shoulder to cry on for some you know, for some guys. And the captain obviously runs the ship, and that's what England have got right now. What they had it with Owen Morgan. We're yet to see how successful Josh Butler is going to be in that role. I think it's still, you know, far too early to say.
Yes.
Whether he's the right character, whether it's, you know, and I have heard a lot about he's a wicket keeper, he's miles away from the action. Should he be the captain? But MS Dhoni did it pretty successfully.
Yeah, he did. Yeah,
very successfully.
Very successfully.
Yeah. I mean, it's a big few days this for Matthew Mott, actually, isn't it? Because there's no doubt the one-day team, the white ball stuff, was definitely under the radar last summer of Baz Ball and everything else going on. In fact, England didn't have a very good summer with his first games in charge. So actually now, you know, the Baz Ball's gone away for a while. Everyone's looking at this. It's his time in the sun, isn't it? And he can actually show what he can do with this. And if England can at least get up to that semi-final, that represents a pretty good comeback, I think.
I would have thought so. Look, they've played good white ball cricket in Australia. They were good in that T20 series against Australia. They put Australia to the sword, and it wasn't really a contest. England they had another couple of gears to go. So he's got them firing, and it's a big game today. Like, obviously, you know, you call it a quarter-final, call it what you want, but I think he'll have them primed and ready to go, but not in a sense where they're nervous. And you were talking about go out and, you know, show your skills to the world, because you're on the big stage. Go and express yourself.
Mustn't forget our Aussie listeners, of course, on the ABC, chewing fingernails, because you need England to lose, and then you'll go through.
I'm going to ask you two early on. Are you nervous? Because this is like, I'm not, because I've actually sort of just assumed Australia's out.
32 years of watching English cricket, you can't be nervous anymore. It makes you bald, hairless, and a bit mad. But not.
I am back in England 100%.
I am too. I think
I have absolutely no doubt. No doubt at all.
Yeah, I think he means it as well, doesn't he?
This team is too good to slip up.
I agree with that. I think they've got so much firepower in this team, and a great mixture of bat and ball that you can play. They can play various different ways to win.
Yep.
When you've got one of those teams, doesn't matter the surface, batting or bowling, you've got the calibre in that team.
And if they do win well and go through, how does that place them as favourites for the tournament, do you think? I mean, there's still things to be resolved, and that will all be done tomorrow, by the way. We're just going to keep a hang of what's going on with this. There are actually 3 games tomorrow. We're shooting off on the flight to Melbourne because we're doing India, Zimbabwe, and South Africa are playing the Netherlands, Pakistan, Bangladesh. There's a lot to be decided in that group, actually. Who's going to finish top, who's going to finish second? That's what really matters as far as those semi-finals are concerned. But so just say, although people will be shouting at me, stop it, Agus, putting commentators' curse on, but just say New Zealand, England, India and South Africa do go through. That's 4 quality teams.
I think it depends a little bit on where they play. If you get in Adelaide, it looks like a pretty good batting deck. Here, if they play on this, well, they go to another wicket again, and it's got a little bit of bounce and paces in it, we saw. I think it holds England in really good stead, and someone like India and Pakistan maybe not so much.
Yeah, we won't be here. I think England for definite, if they go through, will be in Adelaide.
Yeah.
Likewise, Australia. If England do slip
I think
up, that match will be in Adelaide.
So, and who you play there, whether it's India or
South Africa.
Yeah, India would rather play in Adelaide than here, I think. That's just my gut feel. I don't know if that... but I've just got a feeling that's a more wicket they'd like better than here.
Yeah. No, it's great. It's come down to this, all these matches meaning so much. That's what's really important. I'm just looking at a gloomy note here as well. England have batted second in 12 T20 internationals this year. They lost 9 of them.
Come on, you guys, you can't jump ship now.
What we do to ourselves, Stuart. It's what we do.
We haven't bowled a ball yet. What are you guys doing?
We do it to ourselves. We beat ourselves up.
You've got an Australian backing you. You're like, it's madness.
Well, I'm pleased. I'm very pleased to hear that, Stuart. But anyway, England have lost the toss, and Sri Lanka are going to bat first. This is a match that England have to win. If they do win, no questions if they have to do it by a certain number of overs or by a certain number of runs. If they win, that is enough. That's all they have to focus on, winning this game. And they will go through to the semi-final against, as yet, an opponent that they're not too sure about. We don't know who it's going to be, but they will go through to that. Let's mention Chris Silverwood, shall we? Because here's a fellow, I caught up with him in Brisbane, actually. He's such a lovely fellow. And, of course, he was England's coach. And he's being very guarded. You know, he could have given a press conference yesterday. He didn't, because of all the stuff that would come his way. But I did say to him, you know, I don't know how one person was expected to do all that you have landed with. You know, he had everything to do, and managing COVID and everything else. And he kind of shrugged his shoulders in a sort of a non-committal sort of a way. But I mean, he's got the chance here. If he was that sort of a bloke, which he isn't actually. If he was that sort of bloke who ought to stick a finger up at England, well, he could knock him out today. And there's a bit of a message, isn't it?
Well, he could do, but you're right. He's not that type of bloke. I mean, no. I played under him at Essex for a long time, for a few years, and you know, we had a very successful period at that time. We had a very good team, very experienced players, and we were winning championships, and we're just winning a lot of cricket. But I still believe, look, the coach is only ever as good as the 11 players or the squad that he's got in front of him, really. You know, you can be the best coach in the world, but if you haven't got the players to do it, you know, we've seen amazing coaches come down to teams with, you know, lesser teams and just had no success at all. And it just shows you the reliance on your team, your actual players that are out there.
Yeah, 100%. You can't hang Silverwood out to dry for the Ashes last year.
No.
You know, if you look at the history, other than 2010, I think it was when you won the Ashes out here, England won like 3 tests in 5 attempts coming out here. So to blame Chris Silverwood for that, come on, that's look, I think I played against him in county cricket or something like that back in the day. He's a lovely guy. There's a bit of me that wants to see him do well. But I go back to your point, I just don't think he's got the cattle to going to be really, really competitive if England play to their potential on paper.
And definitely if they keep dropping their catches, and that's been a feature of Sri Lanka in this tournament so far, their catching's been terrible. But anyway, they're lining up down there on the boundary edge. They'll come out, of course, for the national anthems. There's kids out there with their blue caps, white shirts. They're going to have their moment in a moment because they're going to unfurl the flags. The lights are on. It's a beautiful evening. There's a couple of wispy clouds over there to our right, but up here on the 3rd floor of the Bradman stand, you do get a wonderful view looking down there at that evening sky. It's just such a feature of watching day-night cricket here on this famous old ground, but of course much changed over the years. That hill, long gone. That famous old scoreboard, the iconic scoreboard down there at the far end. Of course, it's now a series of very similar looking stands that circle this ground. So the news again that Sri Lanka have won the toss. They're going to bat first. England are unchanged, so Butler, Hales, Malan, Stokes, Livingston, Brooke, Moeen, Curran, Wokes, Wood and Rashid is the England side, and then Mendes, Pamnisanka, Dhananjaya, Azalanka, Rajapaksa, Shanaka, Hazaranga, Murshan, Tiksana, Rajita and Lahiru Kumara, the fast bowler, is how the Sri Lankans line up. So out they go now into the middle. The flames leap up into the early evening sky. Smoke everywhere again, lingering from those fireworks that have gone off over there. And of course, it's fireworks, it's bonfire night at home, isn't it? So maybe they gave an extra blast there because it's not something that's celebrated here. Obviously, it's got nothing to do with Australians. But the lingering smell of cordite down there is what we're going to have, I think, all around England later on today back at home. So there's no breeze to blow it away. That's the trouble. It's sort of hanging there like a sort of a late autumn fog. It's just not really getting off the ground. So I hope that clears. I wouldn't want to face Mark Wood or somebody come rushing through that mist.
He'll appear out of the smoke.
Well, he will. There's nothing to blow it away. Right, here come the anthems, and it looks as if England are going to go first. And when you come back, Andrew Moore will be in this chair.
If you're able, please stand for the national anthems of England and Sri Lanka.
The anthem's now complete. We're only minutes away from the first ball here at the SCG. Andrew Moore alongside Ravi Bopara for the start of this vital game for England on the second last day of the Super 12 stage of the Men's T20 World Cup. Sri Lanka to bat first after their captain Dasun Shanaka won the toss. It's the exact 11 that played against New Zealand here last Saturday night, and they were well and truly beaten by the New Zealanders. No changes to the English team, and they're coming off a very impressive 20-run win over New Zealand. Ravi Bopara, good evening to you. Great to see you. It's exciting, isn't it? All or nothing game as we get down to the wire.
Oh, we love all or nothing games. I mean, it just makes everything more exciting. It usually brings in more crowd as well, and more listeners, more viewers. It just adds to the theatre. And although I've got high hopes for England here, but you just never know in a knockout game.
They've only won 3 of the 12 games this year where they've batted second. Anything to be concerned about with that stat?
Well, I mean, the stat worries me a little bit because it's a pretty strong stat.
It is, isn't it?
It's not just, you know, one of those throwaway stats. It's a pretty strong one. But I think that's more how you adapt on the day. If you know the stat and you know why teams are winning more batting first, if you know why, you can deal with it. But if you go out there blind, it can cause you problems.
Joss Buttler leads England out onto the field here on this beautiful evening at the SCG, and here come the Sri Lankan openers, Pathum Nissanka and Kusal Mendes, and often with this current Sri Lankan makeup, with the openers go Sri Lanka. So can they withstand the early new ball pressure and build a partnership? If they can, Sri Lanka could be very dangerous. Obviously, England intent, Ravi, on dismissing both of these as soon as possible.
Yes, absolutely, and that's the key to T20 cricket, is taking wickets early. Can England get that ball swinging around? Because you don't often get any movement off the surface here in Australia, or in T20 cricket in general, unless you're playing in England. You don't get a lot of movement. We saw a lot of movement in Melbourne, but there hasn't been. There's been good scores here, and the key is going to be for England. Can they get the ball swinging and cause a bit of trouble for the Sri Lankan batsmen?
Well, Ben Stokes has been given the new ball to face Nissanka. Stokes to open the bowling from the end we're at, the Paddington end of the SCG. Nissanka, career average of just under 29, approaching 1,000 runs. Doesn't have the world's greatest strike rate, but he can dig in and get the innings moving along. So we look at the opening field. There's going to be a slip, a deep third man, a backward point cover, mid-off, mid-on. And on the onside, there's a deep square leg. Nearly lost him there in front of the Brawongle stand in the distance. And Rashid at a short, fine leg. You surprised Ben Stokes has the new pill?
No, England have been doing this quite a bit recently, giving Ben Stokes the first over. I think it's his ability to be able to swing the ball both ways. So he does have the ability to swing it away from the right-hander and also bring it back. And we know a weapon with the new ball, with the new white ball, is swing. And he is one of England's swing bowlers, along with Wokes. And it gets him into the game early as well.
Point has been moved onto the onside towards mid-wicket. That's Alex Hales. So that offside field, deep third man, backward point, cover mid-off. The countdown is on, and this vital game about to get underway, and it's Ben Stokes coming in, opening the bowling to Pathum Nissanka. And Stokes bowls, and it's outside the off stump. Good carry, bit of swing away, and through it goes nicely to the keeper Butler, and that's how this one starts.
Yep, just as I imagined, a bit of swing away from the right-hander. There was good bounce there, wasn't it? It was good carry in the pitch, which probably suggests it's going to be a good one. It's got that bounce. It's always nice to bat on a wicket that bounces. The ball's always closer to your eyes. It's always closer to your head when it's bouncing. Therefore, it makes batting a lot easier.
Umpires tonight, Aussie pair, Paul Rifle and Paul Wilson. As Stokes bowls, short ball, pulled away by Nissanka, and that's nearly gone all the way to deep backward square. Not nearly, it has. So Sri Lanka opens its account with a 6 off the bat of Pathum Nissanka. That is their score after just 2 deliveries. It's a shortish boundary down that side, and he basically let the pace of the ball do the work as he rolled his wrist on it down near the bottom of the bat, but it was perfectly placed.
Well, it's the extra bounce in the pitch that allows you to play that shot. It's a very short boundary there at deep backward square. It's not much carry, and I think Ben Stokes will be first to admit that was probably just a long op down leg side. It just helped on its way.
Starting his approach from the edge of the circle. He moves in again. And it's a straighter delivery, but it's whipped away towards deep backward square. They'll get only a single because Harry Brook is there offering protection for Ben Stokes. So 7 without loss. And Nasanka has all of those, and that'll bring Kusal Mendes on strike. And he's picked up a couple of Player of the Match awards against the Netherlands and Ireland earlier in the tournament. And he can get the ball rolling very quickly if you're not careful.
I mean, that swing's died pretty quickly.
One ball at last.
One ball.
I suppose you don't give it much of a chance with a short pitch delivery in the second delivery, but that last one was very straight.
It'd just be interesting to see if Stokes does go into the channel, whether it will swing out in the channel.
Same field for Mendes. Stokes in over the wicket, straight delivery, defended back to the bowler, dot ball, 7 without loss.
Yeah, it just seems like that swing's died already because that ball sort of started out in the channel and sort of kept drifting back into the stumps, whereas the first ball was started on the same line but swung away from the right-hander. So that's pretty quick.
Appreciate swing will go quicker in these games, but one ball seems exceedingly fast.
Yes, it does, and I think it's obviously a little bit to do with the conditions and maybe the pitch.
So it's Ben Stokes on his way again, bowling to Kusal Mendes. The opening gets a full toss in the end, and he whips it away towards deep square leg. Brook is there, and they'll take a single, and Mendes off the mark. Slight fumble there by Brook in the outfield, but no damage done. Sri Lanka go on to 8 without loss. Your text messages are welcome, 0467 920 222, 0467 920 222. You can email via tms@bbc.co.uk as we broadcast through ABC Radio throughout Australia and BBC 5 Sports Extra. Great to have your company on such an important evening. There's Ben Stokes to finish the first over. Coming in now, bowling to Pathum Nasanka. Stokes over the wicket, down the leg side, and just tickled backward of square past the umpire Paul Rifle to Brook again. 1 run. I think Sri Lanka would be well pleased with that opening onslaught. 9 off the first over, featuring a 6 backward of square. And Pathum Nasanka 8, Mendes is 1. 9 without loss.
Yeah, I think Sri Lanka will be very, very happy with that 9 off the first over. Both batters having faced a delivery and feeling a little bit more set, a little bit more comfortable. I was just saying, sometimes the pitch after the first ball can, if it's a bare pitch like that, it can scuff the ball, first ball, and you can lose the swing completely. Or it could have been from the short delivery that was pulled away into the advertising boards at the back, which can scuff the ball as well sometimes, and you can just lose the swing straight away. Generally, you'll find the ball will keep swinging until it's really hit. Normally, and that's what we saw in Melbourne. You know, nobody really got off to a flyer. Nobody was really hitting any boundaries in the first 6. You know, and it's so far to hit the advertising boards.
Yeah.
The MCG, the ball doesn't get scuffed, so it just keeps on swinging for a longer period.
Well, Chris Wokes will share the new ball from the Randwick end. 25 wickets in his 23 games. Economy rate of just under 8. And still sticking with his field of a slip, short third man, deep backward point, so that's a slight change from before. Point cover mid-off on the offside as Wokes bowls, and Nasanka rolls the wrist forward of square. They set off quickly for the first. They'll come back for a second as the return is on its way from Liam Livingston. So Pathum Nasanka moves to 10 off 5 deliveries. Sri Lanka go on to 11 without loss. Aussie Phil says on the SMS, come on Sri Lanka, praying for a miracle. And that's the only hope for Australia after Afghanistan pushed them to the limit last night. A 4-run victory for the Australians, where it looked like Rashid Khan may do the impossible. Here's Wokes on his way again to Nasanka, who looks very comfortable early on, and he's backing across, defending square on the offside. Very good running between the pair. They set off with the stroke, and they get a single. The ball only trickled, 10 metres to the right, and Pathum moves to 11. Sri Lanka 12 without loss in the second over.
Very, very good batting. You know, they've been busy. They've knocked the ball around. When the ball's been in a good area on the stumps, they've managed to turn it through the leg side, and if it's been tight, they've knocked it in there for singles. They've been busy, and that's what's important. Last time we saw them out, they played a lot of forward defences.
So it's Wokes on his way now to Kusal Mendes, short outside the off stump, cut, brilliant effort in the field. Coming from Alex Hales at point, diving to his left to keep it to only a run. Mind you, there was cover from a deep backward point, but a single. Kusal Mendes is 2, and Sri Lanka now 13 without loss midway through the second over. And that's what it's all about tonight, isn't it? Desperation, trying to cut off every run.
Yep, and every run counts in T20 cricket. You know, you can win games by 1 run, 10 runs. 10 runs is considered a large victory in T20 cricket, so you know how close these games always get.
It'd be an anxious victory if that's the margin tonight. Wokes bowls and Nasanka taken on the body as he turns it away to square leg. I'll get a run as Moeen Ali comes in to pick up, and it is a leg bye, so off the body only. Sri Lanka 14 without loss. They seem to be scoring off every delivery so far.
There's certainly a lot of bounce. You can see ball just lifting off the surface. It is very bouncy. We know that makes batting a little bit easier than when it's sort of scuttling through low. It's got a slow nature, sort of a nice easy-paced bounce.
Some terrific individual innings at this ground. Here's Wokes bowling, and Mendes can't get a run this time. He plays it straight to Moeen Ali at mid-wicket, who raced in to pick up the veteran. Dot ball, 14 without loss, 1 ball to come in the second over. It was Finn Allen who almost set the fate for Australia in the first 4 or 5 overs of their opening game at this ground a few weeks ago, smashing 40-odd off 16 deliveries, and then Devon Conway's unbeaten 90 for New Zealand. Riley Rousseau, brilliant 100 here against Bangladesh for South Africa, and Glenn Phillips, terrific century here as well. Against Sri Lanka last week, Wokes bowls, and defending is Mendes. He sets off towards mid-on, and they hurry through for a single as Sam Curran does the fielding. So they get another run, and after 2 overs, Sri Lanka no wicket for 15 with Patul Mendes and Nasanka other on 11, and Kusil Mendes not out 3. They'll be more than satisfied with that start.
Absolutely. Both, Patul has scored 11 of his 7 deliveries, so, he's feeling a little bit set now after 7 deliveries, and Mendes 5 balls in as well. There's a point where they will start to get a little bit aggressive. I'm assuming it will be more so from this side, where the short boundaries on the leg side for the players, for the batters. They'll look to attack this over a little bit more so than they would from the other end. This is Wood bowling as well, who likes to go into the surface. He likes to bowl short, which could be dangerous with the short leg side boundary. I think he would have been better suited to bowl from the other end.
Makes some sense. But this is what I've been looking forward to, seeing Mark Wood, who's been bowling with great pace throughout this T20 World Cup campaign. He's on his way, bowling to Mendes with a slip in place. It's lofted high towards deep mid-wicket or square leg. In fact, there's nobody there, and it wouldn't matter not. It disappears 15 rows back into the concourse of the Brawangal stand. That was just a lifting stroke by Kusil Mendes, and it goes all the way. He is 9, Sri Lanka 21 without loss. What a rude greeting to Mark Wood.
Well, just as we imagined, they would be more aggressive from this end, taking Mark Wood on, put him under pressure. And that ball's pitched up as well, and he's clipped that over deep square. Now Wood would be thinking, well, do I need to go into the surface here? Do I need to bowl short? And that could be even more dangerous because it's just a little pickup shot. It's really not far down there. I would say 60?
Tops, I reckon.
Tops, yeah.
There's a deep third and a fine leg. They're the 2 back. Kusil Mendes awaits. Wood bowls, and it's... Well, he slips over Mark Wood after delivering the delivery, but it squares up Mendes, and he defends it back down the pitch for a dot ball. No wicket for 21.
I mean, this is a very tough field to bowl to. If I just describe the field, there's a deep third, there's a fine leg in place. There's no one out on the leg side at deep square, which is a really, really difficult field to bowl to because it's literally half a bat.
So is it deliberately offering the temptation to the batsman?
Well, I think because of the pace that Wood is bowling, they're assuming there's going to be a lot of top edges and everything's going to go fine to that. But it's the dimensions of the ground are different.
Wood passed umpire Wilson in, and Mendes gets a ball. He flicks it just over the top of mid-wicket. Bounces just outside the 30-metre circle. They have one come back for a second. That ball racing across the outfield. Curran picks it up. They scamper back for a third and do particularly well. Great pace there by Mendes. He moves to 12 with that 3. No wicket for 24 midway through the 3rd over. And again, they're willing to accept that temptation with only 3 on the leg side inside the circle and the one back being at fine leg.
I would like to see more the fine leg rather than being a fine leg, more sort of round in between a deep square and a fine leg.
Yeah.
Because the dimensions of this ground are very different. You know, that boundary sort of comes in from the corner. He can almost move around to his fine leg, can move around to his left towards deep square, sort of sit in the middle there.
There is a backward square, but he's inside the circle. So Wood, who's bowled the fastest ball of this tournament thus far, he's in and it's chopped down towards third man. No, Josh Butler intercepts, and it'll be a single for Nasanka. He'll move along to 12. And the scoreboard long to no wicket for 25. 10 runs coming off this first Mark Wood over. Evening, gents. Channeling my inner Sri Lankan tonight, along with the rest of Team Australia. Go Sri Lanka, says James. Looking forward to listening to two of the best commentators, Andrew Moore and Jonathan Agnew, working in tandem tonight. What could be better? Well, Neil, it's great to see Aggers again this evening. After spending some time with him last summer during a disappointing Ashes campaign for England, is enjoying this prospect much more of England making the semis and Australia not. As Kusal Mendes backs away, and Mark Wood will have to start his approach again. Morning, Andrew. Great to hear you back loud and clear in the English Lake District. Just how good is that Sri Lankan national anthem? And how long, says Paul. It is one of the lengthier ones, but it's also very moving. So Mark Waugh is now moving the backward square back to the rope. They've listened to you, Ravi, and the fine leg is coming inside the circle, Rashid.
Yeah, it just makes the batsman check himself a little bit. He can't just swipe across the line and get away with it.
It's Mendes on strike. He's 12 off 8. Mark Wood in, and Mendes chops down on this at the last moment, and the ball trickles just behind the stumps. Butler races in to pick up, but can't prevent a single. So Mendes moves to 13, 26 without losses. That ball came in at 150k or 93 mile an hour.
I mean, that was the ideal ball to sort of swat away over that boundary, but because there's a man out there, it just makes the batsman think, well, I can't afford to just miss time. I can't top edge it and it just goes up because the man's out there who'd be running in to take the catch. Whereas when there's no one out there, you can take that risk. You can go, look, it's just half a bat. Whether it's bottom edge, top edge, I'll get away with it. And if I get it well, I'll hit it for 6.
That's Ravi Bopara on Grandstand Cricket. I'm Andrew Moore as Wood bowls, and Nasanka goes the uppercut down towards third man. It's over his head. 6. He tried valiantly, Liam Livingstone, but it's gone over his outstretched hand, and it's a 6. That ball was at 152k an hour, and it was an uppercut by Pathum Nasanka, and he goes along to 18 off 9. Mendes 13 off 9. 17 runs off Mark Wood's first over, and the score, Sri Lanka, after winning the toss and electing to bat, 32 without loss after 3 overs, Ravi.
That's an incredible shot to lift it. That's a massive boundary out there, to lift it over third man the way he did, with the control he did it. I mean, the bravery to stay leg side of the ball when Wood goes in and not think about ducking out the way or looking for the pull shot or the hook shot. He's gone, no, I'm going to ramp him over third man. That's a high skill shot, very high skill, and you usually find the subcontinent players at the best at that shot. Because the wickets in the subcontinent are skiddy, not easy to pull, not easy to hook, you're almost better staying leg side of it and sort of cutting it through point or over third man.
The Chris Wokes bowling now, the deep square and a deep fine leg, and it's pulled away by Mendes down to the man at deep square leg. Livingstone, who's been busy recently, but this time he can get his hands on the ball. So one more to Mendes. He's 14. Sri Lanka along to 33 with this fabulous start. I did notice too, Ravi, that straight after the over, Mark Wood raced back into the English sheds. I assume it's for cosmetic reasons rather than injury, because he did run off the field and straight into the dressing room.
He did run off, and then I hope it's not an injury.
Now it's Nasanka awaiting Wokes, and he's pushing this towards Moeen Ali at mid-wicket. Has to move about 5 paces to his right, and the ball was hit softly enough that they get an easy single, and they're doing that particularly well, these openers. So he moves to 19, and Sri Lanka along to 34 in the 4th over.
But I hope it's not an injury. You know, sometimes bowlers can run off because there's something in their boot that they want to fix. You know, it could be I need to cut a bigger hole in the front, or, you know, it could be anything. Change my insole, change my laces. It could be anything like that.
Wokes on his way, past umpire Rifle, giving himself some room there, Mendes, but he tied himself up in knots. Good delivery by Wokes. He followed him, and he picks the ball up in the follow-through after it struck the body of Mendes. Stop ball. 34 without loss midway through the 4th over.
Yeah, good bowling from Wokes there. He set the field for that type of delivery where he's running it back into the thigh pad of the batsman. There's a big boundary out on the leg side. He's got a fine leg. He's got a deep square. So he's bowling to his field. If the batters want to take on that boundary, it's a very, very big boundary out there. Not many sixes probably hit in that region in this tournament.
Must-win game for England. Sri Lanka off to a flyer. Wokes bowls, and it's whipped away through square leg, just backward of square, and he's timed it brilliantly, Mendes, for 4. Livingstone didn't seem to have all that far to travel from deep square leg to his right, but that ball raced across the outfield for another boundary, and Mendes 18 off 12, Sri Lanka 38 without loss in the 4th.
Very good for Mendes. He actually faked to go to step away from the stumps and take Wokes over the offside. He faked, he came back in line and whipped it away behind deep backward square. Great bit of skill from the batsman.
Crowd of 17 or 18,000 in here at the SCG as it's Wokes bowling, and Mendes this time defends. Back to the bowler. Wokes picks it up looking menacingly back down the pitch, but it's a dot ball. 38 without loss, 1 ball to come in the 4th over. Looking forward to a great call and a great game of cricket, although selfishly going for a Sri Lanka win so the Aussies can stumble into the semis. I wish all the Pommies listening all the best while I knock off a few speckled hens, says Clint from Canberra. Good on you, Clint. Brian in Albany, WA. Aggers and Andrew, just a tonic for cricket coverage. Good on you, Brian. As Wokes bowls a bouncer, that should be a wide. That was very, very, very short, and it is called a wide. I reckon that was about a whole bat length over the head of Mendes, who's not the tallest figure. It is a wide, no wicket for 39.
Yeah, and that's the extra bounce in this pitch. If you do slam it in, it is going to get up high. This is what makes bowling here very, very difficult.
You've seen some bouncy tracks in your travels over the last few weeks, haven't you?
Yeah, there's been a couple of...
Good bit of life. Now Wokes to finish the over again, and it's pulled away by Mendes. He's got it, I think, into the gap towards deep square leg. No, Livingston, what a catch! Sliding on his knees to his left, and Kusal Mendes is out for 18. Terrific catch by Liam Livingston. Gee, had to cover some ground, and he did it magnificently. Chris Wokes strikes. 2 overs, 1 for 12 for him. Sri Lanka, 1 for 39, or 39 for 1. Mendes gone. Claude Livingston bowled Wokes for 18 off 14 deliveries.
Well, it's moments like that that change games. They really were desperate for a wicket, and he ran around. I would say he probably ran 50 metres round to his left there, sliding on his knees to take that catch. And we've seen how important catching is in this World Cup. There's seen so many drop catches from the teams that are struggling down the bottom of the table. It's the ones at the top of the table that have been on point with their fielding. In England there, Livingston making that catch look easy in the end.
I didn't give him much hope at all when the ball left the bat, because you saw how far in front of him it was. As you say, had to cover a mountain of ground, and he got there on the slide, and that was a great catch. I mean, that
it was such an important time as well to take that wicket, because the over from this, it's the last over from this end here where the short boundaries on the leg side. You know, I'm sure the Sri Lankans were going to come very, very hard at this 5th over, but now, having taken that wicket, just set Sri Lanka back a little bit. Do they take this over on or not? It could be a massive moment in the game.
Danjanaya Silva comes in, and is their last game, which Sri Lanka won over Afghanistan by 6 wickets. He scored an unbeaten 66 off 42 deliveries, the 31-year-old. But it will be Nasanka on strike. So Kusal Mendes, Court Livingston bowl Wokes 18 off 14 deliveries, 1 4 and a 6. A 39-run opening partnership. Now it's Sam Curran into the attack. He bowls, and it's tapped away by Nasanka to backward point. Can't pierce the field. Dot ball. 39 for 1 in the 5th over. Remembering the power play where only 2 men are allowed outside the circle. Here's the first 6 overs, so less than 2 overs to come. Gee, that was a good catch. It's just what England needed after a sluggish start. He took it, 6 inches, old speak, off the turf, sliding to his left. Now Curran, who's having a terrific tournament for England. The left armour bowls to Nasanka, and it's a straight delivery on a good length, and he just turns it away to square leg. Fielding done by Hales, moving in front of the square leg umpire. So 1 more run. 40 for 1 Sri Lanka in the 5th over. And Nasanka 20 of 12. As Danjanaya De Silva comes on strike.
Yeah, I'd say Sam Curran, probably England's best T20 bowler. Obviously, he's learnt his trade a lot, playing in a lot of T20 blasts. I think it's really important for bowlers to play a lot of T20 blasts to learn the different skills.
So Curran to Danjanaya, who's nice stroke. Not great timing. Moeen Ali, great fielding in the covers. He shied at the stumps at the bowler's end to be hit. He was going to be out, but he missed. So Danjanaya rather nervously off the mark with a single. 41 for 1 in the 5th over.
Yeah, good piece of fielding there from Moeen Ali, moving swiftly. And the batter was jogging. He was jogging and he just slid round, got the ball cleanly.
That could have changed an entire innings, couldn't it? If Danjanaya, he just didn't sprint. Here's Curran, bowling to Pathum Nasanka. He's down the track. He hits this with a top edge. Between short third man and the keeper, it'll fly away for 4. Wow, it's not how, it's how many. And there's 4 more. Patum Nasanka moves to 24 off 13. And Sri Lanka in the 5th over, 1 for 45.
You're absolutely right. It's not how, it's how many. The great man, Graham Gooch, used to say that to me when I was a youngster. He used to say, well, I wouldn't do his voice right now. I mean,
give it a crack.
He used to pull me aside and say, it's not how, it's how many.
Not the most complimentary invitation, but very good. Sam Curran it is. Bowling, and it's flicked away on the leg side to deep square leg over the head of the fielder out there for another 6. Patum Nasanka is riding his luck. He moves to 30 or 14. And in the 5th over, Sri Lanka 1 for 51.
Ooh, a little bit of guilty body language down there at deep square from Harry Brook. He ran in for that catch. Suddenly realised it was over him, and I think if he just stood on the rope, he would have took that above his head, but he ran in for it because he had a flat nature to the shot. He ran in thinking it's going to drop short, but it went sailing over his head.
So Sam Curran, last ball of the over, bowls to Nasanka, and he pushes towards mid-on. Picked up by Woke, shies at the non-striker's end. But I think he'd made good his ground in any case. Patum Nasanka, what a start. He's 31 off 15, and that is the end of 5 overs. Sri Lanka 1 for 52 or 52 for 1. Patum is 31. Dhananjaya 1 from 1 delivery. 13 runs off that over. And Ravi Bopara to be joined right now by Jonathan Agnew.
The T20 Cricket World Cup on the ABC Listen app, ABC Sport Digital and BBC 5 Sports Extra.
Everybody rise for you. Everybody cries.
Well, at the moment, it's not quite running England's way. It feels that slash over third man, that one just above Brooks' extended right hand. Little moments like that was a terrific start for Sri Lanka. 52 for 1 in the 5th. And I reckon all the games we've seen so far, Ravi, this is probably the best start in the opening power play that we've seen.
Yes, it's been a brilliant start from Sri Lanka. Having only lost 1 wicket, they've forced England to bowl spin.
Yeah, Rashid's coming on. It's the last over of the power play, and he's bowling to Nasanka, who leans back, cuts. It's able to be fielded there by Moeen inside the circle at cover. So the 2 fielders out for Rashid. It's a wide long off. So we're trying to do 2 jobs there in a way, I think, with a bit of deep extra cover and so on, with the batsman hitting inside out into the offside.
It can be dangerous bowling spin to the Sri Lankans, especially in the 6th over. I mean, they're very good sweepers of the ball. There's no one out there on the sweep.
No, there's a deep mid-wicket. Nasanka waits, and he hits that hard back at Rashid, a crowd catch. So 2 dot balls so far for Rashid, who's bowled well enough this tournament, but he hasn't got a wicket so far, which might... T20 cricket again is the luck goes with you, get some wickets. If it doesn't, you don't. But we start just to gnaw away a little bit at him, I think. Rashid moves in, bowls short of a length again, and there's Moeen to field at cover inside the circle, and again there's no run. 52 for 1. Last over of the power play. One Sri Lankan supporters there, he's got his trombone into the ground. How's he got that in there? Like a rifling through all your bags. He's got his trombone in. There's Rashid, bowls, again just short of a length, and once again there's Moeen. Now that's 4 balls gone in this last over of the power play.
Pressure building.
Well, pressure crowd getting in, you can feel that pressure building. What's he going to do here? Rashid again. From that far end, moves in and bowls, and he pulls out towards deep mid-wicket. It's only going to be 1 run there. That long boundary away to our left. Exactly the same setup as that match we watched here a couple of nights ago, with the big boundary to the left, shorter to the right, but still on your single, and this is a really good over. New batsman on strike. Dhananjaya, he's only faced 1 ball. Great opportunity here for Rashid to really close this over out. Same field, there's a slip now. Rashid comes in, bowls to him, and he wants a single there up to mid-on. There's a run, but they do make their ground. As Mark Wood back on the field, picks that up, just 2 singles from that Rashid over, the last of the power play. So a really good over there from the wrist spinner. 54 for 1 after 6. Explosive start from Patum Nasanka though. 6 is raining into that short boundary on our right hand side. Sun dipping away. See an aeroplane taking off from Sydney Airport to our right there. That's slightly orange sky. It's not the full orange effect yet, but just very few clouds there. Sun is dipping away behind one there. Now we've got Livingston's coming on. So Butler's really going through his options here, put off by the fact that Woods went for 17.
Just interesting to see that it didn't look as easy to hit the spinner there, with no pace on the ball. It was hard to pierce the field. I mean, it was a very good over. It was quite straight at the stumps, didn't really give any room, but just looked like timing was a little bit more difficult against the spinners. So, I mean, the reason I say that is because Sri Lanka are going to bowl spin in the first 6. So it's not going to be easy.
No, it's not at all. Livingston then, bowling to the right-hander, bowls short outside the off stump. It's cut away. No real power. Will they get 2 there? It's a long boundary. No, they won't. Throw's already on its way in. So 1 to Dhananjaya, who's now 3. 55 for 1. England have to win. If they don't, they're out. Legacy of their defeat to Ireland, that is. And the next one is again short, pulled this time, straight down the ground for Wokes to pick up in front of this famous old pavilion there. There's somebody wandering around there yesterday. Took a nose into the dressing rooms and that bar area. I mean, it's a proper old pavilion, that. Next one actually beats the bat. And Jai there trying to push that away into the offside. I don't think it spun particularly, but just a bit quicker maybe. He wasn't able to get bat on ball. 56 for 1 in the 7th. This is short again. Pulled into the leg side. Picked up by Curran this time.
Both these Sri Lankan batsmen, they love to hang back off the spinner. Yeah. Don't necessarily get themselves into the front foot position, which is the correct way of playing spin, probably the better way of playing spin. Just hang back a little bit.
Well, that's been hit down the ground to welcome our listeners in Tasmania, and I'll tell you what's going on in a second, but there's 2 runs to Sri Lanka here as Ben Stokes throws that up to the far end. So welcome to all of you down there in lovely Tasmania. 59 for 1. Sri Lanka have won the toss. They're batting first in a game that England have to win to progress to the semi-finals. Sri Lanka are already out, but they've had a terrific start here. 59 for 1. It's the last ball of the 7th over as Livingston comes in bowls, and that's smeared away into the leg side. It's gone for 6. Just plopping over Wokes' head is that short boundary again. And the one thing that England will have in their minds is that when they are chasing, that short boundary is there. It's difficult to defend. But this so far is a really good start for Sri Lanka. They're going at more than 9 and over at 65 for 1 from 7 overs. And for our Tasmanian friends, England unchanged. Well, they've been unchanged throughout the tournament so far. But if they slip up here against Sri Lanka tonight, Australia will go through and they'll play in a semi-final here on Wednesday. So Australian listeners, Australian players, I'm sure, all looking on with a measure of anxiety as to what's going to happen here over the next 3 hours or so. Rashid's going to continue. From the Randwick end, comes in bowls, driven into the offside, straight to Moeen again. It's like a magnet there at the moment. Every time the ball's hit into the offside, Moeen's there to field it, which shows perfect placement. And good bowling from Rashid too to bowl to his field. 65 for 1. There's Rashid. Bowls tossing out up, and that's head out towards the fielder coming in on the offside. It doesn't have enough weight on it to carry for a catch, and he'll be able to field that. But again, targeting that short boundary to the right. Stuart Clark's here. It's just always in play, that short boundary, isn't it?
It certainly is, Aggies. There are all players targeting it. England trying to protect it, trying to bowl away from it. Certainly the Sri Lankans, they know where to hit it.
3 on the leg side boundary for Rashid, who bowls, driven in the air again, into the offside, fielder there, can't quite get it. Can field it, but not take the catch.
It's been almost with England. Their balls just lobbing out.
It is.
They're going out, and it just hasn't gone their way.
You get games like that, don't you? You just feel, okay, he's not quite running here.
He's got to hang in there because the guys at the top of the order may use up all the luck for the guys at the bottom of the order, or when you bat again, you never know.
Rashid again, and it's driven with a slightly flat bat this time. Down the ground, tooling off for another single. He's bowling well, though, Rashid. He's bowled 10 balls now for 6 runs. He hasn't conceded a boundary yet, so he's operating from the far end. And we've got Dana Silva on strike. comes Rashid Bolster, tucked away into the leg side. He'll want two. Can they get two? That wait's just right. The field's got a long way to come in. It's Curran. Throws at the non-strikers and then misses the stumps. Rattles Rashid's fingers. Very well run there. They're rather crept, those two. Usually you see the batsmen really go hell for leather to get that second run as the ball just dribbles onto the edge of the circle. But that time it's rather a cunningly taken two. They didn't really sprint it at all. They just knew.
Yeah.
It was...
Well, really well placed, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Good wrists, good hands.
There's Rashid again, last ball of the over, and that's gone straight through to Butler. A mighty heave from Dhananjaya. And that's the end of Rashid's second over. He's only conceded 8. So, really good effort, that. 71 for 1, though, remains the score. Expensive bowling earlier. Ben Stokes started with a long hop. Got smashed the boundary. He went 1 for 9. Wokes' ball 2 overs for 12. He's got the wicket. Mark Wood 1 over for 17. His first ball lofted into the Brawangal stand for 6 over at deep square leg. And he went off, which would be a bit of a worry, but he's back on the field again now.
Yeah, he's back out there now. I think he went off.
Must change his boots.
Yeah, change his boots. We'll get the long studs on, I don't know, something like that. Change the bowler again. We've got Curran, I think, haven't we? We've got Curran. Sam Curran.
Yeah, he went for 13 in his first over.
Yeah, they're really battling. I tell you, the wicket, we talked about this before the game, the wicket was not a new ball wicket. Because it's used and it's been worn, I don't think we've got the same issue we had in the other couple of games where they're not fresh wickets, they're flying through, and it looks like a very evenly paced wicket at the moment.
It does. Third man, fine leg up. In goes Curran. Bowls short of a length. Is pushed into the leg side. Curran will field that himself, then hurls the ball at the stumps. Oh, good job mowing was there, and good job he didn't hit the stumps, actually, because the batsman was home, and that could easily have ricocheted off for another one or more, in fact. So Nissanka moves to 43 and 25 balls, and Dhananjaya is on strike on 9. 2 right-handers.
He was going to come off sooner rather than later, Nissanka.
Yes.
He's missed out a couple of times. So the way he plays, that all of a sudden he gets a couple out of the middle, he's flying.
Curran, left arm over the wicket, bowls. He's gone for a big hit into the leg side. Didn't sound like he'd middled it to me, and the catch is taken by Ben Stokes at deep mid-wicket. Dhananjaya has gone for 9, thumping his bat there with his clenched fist as he walks off. He didn't quite get hold of it, again targeting that short leg side boundary. And Ben Stokes took it very well because that boundary edge was only about a foot behind him, I would say. So he had a mind on that. It was a slower ball from Curran, dragged into the leg side. It came off the bottom part of the bat, really. And Stokes, that boundary behind him, he looked behind as he took the catch, make sure he didn't lose balance or step on it. So England can breathe. They've taken a second wicket. Dhananjaya still was out for 9, and it's 72 for 2.
It was a good catch, Ben Stokes. He actually, the beauty of the catch, or the strength in that catch, was the speed he made across the ground to get over to the ball. He didn't let the ball. You see the different stages when they're still moving, that's when they sort of lose balance. He got there, set his feet nicely, got his hands up, took it in front of his face, which means he didn't need to take that additional step back. Good piece of bowling, though, bowling the slower ball, spinning it away from the right-hander, so the left armer running his fingers over the top of it, making the batter drag it further to the onside. They've sent out a left-hander now.
Yes.
That's Lanka is... It's important because of the short boundary, because it means one guy's always targeting it. And that's, it's good coaching or good captaincy, whoever's making the decisions down the Sri Lankan tent at the moment, that we've got someone in that can always take on the short boundary, which is a really short hit.
So another wicket for Curran. He's having a good tournament. Azalanka, indeed, the new batsman, left-handed. Third man, deep point on that short boundary side, and then 2 out on the leg side boundary as well. In goes Curran. Is there any bowls? Azalanka turns it away. Down to fine leg it runs. Wood will be down there, sprinting in and throwing on the bounce to Butler, who applauds with his gauntlets as the throw reaches him. And there's one more to Sri Lanka. 73 for 2. We're in the 9th over now. Just clawing it back a bit last couple of overs, and of course a wicket always helps.
You just worry with Nissanka if he gets out, what's left in the shed for Sri Lanka. No, 73 for 2. It's going along nicely, no question about that. But
they've had a very good start. And Nissanka's still there, of course. He's on strike now. On the back foot he goes, steering that past Moeen's left hand at cover. They pick up 1 there as the fielder comes in. There's now that lovely orange glow like an ember. To our right. It's beautiful, isn't it? Absolutely lovely sight. There's trees. There's one high-rise building there in between with the lights on, but otherwise, you know, they are in a city centre more or less. I think you're allowed one high-rise building.
Modern development.
But well, without it, it would have been actually lovely because you see all the way through,
right out to
the sky.
Sydney Olympic Park out that way. That's where that is.
In goes Curran then. Bowls short, and he actually just opted out of a pull shot there. He thought about it and then allowed that to go through. It's one short ball for the over, signalled by Paul Rifle here, but it's a dot ball. All that matters really for England. There's one ball to go, and again, if this is closed down well, it'll be a very good over. There's only 3 singles from it so far, and that wicket. So Curran, what's he going to do? Is put another man out.
Good variation, Curran. That's the beauty. He bowls to where his fielders are, and yeah, okay, sometimes he gets, they get a good shot away or whatever it may be, but because he bowls where his fielders are, he gives himself the best chance.
Yeah. He's learnt a lot of tricks, his IPL experience, of course, and this is turned into the leg side. And they will, I think, just take one. Let's see the fielder rushing in. Yeah, gets there quickly. It's Brook, who didn't set himself too deep. So just one run, very good over from Curran, 4 singles from it and a wicket. This is what England need, just to get some pressure back on Sri Lanka again. 75 for 2. 9 overs have gone. Nasanka's 44. 26, and Lanka is on 2. Good crowd in. They have closed. Well, it's the top stand there of the trumpet stand. The top tier has been closed down. But otherwise, there's a very healthy crowd in. And I have to say, I think we Poms are outnumbered. I think the Sri Lankans have turned out, looking at the flags flying, turned out in great force. And I suspect some will have come from Melbourne. There's a very big Sri Lankan community in Melbourne. And maybe they've come up for this game. Moeen's coming on down there at the far end. He'll bowl to the left-handed Lanka, who's got that short boundary here, which will interest him.
Got a slip in play too, looking for a wicket.
There is. Long on, mid-wicket, deep backward, square leg. Moeen shuffles in and bowls. It's dragged into the leg side. Chase for the fielder, picking up now, throwing it back in, and they take one run. But immediately there you can see the left-hander try and hit the ball into that short boundary, dragging it from outside the off stump. 76 for 2 in the 10th over. Sri Lanka chose to bat first. And certainly the recent record of games played here in Sydney suggests that does give them an advantage. Moeen over the wicket, moves in, bowls, turned away into the leg side. They run that first one quickly. Fielder gets there now, aims, throws, and Wokes gives a tidy return. 77 for 2. 4 balls to go. So it's a full band the Sri Lankans have brought in here. It's not only a trombone. Drums, I can see a fellow there with a trumpet.
There's 2 drums. Got the whole rhythm section going.
Yeah, well, it's rather nice. Think of that World Cup where the ICC banned everything. Yeah. Here's Moeen bowling, and that's chopped away into the offside. Woodfields throws at the far end. Oh, that's well, they collided. One dropped his bat. Wood's throw missed the stumps, had it hit. He might well have been out at the far end. He's batless. Is lying on his back.
Shouldn't laugh.
It was Nasanka. They got completely tangled up there. It was very well fielded by Wood. Nasanka dropped his bat. Moeen flicked the ball at the stump, sort of backhanded, and that's hit him. Meanwhile, down here, the batsman's in trouble as well.
Oh, so that's 2 weeks in the NRL. He'd be out. Shoulder charge that, I reckon.
Well, it was certainly quite a hard impact between them. Both batsmen could have been run out.
Yeah, it would have been out.
The umpires are conferring because we've still got
a serious injury.
We've got Lanka on his back. He's grimacing, and the physio's arrived. It's a sort of leg injury there. It's clearly in pain. I wonder, was it the bat that hit him? This is how it ended up on the floor. I don't know. He's having a drink. I mean, physio's ripping his pad off. They could take their drinks break now, so that makes sense. But it's got him on the shin, so his boot's coming off. They're basically stripping him off out there doing his drinks break. Try and see. I know Andrew said he slipped after the collision, so that's...
what instrument's that?
That's a conch shell. You see those in Trinidad and hear them, that lovely mournful sound, which I'm afraid against the...
It's bats?
Against the... No, it's bats against the setting sun.
The whole kit and caboodle out here, though. We've got shells, bats.
All sorts going on.
We've got an injury.
On here, yeah. And it's... it's all T20 fair, isn't it? But the bats are out, and they're coming from those trees, I think, that I was talking about. There's a lot of them over there, actually. Quite big ones as well. circling round over there against the setting sun. A lovely atmosphere in the ground, and we're just waiting now for Lanka to be repaired and to be restored. I think he's going to be okay.
Yeah, he'll be all right.
He's going to crack on the shin. There's nothing much he can do, really, is there, apart from get on with it.
Yeah, they're having the mandatory 10 over drink break now, so 9.3 over. So they'll just take that now and then get it over with, rather than wait around for another 3 balls and then have another break. So umpires using common sense, which is something we don't usually associate with the world of cricket.
Oh, be careful.
Yeah.
You'll get angry emails.
Well, the umpires are doing the right thing. They should be commended. But
yes,
yeah, we've seen too many Test matches here where there's nothing going on, and we're stopping because of some archaic rule that existed back when W.G. Grace and Bradman were gracing the shores. You know what I mean?
There's all bats over there.
Well, I think so. I'm no bat expert, but I'm going to say yes to you, Agus.
I mean, there's like a cloud of them. What's the collective expression for bats? When you've got, it's not a cloud of bats, is it? Well, but look at them.
I'll find out. I'll find out what the.
I mean, they're not
collective noun.
I don't think they're birds going to roost. We certainly saw a picture, unless they're just seagulls coming in. A flock of bats.
I'll find out.
No, it can't just be a flock of bats. It's got to be something more interesting than that, surely. It's got to be a Dracula of bats or something. A cauldron of bats.
Is that right? I've got here, looking at my phone, Google, camp, cloud, colony, or flock.
I'm going with our mate at the back. He's saying cauldron, like a witch's cauldron, which is a much better.
No, I'm going with another bit. Cauldron, it's saying. Yes, cauldron of bats. Good on your D, down the back down there.
No, that's excellent. I like that. Well, meanwhile, Lanka is still flat on the ground.
Igorni.
And they're taking a bit of time here to get him sorted out. The umpires have allowed the drinks break, and they're now standing in close attendance, saying, "I'm sorry, but you're going to have to get on with this."
Is it Nasanka or Asalanka? I can't quite tell from there. I'm trying to. I'm being told it's.
Which one's flat on his back? Oh, it's Nasanka who's hurt. There's so much going on there.
There's about
correct.
A lot of people.
It was Wood who fielded that. Correct. So it was a left-hander who played and ran to the far end. So it is Nasanka, and they want to keep him going if they can, because he's going really well.
It's the last thing Sri Lanka need is him coming off.
Yeah. Well, I think they're going to carry on. There's 3 backup players there wearing the yellow day-glow jackets who are going off. The physio's running off. And they are going to carry on, maybe with a conversation or two about not actually running into each other again. 78 for 2. The cauldron of bats is still out there.
There's still more coming.
They can't all be bats.
It's bats. I'm telling you, we've got bats in the town.
Wow.
Bats in the house.
Absolute cloud of them. And
Sydney
big.
bats.
They're big.
Boy, it's Batman.
So they're heading off to go and start their eating, are they? But off they go anyway.
No bat expert again.
As long as they don't come around here, I don't mind, because they're
migrating west.
Quite threatening. Well, they're heading towards the setting sun. We've got 3 balls to go in this over. 78 for 2. And Moeen is going to continue. Nisanka's okay now. He's 45 not out. And he plays this next ball back up the ground. Oh, he runs that one all right. It's a bit like one of those footballers who goes down looking as if he's being shot.
Yellow card, then they're fine.
Yeah, and then he gets up and runs off. And it's a bit like that there with Nisanka. He's absolutely fine, or appears to be. 79 for 2. 2 balls to go in the 10th. And Moeen swings round at the far end. He'll bowl to the left-handed Lanka. 2 men behind square in the offside, saving a single. A deep point, long off, and he goes back and cuts. Just gets it past. No, he doesn't get it past. Very well stopped there. The fielder just inside the circle. It's Malan, who we haven't seen much of in this tournament. He battled away against Ireland and really couldn't get any timing. He didn't bat against New Zealand. England get a good start. They just drop him down the order a bit. Moeen again. Bowls turned away by Nisanka into the leg side to end that over. 5 runs came from it, and we're halfway through this innings with Sri Lanka well placed. Good platform. They're 80 for 2. Nisanka's 46. And Asalanka is 5, and Andrew Moore's coming in here.
This is the T20 Cricket World Cup on the ABC Listen app,
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital and BBC 5 Sports.
Or 80 for 2 after 10 overs. First 5 overs, 1 for 52. So, what's that, 38 off the, or rather 28 off the last 5 overs. Hello, Stewie.
G'day, Andy. How you going? You haven't had a chance to talk to you on there.
I know.
You've been busy. I've been busy.
I've been intrigued by the bat discussion.
There's a lot of bats. Aggers, you know, they live in England. Bats not something they think about, is it?
Bats in the belfry.
They don't think about things like that. We have to deal with that on a daily basis.
That's right.
Kangaroos on the way home. I'll have to swerve my way through the city streets.
Ben Stokes back in to bowl the 11th over at Lanka is pulling this between backward square and mid-wicket. They have one. They should get a second run, and they will come back for 2 on the return of Harry Brook. So Lanka moves along to 7 at a run-a-ball pace, 82 for 2 in the 11th over. I was down in beautiful Jervis Bay yesterday and last night. It's the wedding of my cousin Lincoln to Ashland. The wedding was actually today, which I missed, but they had a Hawaiian shirt party last night.
You would have been the winner. You would have been the winner, wouldn't you?
Well, I don't know. There were some really good ones there. About 120 people.
You've got a collection of them, though.
I do, unfortunately. Here's Stokes bowling Lanka, pulls it away. This time picks out deep backward square on the bounce. And just one to be had as Livingston fires in the return on the bounce to Joss Butler. So Lanka 8, 2 for 83 in the 11th over. But at these cabins, it was in the National Park down at Jervis Bay near Sussex Inlet. Kangaroos everywhere.
Right, skippy.
There were a lot of skippies, including last night after watching the end of the Australia-Afghanistan game from the cabin. There were kangaroos fighting. They were extremely close to the fence, and in the dark, they almost freaked me out. Being afraid of nearly everything. Me. Here's Stokes over the wicket. Long on, long off. Deep mid-wicket, deep square leg in place. And he bowls and Nasanka whips this away forward of square. On the leg side. He'll only get the single, however. Fielding done by Curran. Nasanka moves to 47, 2 for 84 in the 11th.
You'll have to tell Dan, Henry and Alex where to field these games. So they have to walk up some hilly hill.
Didn't need any hill.
And walk up a hill. And
in Canberra. That's where they were pointed.
Go there. There's plenty of them everywhere.
Well, maybe I should show them the photo. We see them through the week and just say, this is a hill I went up in Canberra. They're everywhere.
Correct.
So now it's Curran, lefty on lefty. Sam Curran, no wicket for 13 midway through his second over. Bowling to Lanka. And Stokes, I should say, is bowling the right-hander. It's a top edge towards backward point. Catch is taken and he's out. Alex Hale's the catch. Ben Stokes strikes. But Lanka gone for 8 off 9 deliveries. And Sri Lanka loses its 3rd wicket. 84 runs on the board in the 11th over. Ben Stokes gets his 1st wicket.
Good bowling that by Stokes. Just banging it into the wicket, forcing both players to take on the long boundary if they want to hit a 4 or a 6. So Lanka trying to run that off the face, up and above 3rd man backward point. Spoons it up in the air. Alex Hales takes a pretty simple catch in the end, up in front of his face. And unfortunately, Sri Lanka lost their 3rd wicket now. And it's a good piece of bowling that by Stokes. Bang it into the wicket, giving neither batsman a chance to get up and under with those drop kick length and hit it into the member stand.
Might have been David Milan, actually, who took that catch. Milan got underneath it. Was never going to drop it. So Charith Lanka gone for 8 off 9 deliveries. Ben Stokes, 1 for 13, bowling his 2nd over. Sri Lanka 84 for 3. So with wickets, a couple of wickets in the last couple of overs, meaning this innings could go any which way, couldn't it? England needs to keep a regular flow of wickets, and Sri Lanka to have any chance has got to post a really competitive score.
They want to be getting 160 plus here, I think, to be really competitive. It looks like a good batting wicket. We know the firepower that the England team have with the bat. They can bat all the way down to 10 and 11, who can all strike the ball out of the ground. And if they get going, we've seen the top of the order just destroy teams.
Well, Bhanuka Rajapaksa comes in with a career strike rate over 136. Another left-hander. He's on strike as Stokes comes in around the wicket. Past umpire Wilson short. He tried a late little cut. There wasn't much hope in that. There's a 3rd man in place on the rope, and it just goes through to the keeper, Joss Butler. So the score remains at 3 for 84. 1 ball to come in the 11th.
Owens jogged down to Butler, having a chat about something. I'm not sure. A sort of discussion between the leadership group.
No apparent change in field. Leg side, they're all back.
Fine leg, one up out there.
Backward square, mid-wicket. There's a mid-on inside the circle in Wokes. The Stokes around the wicket, bowls. Short, and it really tied him up. And Rajapaksa just plays it on the offside of the pitch. Great over by Ben Stokes. 2 overs, 1 for 13, his figures. And there are only 4 runs off that over at 84 for 2, 11 overs done with Batum Nasanka on 47 and Banuka yet to score.
He got over that by Stokes, banged it in, only 4 off, picked up the wicket, bowling short. That one there hit him in the armpit.
He didn't like it, did he?
The old-fashioned armpit delivery.
There is some good bounce here. Although, having said that, Liam Livingston coming back.
That's him right under the armpit. If you lift your arm up, it's him right in there. That would be very painful, I would have thought.
Did it get him in the armpit?
No, in the armpit, yeah.
He didn't rub. I'll give him credit.
No, didn't rub it. That's old school cricket. We don't rub.
It is.
Nowadays, you call for the ice spray.
Reminds me of David Boone. So now Livingston to bowl from the Randwick end. Just his second over. And he went for 11 runs from his first. He bowls and he's pulled away by Nasanka. And just forward of square, they have 1. Nasanka wanted 2, but the return comes in from Curran, a deep mid-wicket. He got to the ball quickly. That was the secret. So just a single. Nasanka 48 of 31. 3 for 85 to start the 12th. He seems to be moving okay after that collision that reminded me for a moment of Matthew Elliott and Mark Ward.
Yeah, that's right. That's the first thing I thought of, those two. And poor old Matthew Elliott, knee reconstruction after that, and really sort of hampered him.
That was against West Indies.
Yeah, wasn't it? So interesting, their mid-on is almost a deep mid-wicket. He's not in the traditional, he'd be 20 metres to the left of where...
Yeah, very square.
He's very square, trying to protect that short boundary.
The lefty Lanka just plays it along the ground rather softly down to that man who moves to a more traditional long-on position, Ben Stokes, to pick it up. But a comfortable single and Banuka's off the mark. He's 1. And Sri Lanka 3 for 86 in the 12th over after Kusul Mendes was out for 18 in the 4th over. They're off to fire. It was 1 for 39. Livingston over the wicket. Bowls his leg in. It's pulled away by Nasanka down to long on. Harry Brook is there. 1 run only. And he moves ever closer to a half century. He's 49. 3 for 87. Dan Janaya de Silva was caught at deep mid-wicket by Ben Stokes so calmly. Millimetres in from the rope of Sam Curran for 9. And Asalanka caught Milan at backward point off Stokes for 8. Now it's a defensive stroke and a diving save at cover by Moeen Ali to prevent Banuka getting a single. 87 for 3.
Been a good fight back this by England. The spinners have really done the job. It'll be hard work for the English batters with the Sri Lankan spinners. They've got good spinners, good variety. England spinners really doing the job now.
Livingston around the wicket, and this time it's played square on the offside by Banuka Rajapaksa. He'll get a single to Sam Curran at deep point. So he's 2 off 5, 3 for 88, 1 ball left in the 12th over. After the 20 over mark, Sri Lanka, what target would they have to set to make you feel confident that they would upset England here as Livingston bowls over the wicket, well flighted, and Nasanka just blocks it down the ground for a single that will bring up his half century. Brook comes in to do the fielding, and Pathum Nasanka 50 not out of 33 deliveries. 3 for 89 after 12. 1 wicket and no wickets, but 5 runs coming off the over. And it's 89 for 3. Pathum Nasanka, 50 of 33 deliveries.
Yeah, good innings that by Nasanka. I think if I was England, I'd be happy to chase anywhere around about 160. I think that'd be a fair chase on a wicket that's probably going to slow a little bit as the game goes on. If I'm Sri Lanka, I want to be posting 170 to 180. We know the firepower that the English team have, especially at the top. Hales, Joss Butler, you name them. They're all going to come out and know they can bludgeon the ball to the boundary. So from England's point of view, about 160 I think they'll be happy with. From Sri Lanka, they want to be up to 180, I reckon.
Nasanka on strike, 50 of 33 deliveries with 1 4 and 4 sixes. As Ben Stokes with a short third man and a short fine leg in place. Bowls and Nasanka drives, can't beat cover. He's been fielding well, Moeen Ali.
It's like Jonty Rhodes there at cover.
Outstanding.
Diving, stopping, providing advice.
Still a young man in his mid-30s, but he's all over the place.
35?
Yeah, 35, 36, Moeen Ali.
Still moving well.
So short third, backward point, deep point, cover, long off in Brook. There's a long on in Wokes, deep mid-wicket, deep square leg, short fine leg. That's Adil Rashid in the distance as Stokes bowls. Nasanka hoists this away to deep mid-wicket. It's going, gone. Another 6, his 5th. He moves to 56. Sri Lanka 95 for 3 in the 13th over as he flexes that leg again. But this might be the old Gordon Greenwich syndrome. The more injured he looks, look out.
Do you think Nasanka's going to field later? I think he's about 1,000,000 to 1 to field. But
might not matter if he goes on at this rate.
If he keeps making just the wrong length there by Stokes. Almost a drop kick length. Nasanka just up and under, stand and deliver with a straight leg or wrists.
Here's Stokes again bowling to him, and Nasanka gives himself some room and try to whip it away fine. Got an under edge to it, and it's actually fielded by Joss Butler, moving, only about 4 or 5 metres to his left. Dot ball. Nasanka with that 6 registers his 1,000th run in T20 international cricket for Sri Lanka.
It's a hard feel for this for Ben Stokes because he can't get too wide because the two midfielders are up inside the circle behind point on the offside. If he gets too straight, the short boundary becomes very viable.
So it's Stokes to Nasanka again, and it's pretty straight, and it's whipped away to deep backward square. There's still 1 run to be had to Alex Hales. And Nasanka 57 off 37, 3 for 96 in the 13th over. This is the last game in Group 1. There are 3 games left in Group 2, and they're all played tomorrow. South Africa against the Netherlands. It's a morning start at Adelaide Oval, followed by Pakistan against Bangladesh. And then at night at the MCG, Zimbabwe against India.
A few people in the MCG tomorrow night, I think.
Yes, well, hopefully the weather's okay.
Well, we don't need it raining, last thing. Does rain, I think that group, does rain really affect that group? It may do.
It may do, yes. Here's Stokes coming around the wicket to the left-hander, Banuka. Short of a length, and it's an uppercut over the head of Rashid. A short third man for 4. Not a good delivery given the field. And Banuka played that brilliantly. His first boundary, he's 6. And the 100 up for Sri Lanka for the loss of 3 wickets with 1 ball left in the 13th over.
I think the length was what he got right. He just got too much width on that and opened up, just made an easy shot. Get any piece of bat on that, open the face on it. The idea is right to try and get the batter to hit it to the long boundary. Execution of line not as good as it needed to be.
So Stokes again around the wicket to Banuka. Stokes in short of a length, and that hits him on the body. May have taken a bit off that in terms of pace, Ben Stokes. And he'll pick the ball up in his follow-through. And that ends the over. Sri Lanka 11 runs from it. They're with 100 for 3 with Nasanka on 57. Banuka is on 6. Ben Stokes now 3 overs, 1 for 24. Yes, so if South Africa wins, they're in. No problem against the Netherlands. Then Pakistan, Bangladesh. If Pakistan win and India lose, Pakistan make the semis. And for Bangladesh, if they win, they also need India and South Africa to lose. While in the nightcap, India win, they're in against Zimbabwe at the MCG. But that's for tomorrow. Tonight, England must win to make the semi-finals, and former English top order bat Ravi Bopara replaces Stuart Clark. They're clawing their way back. England, who's in front at the moment, Ravi? 3 for 100 after 13.
It's sort of just poised in the middle there. I thought Sri Lanka had lost a lot of momentum from the 5th, from pretty much the 6th over onwards. They haven't scored particularly quickly.
Now it's the leggy back from the Randwick end, Adil Rashid, who started beautifully. Nasanka greets him using his feet, plays it down the ground to long on. Only gets a run as Livingston does the fielding. Lovely 1-bounce return to the bowler. And it's now 101 for 3. Rashid in his 3rd over has no wicket for 9.
I mean, from that 6th over that Rashid bowled that only went for a couple of runs. Since then, Sri Lanka just haven't really got going. They've lost a couple of wickets since then. Not really taken on the bowlers, which could hurt them in the end, but still they've got a platform, 7 overs to go, 100 on the board. They'll be looking at 165, 170, and to do very well, obviously push it up above 175.
The opener's played well, hasn't he? 58 off 38 now for Nasanka as Rashid bowls to the left-hander. And Banuka just tips it away but can't beat Moeen Ali at cover. A dot ball, 101 for 3.
And Rajapaksa is normally very aggressive against spin. He's not a great rotator of spin. That's not his strength. What he does do is his boundary count against spin is very good.
Behind that short boundary to his right on the onside, but there's 3 back. He's on the sweep and missed. Taken by Butler outside off stump. Rashid fooling him at the moment. 6 off 9 for Banuka Rajapaksa.
I think Rashid's going to bowl mainly googlies here away from the left-hander, so he can't just slog across the line into the short boundary.
Rashid in again over the wicket, and this time it's tapped away for a run down to that wideish long on, although Rashid sprints after it, and in the end he lets Ben Stokes come in off the rope to pick it up. So another single. He's 7, 102 for 3, 2 balls left in the 14th over.
It's not the greatest sign that there's a bit of hold there for the spinners, a little bit of turn, grip, because Sri Lanka do have some very, very good spinners in their lineup. But the advantage England have is they have a lot of left-handers as well.
Rashid bowling to the right-hander, and Nasanka chops it, nearly chopped it on. chopped it into the keeper, Josh Butler, just wide of off stump. Another dot ball. So only 2 runs off this over with 1 ball to come. Nasanka 58. Can he go on with it for Sri Lanka? He's looking down the ground, seeing a long on, a long off, and on the onside, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square, short fine leg, short third man, backward point, deep point, short cover. And he's whipping his ball from outside the off stump to wide of long on, and they'll come back for a second. It was beautifully placed. Return in from Livingston, but they made that comfortably. So Pathum Nasanka moves to 60 off 40. 4 runs off the over, 14 overs done, and Sri Lanka is 104 for 3. And Rashid, brilliant figures, 3 overs, none for 12. I can't wait to see Hasaranga bowl on this deck, Ravi. We saw him here last Saturday night, and the arm angles were all over the place. Over the top, coming from sidearm or below. Yeah, he really is fun to watch.
Well, I think that sidearm angle that he's got going, that really low arm, is just because of the extra bounce in Australia. But if he is going over the top, he's getting that extra bounce where people are sitting back on him and pulling him flat over his head or pulling him over mid-wicket for 6. Whereas in the subcontinent, that just doesn't bounce very high, so it sort of stays sort of shin height. Not as easy to play the flat-batted pull shot against him, so he's just come up with something different. What can I do in Australia that will keep the ball low? Because that's his strength, is keeping the ball low. So he thought, well, what can I do? So he's come up with this round arm action. This should keep the ball a little bit low and have that effect that I have in the subcontinent.
Chris Wokes returns to the attack, replacing Ben Stokes from this Paddington end. 2 overs, 1 for 12. He took the first wicket when Mendes holed out to deep square leg. A great catch by Liam Livingstone. And he'll be bowling to the left-hander, Badunka, who's 7 off 10. Badunka Rajapaksa coming in number 5. Wokes bowling over the wicket. Down the track he comes, and he'll get a run only, just backward of point. And nearly collision in the field. Well, the English fieldsman there has just gripped at his groin.
He's gone.
And signals instantly to the dressing room.
Is that Milan?
It looks to be Dawood Milan. 3 for 105. He was moving to his left, and oops, and it is Milan. He reached straight away for his groin. He pulled up lame from the run, and he looks rather downcast. He's having a chat to Ben Stokes, and then looks to be heading straight off the field, Ravi.
Well, that's no good for England, because that's one of the left-handers in their side. It keeps one of the short boundaries in play pretty much all the way through the innings. Not a good sign, because he was almost what they say, he's been sniped.
Yeah. It was just out of nothing, wasn't it?
Just chasing the ball and just pulled up.
Chris Jordan is the substitute fieldsman as Wokes bowls to Nasanka, and he goes across the line here between deep mid-wicket and long on. Great fielding by Stokes with a tumble as he returns it back to the keeper. That looked like it'd be a minimum 2, if not 4, but Ben Stokes keeps it to 1. Nasanka 61, 3 for 106 in the 15th. Gee, that was good fielding.
That was good fielding. Good that athletic fielding from desperation, Stokes.
Just keeping an eye on Milan too, Ravi, as he's rather gingerly walking now through the members' pavilion up into the English dressing room. So now the left-hander back on strike, Badunka Rajapaksa, who's 8 from 11. Nasanka 61, 106 for 3. Wokes bowls, and it's whipped away off the pads. Uppishly, travelled about 30 metres in the air towards deep mid-wicket, but just a single to Brook, so Badunka moves to 9, 3 for 107 in the 15th.
I think it's really important that Rajapaksa is there for the next over, where he's got the short boundary to go at. So he can be the aggressor from that end, and then Pathum can be the aggressor from this end, really. You know, It's a short boundary for him, leg side. He can target that leg side boundary. Because of the extra bounce in the pitch, it allows you to get underneath the ball.
So it's Wokes on his way past umpire Paul Wilson. Bowls and Nasanka launches this over cover, moving to his left. Curran, he can't get there. That was timed really well by Pathum Nasanka. He's up to 65 off 42. 3 for 111 here at the SCG. 2 balls to come in the 15th.
And that's the other danger, is when you are avoiding the short boundary as a bowler, sometimes you can provide width for the batsman. And one thing you don't want to do against a Sri Lankan batsman is bowl width. They're some of the best players in the world against width, short and wide, over extra area.
And straight over Moeen Ali's head. Wokes bowls to him again, wide of off stump, and it's cut away. It was a bit shorter this time from Wokes. And just 1 run to be had to Liam Livingstone. So Nasanka 66 off 43, 3 for 112. I mentioned that first game tomorrow is a morning start here. That's 11 a.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Time. It's midnight in the UK. South Africa v Netherlands. Then Pakistan, Bangladesh. Then Zimbabwe, India. The final day of Group 2. Semi-finals Wednesday night here at the SCG. Thursday night at Adelaide Oval. Wokes bowling to Banuka, who's 9 off 12. It's a stacked offside field, but he just runs it off the face between the keeper and short third man. He's done that again beautifully for 4. Banuka 13, Pathum Nasanka 66, and at the end of a 12-run over, Sri Lanka is 116 for 3. And to finalise the Sri Lankan innings with Ravi Bopara, Jonathan Agnew.
The T20 Cricket World Cup on the ABC Listen app, ABC Sport Digital and BBC 5 Sports Extra.
Well, I must say Sri Lanka very well placed here, and just watching England's spinners, the ball is turning just a little bit. That wrong one of Rashid's definitely gripping. And Sri Lanka well armed with spin bowling of a high quality too. So, I don't know, 150 looks like a good score. What do you think?
No, I think it was
more than that.
Yeah.
Here's Rashid bowls, and that's driven along the ground out to long off for a single. I mean, sort of chasing terms, really.
A bit of appreciation for that shot from Rajapaksa.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
beautiful shot.
Beautiful shot. It was just short of a length. Good bounce, sort of, say, chest area, and he's just ramped it.
Just a little uppercut.
Over the keeper. It was beautiful.
Yeah, it was. 117 for 3. We're in the 16th. Rashid's had a good evening so far. He's only conceded 13. He's into his final over.
This is important, because the left-hander here is going to be eyeing up that short boundary.
He's got it over there. Rajapaksa goes for it, but he only gets a single, dragging the ball into the leg side. Milan's gone off, of course, hobbling off with what looks to be a groin strain. So Chris Jordan is on the field. Milan, of course, can't have a runner. So that'll affect things.
We're going to get Rajapaksa back on strike here.
Nasanka now waits and is down the pitch, and high. Jordan's down there. He took a very good catch down there the other evening and takes another one. That's the end of Nasanka. 67 he made, and he gave certainly the start of Sri Lanka's innings a tremendous push, and his teammate there has just seen run out to go and say well played to him as he walks off. Excellent innings. 67 from only 45 balls. He's trying to hit Rashid out of the ground down there. Got right underneath it, and Jordan, a lot of ground to make up. He's a brilliant catcher. He's got a wonderful, wonderful pair of hands. And he lined that up and took it really quite easily. But well played, Pathum Nasanka, 67 from 45.
It's a very, very good innings. He's set the innings up beautifully for Sri Lanka here to go hard. Some of the bigger hitters to come in now. Dasun Shanaka to come. We know how well he can hit the ball.
Yep.
He really can strike it well.
Well, England is to keep chipping away with these wickets. 118 for 4, halfway through the 16th. New batsman's arrived.
I think from here, Sri Lanka will be disappointed if they don't get themselves to 170.
I think they'll take some getting to play well. It's just gripping enough.
I mean, this is Rashid's last over. That means it'll be just as seamless to bowl after this, which, you know, even in that previous delivery that just got the wicket, the ball just kicked on the surface. It sort of skied it.
New batsman then, Shanaka. Waits as Rashid comes bustling in, bowls to him down the leg side, tries to sweep, the ball thumps into his pad, picked up by Butler, no run, another dot. Excellent figures these. Rashid has taken 1 for 14, he's got 2 balls left.
I mean, these figures are great for England, but at the same time...
Just the warning light, isn't it?
It's also worrying.
Yeah. Here he comes from the far end again. Bowles. Shanaka tries to sweep that. He drags it from outside the off stump. They've taken 1. Curran picks up and fields. So collected by Butler. Only a single.
The bit that worries me is Rajapaksa's not been able to get him over to that leg side boundary at all. He's tried. He's tried to sweep him, tried to slog sweep him, He's not managed to get any of them. They're sort of either kicked over his bat or they've gone underneath.
Rajapaksa then, left-handed. Can he find that short boundary? Rashid comes in, bowls to him. He drives into the longer boundary out of deep extra cover to complete Rashid's efforts here. 4 overs, 1 for 16, his first wicket in the tournament. And as we were saying, terrific performance. It really is by Rashid, but it just comes with now that little health warning attached to it that spinners are not easy to hit on here. And Sri Lanka have plenty of them. And if they can get a good score on the board, and they're heading that way, these runs are going to take some getting. 120 for 4, 4 overs to go. Options, well, Wood actually only bowled 1 over. He went for 17. So he's got more of the tank if they want it. Curran's coming back now. He's got 2 left. So he can close things down from this end. Or 17 and 19. And the other Stokes has got 1 left. Wokes has got 1 left. So there's some options there. Curran's going to bowl to Rajapaksa with 4 on that leg side boundary.
Can we see Wood on the field? Is he at fine leg?
He certainly was. Yeah, that's him down there. Way in the distance. Rajapaksa on strike then, and Curran's on his way, bustling in, left arm over the wicket, bowls to him, and a leading edge ball runs away into the offside. He's trying to flick that away out towards mid-wicket. Moeen's the fielder. And 1 run is taken, 121 for 4 in the 17th over. Darkness now overhead, absolutely black sky. We're lit up by these floodlights beaming down. And, just a reminder for people listening in the UK to us, you can watch video clips on the BBC Sport website and the app, so you can see what's going on here as well. Here goes Curran there, bowls, pushed away defensively, going for that quick single throw. Well, Wokes in the end decides not to. He picked it up cleanly. In the end, that was good enough. He knew the run had been taken, couldn't really risk hitting the stumps direct. 122 for 4. Rajapaksa back on strike again, so strong offside field, just with the 1 man back on the short fence there at point. Curran wanders back, all those shadows at his feet. Rajapaksa over his bat. Curran strides 4 or 5 paces and buckles it again. Short steps, he bowls on the off stump, push for a single once more. Not trying anything too aggressive there. Fielded once more by Wokes. 1 more, 123 for 4 in the 17th over on a warm evening in Sydney. Beautiful couple of days of Sydney sunshine, making up for the miserable weather we had down in Melbourne. Hope it's all dried up down there now for all our listeners there. In goes Curran, left arm over the wicket, bowls outside the off stump. He got an edge there, it was a slower ball, but couldn't carry to Butler, who fielded it cleanly. It's a dot ball. Like, just one of those examples in this game so far, and I'm trying to be impartial about it, but it has slightly run with Sri Lanka. The moments like that just could go either way. They're tending to go Sri Lanka's at the moment. 6 is just over the fielder's head and that sort of thing, and England got to keep their chins up here. 123 for 4. Curran bowls outside the off stump. How wide is it? It's okay, he's got away with it. Umpire rifle in generous mood. He's fired outside the off stump. 123 for 4. The ball to go in the 17th. And another good over here from Curran.
Top class over this from Curran. He's changed his pace up and down, made it difficult for the batters. Really, it's been a poor over for Sri Lanka. No real intent.
Can he put a dot in here? 123 for 4. Curran's on his way. He's there. He bowls very wide again. He might not get away with that the second time, but he has done just very wide. And the batsman's not happy at all. He's glaring at the umpire. And he's not happy at all. I'd like to see a replay of that. I mean, it looked wide, but then the batsman could just have been setting himself rather on his heels there, which meant that he couldn't get across. But the score predictor says 167 at the moment, but won't get that high if there's another 3 overs like that one. You're right, there's no intent there at all.
No, they haven't played that over very well. Even Rajapaksa just blocking it into the offside for a single. It's almost brought what I thought they could have got up to 170. It's almost pegged them back to 160 now. They'd have to go really well to even get to 160 at this rate.
Mark Wood's coming back. Change of ends for him. Straight from the Randwick end. Way in the distance. We'll stare down through our open window here. 3 floors up in the Bradman stand. So you can see the whole ground lit up by these enormous floodlight pylons. He's going to bowl to Rajapaksa, left-hander. And he's on his way now, racing in from the far end, long straight approach, a huge leap, and he's there, and he bowls short, a swish from Rajapaksa trying to hook the ball into the leg side, got nowhere near it, the ball was through him. Flies through to Butler for a dot. 123 for 4.
It's an important over.
Yeah.
Important few balls to Rajapaksa this, because Wood doesn't like to go full. He prefers to go into the wicket, and Rajapaksa's got the short boundary to his leg side. If he does want to go into the wicket like he did there, it is a risk.
He could fly anywhere, couldn't he? That's the trouble. He just flings the bat like that. Short boundary. Wood again, tearing in. Past umpire Wilson he comes. Bowls to Rajapaksa's shot. This is exactly what I mean. He's swished at this. It's flown down to third man. Fortunately for England, only for 1 run, as Wokes can field down here, but flailing the bat at a short one. Ball can just fly anywhere. Especially left-handers. Just virtually hit it anywhere, but that was just for 1 run. 124 for 4.
I mean, he's also got the danger of Tushanaka bowling short. Shanaka's very, very strong on the pull shot. Anything around that midriff, he does normally slot them a long way back, so it's also a danger against him to go to that length.
Well, I think he's going to it, looking at the field. Mid-on, mid-off up. Fine leg, third man back. 2 men in the leg side boundary as well as the fine leg. Deep square, deep mid-wicket. Jordan out there in the busy area, if you like. The longest boundary. So I don't think it's going to be full. Here goes Wood again. It's there and he bowls. Shanako pulls into the leg side. It was a ball just short of a length, but hasn't really got hold of it. Jordan can keep them down to 1 run. So it's now 125 for 4. Paul's listening in the Beaver. Lovely place to be on it is Saturday morning, isn't it? Well done, Paul. Dear Agnes and Co, thought I'd let you know it's chilly enough in Bottisford last night for a couple of 3 logs to go on the wood burner. I work outdoors all day on a beautiful private estate in Rutland, and can't thank all the various broadcasters enough for the excellent coverage every morning. Thank you, Paul. And hello to everyone in the Beaver this morning. Hope you're enjoying yourselves. Not sure what the weather's like in there at the moment. In comes Wood from the far end, bowls down the leg side. Umpire Wilson says no, can't get away with that one. Out went his arms as wide, and Wood again kicks away there at the footholes. He's not been happy with whether it's his boots or his spikes on the whole trip so far. He's spent a lot of time kicking away at the dirt.
But it's the way he approaches the crease. He slams it so hard that if there is any moisture in those crease areas, you can slide. So I'm assuming he's got his long spikes on. He seems to trip over his long spikes.
Yeah, he's done a lot of slipping. Here he is again, rushing in. There, and he bowls short, and again trying to drag it into the leg side, but not timed at all. It's only a single. 2 balls to go. That was 90 miles an hour, that one.
This is hurting Sri Lanka. Singles at this stage of the game.
No, they just can't find that boundary at all at the moment.
And they're looking like they're probably only going to creep to 150 from being in a set position to score 170.
Well, what can Shanaka do? He's on 3 from 7 balls. Wood's there again. He steps away, flashes and misses. Or he's actually got a nick to it. It's caught behind. So a little feathered edge on the timely wicket for England. Just tighten their grip now. 127 for 5. With a ball to go in the 18th. So 13 deliveries left. And that predicted score coming down is now 142. Well, that's come a long way down. Where it was was just a moment or so ago. So a good job being done here, set up by England spinners. Now the quicker bowlers keeping it tight as well. Shanaka out for 3. 127 for 5. The new batsman comes out. It's probably Hazaranga. Out he comes. We'll see him bowling later for sure. A very good tournament. I think he'll throw the bat at it. 127 for 5. He'll come down to the strikers then. Mark Wood's got one more ball at him, so I'd love to make this a dot with them. Must be 4 off the over, plus the wide, but also a wicket as well. Hazaranga takes guard. He's got 49 on his back. Spider Cam moves in for a very close view there. We're heading off into the night sky again. Here's the last ball of the over. Wood tosses himself a couple of catches. Umpire's ready, and Wood on his way, hurtling in past the umpire. He's there now, bowls, and he steps away a bit there. Hazaranga gives up a little bit of room. The ball rolls away for a single out to point, and that is just 4 more ones in that over and the wide, as Mark Wood has recovered there from that first over that was expensive. With a tidy second, 128 for 5 with 2 overs to go, and England just tightening a grip on this now.
Yeah, I think those 2 overs there have really pegged Sri Lanka back. It's not been a great knock from Rajapaksa so far, nor from Dasun Shanaka, who faced 8 balls for his 3 runs. There was no real urgency to get going. They've still got guys who can come in and hit the ball. They really need some boundaries now. They've got to get themselves up above 150. Can they get themselves to 155?
Well, he's got the short boundary to interest him here. Curran's going to bowl from our end. It's the penultimate over of the innings, 128 for 5. In goes Curran, scurrying in, bowls very full outside the off stump. He's kept bowling it out there. He must just be within that tram line there, because he's got away with another one. Must be absolutely bang on. Umpire Wilson's the man who's having a look. It's Paul Wilson, not our old friend Joel. But, he's got the line there, and so it's everything's lined up. And Curran again dips his head, rushes in, bowls a low full toss this time, which is scythed away into the offside. They will get 2. Fielder runs all the way around that deep point boundary and throws it back to Butler. Bounces a couple of times. 130 for 5.
It's always the danger when you're just looking to score to the short boundary and you're only exclusively wanting to hit leg side. You miss out on so many deliveries outside off stump, which would normally bad deliveries, which you can carve away through point, over third man, over extra, you know, because you're looking so leg side.
Here's the next one. Curran's on his way. He steps outside the off stump, and Curran bowled that beautifully, right up into his toes, and all he could do is knock it back to him. He committed himself there to stepping away to the offside to try and get the ball into that short leg side boundary, but really well bowled by Curran. It was the length there and the direction. It absolutely cramped him. Beautiful length.
These last 15 balls have played England back into the game.
Yep, absolutely. Where's this one going to go? It's Hazaranga again. What's he going to try and do? He misses another one. Slightly held back. The change of pace. And looking a bit hapless there, Hazaranga, just trying to hit it somewhere down the ground, but it's a bit half-hearted. I think he knew he'd been deceived as soon as he started playing the shot. Just 2 from this over. And there's 2 balls to go. His last 4 or 5 overs, which included Rashid's spell too, the closing over in that. Been brilliant for England. Curran, he's given away 4 there. Well, not given away, he's conceded 4 because Hazaranga there stepped outside the off stump. Curran went full and straight. He's just managed to get a bit of bat on it, and it's flown down to the boundary for 4 runs with a fine leg up. Bit of bad luck there for Curran. He did the right thing, got it absolutely. He aimed at the stumps. They would have hit middle.
That's unlucky.
Yeah. Fluky edge. 34 for 5. The ball to go in the 19th. Still fine leg and third man on the edge of the circle. Curran. Over the wicket, bowls his final ball, which is dragged away into the onside. The batsman running to the far end takes that first one quickly. They'll come back for the second. The throw's on the way, makes his ground securely. And that's the end of Curran, who's put in another excellent performance here for England in this tournament. He's almost the go-to bowler, it seems, the go-to seam bowler these days. So much variety. Conceded 2 there, so 4 overs, 1 for 27 from his 4 overs. And it looks like Mark Wood is going to bowl the last one.
I think the Sri Lankan batsmen made a huge mistake of only looking to that short boundary. There's been balls outside off stump, which, if they'd got bats on over point or over short third, it would have meant that Sam Curran would have to change his plan or think about doing something else rather than just sticking it outside off stump. They've almost cramped themselves by stepping across and only looking to that short boundary.
So last over, Wood's going to bowl it. We've got Rajapaksa on strike. It's interesting, it's getting the fielders precisely where they want, and interestingly Jordan therefore is coming down to third man. Again, that just demonstrates what length Wood is going to bowl here. He's not going to pitch it up. Rajapaksa on strike. In comes Wood. He's there and he bowls outside the off stump. Carving stroke. The ball flies out towards deep extra cover. Chase for Livingstone, who dives, and he couldn't quite stop that going for 4. Great effort out there, and diving onto his shoulder. He's got to be so careful going at that sort of a rate. But a sea of Sri Lankan flags there behind him, waving to celebrate, well, a rare boundary as it's become. 136 for 5. We're in the last over. There's 5 balls to go. Interesting to say that Jordan is down here at third man, where they imagine that the ball is likeliest to come, or at least to catch possibly, down here.
I think what will be interesting to see is if Wood does go short and Rajapaksa does actually get hold of one over square leg for 6, whether Wood would change his plan. What will he decide to go full and wide, which I don't think he's entirely comfortable doing with mid-off up.
It's quite dangerous though, isn't it? I mean, he knows where he's going to bowl. He's got to bowl short of a length. Here he comes again, bowls, and he goes for the pull shot. It's a dolly catch to mid-on. And that's the end of Rajapaksa. So it's ended well for England there with Curran taking the catch. But he knew what Wood was going to bowl. He's got that short boundary there to hit. He went for it, but just didn't time the ball at all. A very easy catch for Curran. And the 6th wicket goes down for 140. There's 4 balls left.
Yeah, I think Rajapaksa's been exposed there big time by the England bowlers. They've just come in, they've run in, they've bowled short at him, kept it at his body. He's never in a position to play that pull shot. Prefers the ball to be pitched up with a bit of width for him to put his hands through. He's missed out on a lot of deliveries, possibly a few boundaries that he's missed out on.
Karunaratne is the next batsman, number 8. 4 balls left. A twiddle of the bat. Looks confident there as he takes guard from umpire Rifle, pouring at the ground with his right boot. And now Jordan is at fine leg in that key position. Wood's waving at him. Third man back, fine leg back, mid-on and mid-off up. It's Wood. Tears in now, bowls to Karunaratne, who tries to get that away off his hip. They'll scurry a single as Wood kicks the ball towards the stumps. And he missed them. Buttler was able to field that, so there's no overthrows or ricochets. 141 for 6 with 3 balls to go. And Hazaranga on strike. Wood begins that long walk back to the start of his run-up. Overs on target, so there's no issue here for England. In fact, we haven't done a single game where the overs have been behind, I don't think, of the fielder having to be brought inside the circle as a penalty. It just shows, doesn't it? If you bring a penalty in like that, it works. I wish they'd do the same sort of thing with over rates in Test cricket. because the odds are that the penalties wouldn't be imposed because the overs would be bowled. Similarly in this, they've all been bowled. In comes Wood, he's there, and he bowls outside the off stump. Hazaranga's all over the place there. It's like on Strictly Come Dancing. Went one way, then the other. Not sure what he was doing, whether it was a bit like Phil Tufnell's tango there. All over the place. And he missed the ball completely. Taken by Butler.
This is pretty poor batting from Sri Lanka. Playing themselves out of the game.
Yep. We get the chance. We haven't got a scorer here. We'll tot up what the last 5 overs have gone for. 25, I think. Here's Wood again. Bowls. Oh, almost bowled him there. They're going for a bye. Butler's throw misses. And Wood run him out at the far end, I think. We'll have to have a look. Not sure the batsman actually ran his bat into his ground there. But Butler hurled the ball at the stumps. That would have been run out at this end, but he missed. Wood was there to take the throw. And then he tried to run the batsman out as he completed that bye up at the far end. Let's have a look. I think the body language out there is that he's in, but he's out, you know. I think he's out. He is out. Thought he was. Only about a foot. But isn't that funny? No one out there is... thought it was at all, including the batsman himself. He was just standing there very innocently. Hit his ground at the far end. He must have known. But good work from Wood. And he had to dive there to take the ball with him into the stumps. Out goes the 7th. Sri Lankan, 141 for 7. And there's 1 ball to go. That'll be...
Is that a sign that it's actually hard to just slog the ball on this wicket? I mean, we don't know for sure until 2 teams have batted on it.
No.
But it's interesting because they just have not got hold of the ball since the ball's got a little bit older, since they've been trying to play the big shots. Just haven't been able to get it. Is that the wicket? Is that just the batters? It's hard to say because they've only scored, I'll make it 40, 41 runs off the last 7 overs.
Yeah, you can try and hit the ball too hard sometimes, can't you? I mean, they've certainly been throwing the bat. The ball hasn't gone anywhere. Last ball of the innings, 141 for 7. Wood's on his way. He bowls to Karunaratne, who sides that into the offside. Down to third man, caught. Hales takes the catch. He'll run off and get his pads on. And England know what they have to do to get through to the semi-final in Adelaide. They've got to score 142. They've got to win the game. Nothing else will do. But they know now what it is. That's their target. And I have to be honest, 40 minutes or so ago, it looked like it was going to be considerably more than that.
I mean, Sri Lanka are probably 30 runs short from where they should be. They were looking at 170, which would have been a very, very challenging score, I think, here today on this pitch with the spinners that Sri Lanka have got in the armoury. But they only score, 40 runs from the last 7 overs. There were 7 overs to go. They had a great platform. They were around 100 for 2 or 100 for 3. And they just didn't get hold of the ball. A lot of plays and misses. Not standing still and playing from a base. It's really hurt them.
Talk for a second. I'm just working this out, doing my maths. 7, carry 1. Last 5 overs, 37.
That's pretty poor.
That does come with a warning that I've tried to work it out, which is probably wrong. But it feels about right, doesn't it?
Well, it's even worse. It's probably 41 from the last 7.
Yeah. I only went as far back as that. But that was a really good recovery, actually, by England there. They'll be underway here at about just after 1:45, by the way. But I'm going to make a cup of tea at home on a Saturday morning or late breakfast or something, get the kettle on. And you can do that. I'll just run through the card, which began so promisingly for Sri Lanka. Nisanka 67, Mendes 18. They put on 39 for the first wicket in 4 overs. Balls flying all over the place, hitting 6s and so on. Dhananjaya De Silva made 9. Lanka made 8. Roger Paxson, everybody got going, 22 from 22 balls. Shanaka 3. Hazaranga De Silva was run out for 9. And the last wicket was Thiksana, who was caught by Hales just below us here on the third man boundary for a duck. So 141 for 8. Bowling-wise, Ben Stokes, 1 for 24 from his 3. Chris Wokes also 1 for 24 from 3. Mark Wood, 3 for 26. He does pick up wickets, you know. 3 for 26 from 3 overs. Sam Curran, again, bowled beautifully. 4 overs, 1 for 27. But particularly the spinners here. Rashid, 1 for 16 from 4. Livingston, no wicket for 16 from 2. And Moeen conceded 5 from his 1 over. And just before we listen to the highlights, Ravi, as we said before, it's those contributions there that obviously stand out as being outstanding for England. But Sri Lanka are going to look at that and say, right, come on, okay, we haven't got as many as we want, and they haven't. But it's going to be those spinners who are going to be the danger.
Yep, and Sri Lanka will be looking to their spinners to do the bulk of the work here. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of spin bowled in the first 6 to challenge the English batsmen. The Sri Lankans normally have in their head that English batters struggle against spin, but not these days. Not as bad as it used to be many, many years ago. These boys can play. They've got the power to, you know, they can power the ball now. So if there is a lot of dot balls in between, they can power the ball over the ropes. There is a short boundary for them to play those sweep shots into there. But Sri Lanka will be hoping that Hasaranga will get a 4 for or 5 for.
Yep.
And win him the game.
We shall see. I can see Adil Rashid scuttling off the field. He's done a quick interview down there. And so, with the restart actually at 47 minutes past the hour, so just between 2:45 and 10:02. Here's the highlights of Sri Lanka's innings.
Stokes bowls, short ball, pulled away by Nasanka, and that's nearly gone all the way to deep backward square. Not nearly, it has. So Sri Lanka opens its account with a 6. Now Wokes to finish the over again, and it's pulled away by Mendes. He's got it, I think, into the gap towards deep square leg. No, Livingston, what a catch! Sliding on his knees to his left, and Kusal Mendes is out for 18.
Curran, left arm over the wicket, bowls. He's gone for a big hit into the leg side. Didn't sound like he'd middled it to me, and the catch is taken by Ben Stokes at deep mid-wicket. Dhananjaya has gone for 9.
It's a top edge towards backward point. Catch is taken and he's out. Alex Hale's the catch. Ben Stokes strikes. But that's Lanka gone for 8 off 9 deliveries. Nasanka hoists this away to deep mid-wicket. It's going, gone. Another 6, his 5th. He moves to 56. Sri Lanka 95 for 3 in the 13th over as he flexes that leg again. Short of a length, and it's an uppercut over the head of Rashid. A short third man for 4. Not a good delivery given the field. And Banuka played that brilliantly. His first boundary, he's 6. And the 100 up for Sri Lanka for the loss of 3 wickets with 1 ball left in the 13th over. Livingston bowls over the wicket, well flighted. And Nasanka just blocks it down the ground for a single that will bring up his half century. Brook comes in to do the fielding, and Pathum Nasanka 50 not out of 33 deliveries.
Nasanka now waits and is down the pitch and high. Jordan's down there. He took a very good catch down there the other evening and takes another. That's the end of Nasanka. 67 he made, and he gave certainly the start of Sri Lanka's innings a tremendous push. Woods there again. He steps away, flashes and misses, or he's actually got a nick to it. It's caught behind. A little feathered edge, another timely wicket for England. Just tighten their grip now. 127 for 5. And he comes again, bowls, and he goes for the pull shot. It's a dolly catch to mid-on. And that's the end of Rajapaksa. So it's ended well for England there with Curran taking the catch. Here's Wood again. Bowls, almost bowled him there. They're going for a bye. Butler's throw misses. And Wood run him out at the far end, I think. We'll have to have a look. He's out, you know, I think. He's out. He is out. Thought he was. Last ball of the innings, 141 for 7. Woods on his way. He bowls to Krunaratne, who sides that into the offside. Down to third man, caught. Hales takes the catch. He'll run off and get his pads on. And England know what they have to do to get through to the semi-final in Adelaide. They've got to score 142. Indeed they do. I've just been trying to do some sums again during the course of that. I reckon that off the last 8 overs, Sri Lanka lost 5 wickets while adding only 52 runs. So England really getting their way back from the end of the 12th over onwards. Last 8, 52 for 5. England did 142 to win. Someone who bowled particularly well today taking 1 for 16 from 4 was Adil Rashid, and he's been speaking to Mike Atherton.
Adil, 141 for 8 for Sri Lanka. How do you evaluate that score in the conditions?
I thought we bowled exceptionally well. I thought up front they played very aggressive. They got off to a good start, but I thought, we stuck to our strengths and we came back really strong there in the middle and the end. So we'll be happy with 141.
How concerned were you after the 5 or 6 over mark at the end of the power play because they were going well, Sri Lanka?
Yeah, they were going well, but that's T20 cricket. It changes very quickly. 1-2 wickets, a couple of good overs, the momentum changes. So we weren't concerned at all. It's still a lot of time left, 15 overs to bat, but like I said, we came back really strong.
On this used pitch here at this ground, you probably expected ahead of the game that you were going to have a significant role to play.
Yeah, definitely. I think obviously these conditions, they were a bit slower than the rest of the pitches we've been playing in Australia, but we still got to adapt, and I think we bowled exceptionally well as a team. The seamers, spinners that also came in.
Wickets have been quite hard to come by for you in this tournament. How do you feel you've been bowling, not so much in terms of the wickets taken, but the general quality of your bowling?
I feel okay. I feel the same. I work hard in the nets and try and develop my skills. But that's T20 cricket. Sometimes you bowl well, you bowl okay, you don't get wickets. Sometimes not so good, and wickets come. So I'm not really too fussed in that sense. As long as I'm out there giving my 100% for the team, and hopefully we can as a team do well as well.
Big 20 overs coming up, everything on it, semi-final place at stake.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously it's a big second innings for us, but I'm confident if us play our way and stick to our strengths, hopefully we'll come up.
Well bowled today.
Thank you very much.
Stunning performance by Adil Rashid, his first wicket of the T20 World Cup, and he may have just advanced them to the semi-finals. 4 overs, 1 for 16, and the first hint came when he bowled the last over of the power play with Sri Lanka right on top. They were 1 for 52 after 5 overs, but just 2 runs off that 6th over, and the momentum then changed. Sri Lanka's lowest scoring 5-over period was that last 5 overs where they lost 4 for 25 on their way to 8 for 141, and Nasanka, the opener, played a starring role, 67 of 45 deliveries, 2 4s and 5 6s, leaving England with a target of 142 to win and advance to the semi-final against India, which would be played on Thursday at Adelaide Oval. Now, if you want to watch the highlights of that innings in the UK, you can do that on the BBC Sport website and app. So that's easy to do if you've just got home, just woke it up, just whatever you've done today, and you think, okay, let me catch up. You can do that. All the highlights on the BBC Sport website and app. And a reminder across the ABC and BBC tomorrow, a triple header to finish Group 2. 2 games from Adelaide, South Africa against the Netherlands and Bangladesh against Pakistan, and then India v Zimbabwe. The easiest way to describe what they mean, if India and South Africa win, they go through to the semis. It would be India against England if England wins tonight on Thursday night, and Wednesday night here at the SCG would be South Africa against New Zealand. If somehow Sri Lanka manages to beat England tonight, it would be Australia v India here at the SCG on Wednesday, and the other game would be New Zealand v South Africa on Thursday at Adelaide Oval. So that's how it's playing out. Now we've got news coming through on David Milan, tweaked left groin, likely to be pushed down the order. Certainly won't be batting at number 3 tonight. Thank you to Adam Mountford, our great producer here at the SCG, as the umpires are coming back out. Sri Lanka in the field with one last hurrah in their T20 World Cup campaign. How likely are the odds, Stuart Clark, of England chasing down 142?
Yeah, good evening, Andrew. Good evening, everybody. Look, I'm back in England here. I know it's hard for me to say as an Australian, but I think if I've been completely objective about all of this, 140 odd isn't enough on this wicket,
especially considering where they were placed.
Yeah, Sri Lanka had a beautiful start. They couldn't have asked for any more, and England, to their credit, found a way to fight back and really put the pressure right back onto the Sri Lankans. They took back all the momentum away from the Sri Lankans and go into the break with plenty of momentum going their way. We know the 2 at the top of the order for England. They are very, very powerful players, Alex Hales and Josh Buttler. We know the damage they can do. If they get off to a flying start, watch them take the target down to about a runner ball, and from there, it's just a cakewalk. They'll knock it around and they'll get the job done.
Stewie, they only scored 60 51 from the last 10 overs from the halfway mark, Sri Lanka.
It's like I was watching a game of kids cricket where there was only one spot you could hit the ball over deep mid-wicket. They forgot that there's 360 degrees of area to hit the ball, and they kept trying to target one spot and one spot only. And one stage there, we saw a couple of the batters back away so far that a ball that was just about hitting off stump, they couldn't reach.
So pressure can do interesting things, though, and England knows they have to do this to reach the semi-finals. Joss Buttler and Alex Hales are out there, and it looks like, as last time we're here at the SCG for a Sri Lanka game, it'll be Thikshana to open the bowling, the spinner, and it will be Mahesh Thikshana. Did well against New Zealand, and remember, they got flogged by New Zealand by, what was it, 65 runs or something. They had New Zealand at 3 for 15 and should have had them at 4 for 24 if not for a drop catch.
Yeah, and I think that you alluded to it right there and then, is that their fielding was pretty ordinary in that match against New Zealand, and they can't let that happen again here tonight. If they field poorly and they give England chances, they're absolutely no hope. If they hold all their chances, and they will get a few, the nature of the game does dictate the chances will come. They'll give themselves a fighter's chance, but it's all to be done for the Sri Lankans at the moment, and if they can just get themselves off to a good start as Buttler walks down the wicket and just dusts off some bits and pieces. We go down the countdown.
Oh, I love the countdown. We're down to 5. 22-year-old Thikshana waiting for it as well. And Joss Buttler will be on strike. All those pyrotechnics go off in front of us and add a bit of warmth. You're not wrong. Long on, deep mid-wicket, backward square, short fine leg, slip in place. Thikshana bowls, and Buttler is on the drive. Can't pierce the field, straight to mid-off. And there's no run as the fielding is done by Chamika Karunaratne. And he starts with a dot ball right on target.
Mystery spinner, big in-swinger that one, by the looks of it. It just swung in nicely. We saw Allen miss one of those when they played New Zealand. And
yes. Here's Mahesh again, past umpire rifle, and Buttler pushes to mid-off again. Bounces up to the chest that time of Karunaratne. Dot ball, good start.
90 kilometres an hour, so not floating them up there, getting them through quite nicely. He doesn't want to be loud. He doesn't want Buttler to get underneath one and get himself going.
And he comes again, Buttler in the crouch. Now stands more upright as he works this off his pads towards the fielder at deep mid-wicket. And they get a single, so they're off the mark. Joss Buttler opens his account, coming off a player of the match performance against New Zealand in that very, very handy 20-run win at the Gabba. So now it'll be Alex Hales on strike. He's really been hit or miss. Alex Hales, the field seems unchanged on that offside, by the way. It's a slip, very straight. Short third, backward point, cover, mid-off.
You get this feeling with Hales, it's sink or swim here. He's going to take it on. He ain't going to be held down.
He's Thikshana comes in. This one is flied, and Hales nicely turns it right past the square leg umpire. There'll be at least a couple of runs. They come back for a second now. They nearly collide as the fielding is done by Hasaranga, and they do get a couple for Alex Hales to get off the mark. England 3 without loss in the first over.
Yeah, full toss, just worked it away. Wasn't expecting it. I think he was looking to hit it through the offside and got a full ball. Would have hit him on the pad. Would have been going way down leg side. Slight change in the field now. We've got a mid-wicket coming in, and the man that was behind square on the onside is going over to mid-off. And cover, and mid-off's going to cover point, and cover point's going to cover.
Yeah, it's Kasun Rajitha who moves to mid-off.
Must be trying to hide someone there for sure.
Karunaratne at a backward point as Mahesh comes in again. Bowls, flatter, quicker delivery to Hales, and good fielding by, on that occasion, Karunaratne, who just moved there. Backward point. No run on the SMS 0467 920 222. Francis says he'd be surprised if England can't get this total of 142. Say goodnight, Australia. Good night, Australia, says Steve. Here's Mahesh in again, and Hales is chopping a ball that was very close to his body, and he nearly chopped it on. He survived that scare, however, in a really good first over by Mahesh Thikshana. 3 runs off it. Alex Hales is 2. Joss Buttler is 1. 3 without loss. They're chasing 142 to make the semi-finals.
Yeah, the old mystery ball, that one, Thikshana. You've got to be very careful going onto the back foot and trying to play square of the wicket if you haven't been in for a while. That ball there is shaved off stump. Hale's trying to get it behind.
Did he nick it?
Maybe he did. No, he missed it.
He just missed it, and it was dropped by the keeper, Giselle Mendes, anyway.
Very, very risky shot, that, trying to play that against him. We saw Allen get out like that for New Zealand. Exactly the same ball, except it hit off stump.
So now it's Kasun Rajitha to open the bowling. He's a quick bowler, 13 wickets in his first 12 games for Sri Lanka, with the best performance of 3 for 29. So the left armer will come on from the Paddington end.
Yeah, you get a feeling that these two will really try and take him on here.
Economy rate of 9.16 in a young career.
Hard bowling at the top of the innings, only 2 fielders out, man out deep backward square and a third man. Butler holds him up as the camera, he's just sorting out the...
spider cam.
The spider cam's at deep mid-wicket where he thinks he's going to hit the ball.
Well, it's now swinging all over the place.
Put it to cover. He's not going to hit it there. He's going to go to deep mid-wicket.
Butler on strike, slip in place. 4 inside the circle on the offside. And the right armer bowls over the wicket. It's played square on the offside. No runs. Score remains 3 without loss. The target is 142.
It's a little flick though, and he's bowling that off the. He's bowling that off his middle finger, as Dick Shaw knows. He runs in and he flicks it off there.
There's almost no rotation on it.
Yeah, it's like as what it wobbles. It's like a floating bomb.
Yeah. The old FB, the floating bomb.
Slight change in the field. People just moving around, slip in place.
Short fine leg, deep square leg, and a deep third. They're the two back. Rajitha comes into Butler, angled on leg stump, and it's played perfectly to that man at deep square leg. Karunaratne does the fielding. 1 run. So Joss Butler, he is on 2. England 4 without loss in the second over. But that target just kept coming on down with a brilliant recovery by England. At the halfway mark, Sri Lanka was 2 for 80 and flying. But they finished at 7 for 141. 3 for 26 for Mark Wood after conceding 17 off his first over.
Bowled beautifully at the end there. Last time I saw Alex Hales bat at the SCG, hit one on top of the members stand up near the clock.
For the Sixers?
Yeah, for the Thunder, I think he was playing.
Oh, for Thunder. In the BBL, Rajitha bowls 2 Hales. He won't hit it to the clock here. Might get 2 forward of square. They have 1. They're coming back for a second run. Karunaratne's return on its way. 1 bounce and fumble by the bowler Rajitha. So they do get 2. Hales is 4. And England now for 6 midway through the second over.
Hales is a very powerful man, but he's not particularly quick between the wickets. He doesn't get in and out of the blocks very quickly. He's a powerful man. He's a big man. But running between the wickets certainly isn't his strength, just looking at that there.
Well, he doesn't normally do a lot of it.
No, he's a bomber, isn't he?
Slather and whack.
Tease him up, lets him rip.
And if this pair can get away, that game will get away from Sri Lanka quickly. Sri Lanka need to break through. Rajitha bowls to Hales down the track. Lost this over mid-off. Heading towards the boundary. 2 bounces over the rope into the fence for 4. That was right in the perfect slot. Over-pitched. Hales used his feet. And he moves to 8. England now 10 without loss in the second over.
Yeah, nice feat that by Alex Hales. He just gave himself a little bit of room. Importantly, though, he didn't lose his shape when he played the shot. Because the outfield's so quick and so hard as well, the ball hit the deck and really bounced to the boundary.
Not quite Coley-esque, but almost. That was a great shot.
It's a big wrap.
Not quite.
Not there yet. On its way.
Just that shot. I mean.
Deep mid-on's now dropping back. Third man's come up inside the circle. One went over the mid-off, I might add.
Rajapaksa comes to long on as Rajitha bowls a shocking slower ball that's a wide by about 10 feet. Dribbling down the leg side. So no wicket for 11. That did go horribly wrong.
That was one of the slides, but like a leg cutter slow ball, but just pushed it out of his hand.
So after seeing that first over from Mahesh Dikshana, you do wonder how big a role spin can play here for Sri Lanka. But the pace bowlers have got to keep it together. Rajitha comes in, bowls to Hales, and he lost this over extra cover. That'll bounce a couple of times, and that's it. 4 runs into the fence in front of the Daily Messenger stand, just under the big scoreboard. And Hales is eating Rajitha for breakfast, lunch and tea. He's 12, 15 without loss, 1 ball to come in the second.
Well, that was fruit dished up there by Rajitha. It was slow, didn't do anything, it didn't deceive anybody. Hales just planted his foot and smashed it away over the top of cover. Not sure what the captain can say other than don't bowl that again, because that was fruit.
Well, my old mate, the late great Ray Slug Jordan, former Victorian keeper, tourist for Australia, would say that was a nude nut. Nothing on it.
Oh, it was...
That's harder to spell, but an even better description perhaps. 15 without loss. Rajitha looking to finish a very expensive opening over for him. Hales, back lift high with intent, and he's on the drive towards mid-off, but can't get a run or was hit too well as the fielding is done by Hasaranga to end the over with the dot ball. So 12 off, England 15 without loss at the same stage. Sri Lanka was none for 15. England is none for 15. Hales on 12, Joss Butler on 2.
Yeah, Hales really taking the long handle there to Rajitha, really putting him away, putting the pressure right back on him. Sri Lanka's only option here is to go with spin as much. See if they can get 3 or 4 wickets with the spinners up front. If they just keep bowling medium paces, you just get the sense that these two will just start really, really taking it to them. We're going to see a change in bowling.
Well, nuts. Mahesh Dikshana down there at the Randwick end. He bowled the first over, went for only 3 runs. He's ranked 5th in the world with the T20 bowling world rankings. And he'll be bowling to Joss Butler with a long on, mid-wicket inside the circle. Deep square leg, short fine leg, short third man, backward point, cover, and a mid-off. Long on and a deep square legger back, and Butler plays and misses, and that ball went over the bails, I reckon. Again, dropped by the keeper, Kusal Mendes, but Mahesh Dikshana is looking to have every bit the impact Adil Rashid had for England, as Butler just missed that delivery. Again, it floated down there, went right over the top of off stump, of middle stump.
England would be better off just trying to knock him around for 6 off 6 and over in here rather than take him on, I think.
Mahesh bowls again to Butler, a quicker delivery, and it's turned off the hip. They should get 2 here to deep backward square. Butler has 1 and turns, and they'll get an easy second run.
Yeah, much better play than trying to force him off the back foot. Because he's got so much variety and he gets the ball to bounce a little bit and skid off the wicket at different stages with no real change in his action, a bit more circumspect. The worst thing England can do is lose a couple of wickets in this power play. They don't need to. They're not chasing 200. They're only chasing 140 odd.
Dikshana, none for 17 the score. Butler on 4, and he advances that with a boundary. He beats the mid-off, and as soon as it beat him, it races away for 4. He got to the pitch that time, and Joss Butler moves to a runner ball 8. And England looking good, 21 without loss midway through the third over.
That's a good shot, that, by Butler. Nice and straight. Proper cricket shot there. The old off drive, you can see all wrists and hands. He's such powerful hands and wrists that half-timed it and still raced away for 4.
Now change, mid-wicket, who desperately tried to save that ball, comes behind square on the leg side at backward square position. And that is Dhananjaya de Silva. Mid-wicket, moves straighter, and Butler just taps it on the onside between mid-wicket and long on, and there'll be another easy 2 runs. Gee, that's well played. 2 more runs for England. 23 without loss in the third. The target is 142, and Joss Butler moves along to 10.
Well, you got to make a decision. Both those fielders are out in the deep, and they're right back on the boundary, especially the man out at deep mid-wicket, although he's not watching at the moment.
Will he turn around? Now he does, as Mahesh is in. And Butler plays this uppishly wide to the left of mid-off. The throw by Karunaratne misses, and it's backed up at mid-wicket. They do get a single. Butler 11. England no wicket for 24. 1 ball to come in the third.
I like his chances against Alex Hales now. Alex Hales is a good player of fast bowling. I don't think playing spin, though, is his biggest strength. Bats at the top of the order isn't really comfortable with the variations that are being offered.
So 1 ball to come off this over. That's been pretty profitable for England. 9 runs off. Dikshana, very straight approach. Bowls to Hales, and he just defends it back to the bowler to end the over. 24 without loss, England. 3 overs done. They need 142 to win, with Butler 11, Hales on 12. And after 3 overs, Sri Lanka was no wicket for 32. On the SMS, 0467 920 222. I'll never hear the end of this if England wins. My landlord is English.
Yeah, sorry, champion. I think we're going to get to that part, aren't we, quickly?
If you're listening in the UK, you can email via tms@bbc.co.uk.
I'm just looking at the balls. There's 102 balls remaining, 118 runs. England will just be trying to close that number down, so it basically becomes even within the first 10 overs. Once you get to that point in the game, it's just knock it around because you can't control, especially if there are wickets in hand.
Well, it's more pace from this Paddington end, but out of the attack, Rajitha, in comes Varu Kamara in his 25th game, 28 wickets, economy of almost 8.5.
Can get a wicket though, Kamara. He's got the ability to take a wicket. He can go for a few, unfortunately. So hoping we get the... Sri Lanka will be hoping they get the good Kamara, the wicket-taking Kamara.
3 overs, 1 for 37 against New Zealand last Saturday. He's in bowling a short of a length and has carved straight through the fieldsman at cover, and they'll get a run as Hasaranga backs up from mid-off, moving to his left. That was hit powerfully, a ball just too short and wide, but only a single. Butler is 12. No wicket for 25 in the 4th over.
Yeah, he got a hand on that, otherwise that was going to be 4. Saved 3 runs there.
Mind you, feel like he should have pushed in front of him. That was the captain, Dasan Sharnika.
He's got such quick hands, Butler.
Yeah.
Like it's all, there's not a lot of movement, but it's all hands and power. Because Hales will wander around the crease a bit here, you would have thought.
Kamara comes into Hales, who uses his feet and a swing and a miss. That was over middle and off. Through it goes to the keeper, Kasal Mendes. And, well, he's got ants in his pants, Alex Hales, as he normally does when he opens up. He's so fun to watch.
He's such a powerful... If he stands still, he's got such a good eye. He tends to... He's trying to go and use the offside over the top of point cover. Kamara, he's sort of backing that Kamara will bang it in so he can then use the length to get up and underneath it. But if he stays still, he might actually get the ball he wants that he can flick away onto the onside.
So in he comes, Lahiru Kamara over the wicket, bowls to Hales, who launches this over mid-on, and 1-2 bounces into the rope. 4 runs for Alex Hales.
That's the perfect example of Alex Hales there. He got the length right, wrong did Kamara. Alex Hales played a beautiful straight drive, hold the pose for the cameras, but it's all about getting that length, and because he was so still, the outcome was so good.
I'm not sure he got that anywhere near as he had hoped. Down near the bottom of the bat, but he cleared the infield easily.
And he doesn't need to. That's because he's got so much power. Even if he doesn't hit them, if he hits them properly, they come up into the stands.
He's 16 off 10. Great start, England. 29 without loss, needing 142 to make the semis. Kamara bowls to Hales again, and he whips this back onto square, and that's 1 bounce over the rope for 4. That was sweet timing. Not to mention placement, and the pace bowlers are letting Sri Lanka down here. 33 without loss in the 4th, 9 runs off the first 4 balls from Kamara. And it's a no ball as well.
No.
You nearly just punt the seam bowlers at the moment. Just bowl spin and try and get some breakthroughs.
Even if it's part-time spinners, it'll be better than this.
Oh, he's well over.
Oh, no. Kamara, he's had a problem with this all tournament. Get your foot behind the line.
So, a free hit coming up for Alex Hales. No wicket for 34 midway through the 4th, and you know he's just hit their heads down on the table. Aaron Finch, they're screaming out, Kamara, get your foot back. In he comes, free hit for Hales. Slogs this off a thick outside edge towards deep 3rd man, and the fielder down there erred on the side of caution, knowing it was a free hit, and he did the fielding on the bounce, Rajitha, and they do get 1 run only. Hales moves along to 21, 35 for no wicket, and 2 balls to come in the 4th over.
I saw Paul Wilson put his finger up to his ear then. I thought he was going to call another no ball.
Joseph in Townsville says, "G'day, boys. Come on, Sri Lanka. Do it for Australia."
Yeah, I know. Come on, Sri Lanka.
Here's Kamara again. Now bowling to Butler, who is launching this high in the air. Has he got it? Mid-on, dropping back. Ball in the air. He never looked like catching that and falls all over himself. Does the fieldsman, Banaka, Rajapaksa, and they come back for a 2nd run. He was flailing going after that ball, and there's 2 more runs for Butler. He's 14, no wicket for 37 in the 4th.
Oh, look, that is poor fielding. He sort of watched the ball and was trying to follow. He should have put his head down and just made... He had to make yards, and he had to make them quickly. And unfortunately, he sort of just ran with the flight of it, but we were watching it live, and he was never going to... He missed it by about 3 metres because he didn't put his head down and go hard.
So 1 ball to come of another very expensive over. 13 runs off it so far. No wicket for 37. The target 1-4-2. Kamara bowls. And it's all. This time he strikes Butler on the body. He tried to pull a good length ball away. And he was still called through for a run by Alex Hales. And they do accomplish a leg bye to end the over. No wicket for 38 after 4. 14 off that. Butler breathing heavy after catching that around about the rib cage.
Solar plexus.
14, Hales is 21.
I think it hit him in... I think you'd call them the solar plexus. Or the roof, in my case.
That would be ouch.
Oh, it's right in the
feel the breath be taken away from him.
Didn't flinch though, the big guy, did he? Tough.
Well, he didn't have much of a chance because Hale scored it through straight away. Now we see the leg spin of Hasaranga coming in, replacing Thikshana. 104 from 96. This is currently working out exactly as you said it would before this inning started, that these two can put such a dent in the chase that it can get down to near a runner ball. It's still just over that. 104 to win off 96, and Hasaranga, the number 6 ranked bowler in world cricket, in his 52nd match, 84 wickets at an average of 14 and a half.
So you'd imagine they can get a runner ball here, and they'll hit at least 5 fours in the next 14 overs, or 16 overs. So the game's over if they bat properly now. It's just silly to say that, and we shouldn't, because pressure's a funny thing, but...
Hasaranga comes in from the Randwick end, bowls, and Butler is striking this, but straight to cover. No run as Shanaka picks up top ball, and Hasaranga, he can be over the top, he can be sidearm, he can be below sidearm. They can bounce about half a foot off the ground. As he moves in, angled approach, bowls to Butler, who's on the drive, whips it through mid-wicket with some force, but there's protection out there. And just a single as the fielding is done by Ashan Bandara. Substitute field is
Someone's
out there.
gone off, have they?
Yes.
Oh, no, what's his name? Wouldn't be for the guy that twisted his ankle.
Oh, Nasanka.
Nasanka, he won't be coming out.
He batted magnificently, didn't he? 67 or 45.
Earned the right not to field.
Hasaranga now bowling to Alex Hales. Well flighted, and Hales just drives it carefully along the carpet to long off. Gets a single as Chamika Karunaratne picks up. Hales to 22. No wicket for 40 in the 5th over. Moriam giving up texting. We'll wait until the footy season starts again. Fingers are getting sore when Louis and Matty get back from Mark on the Central Coast. NRL listener. Thank you, Mark. Hasaranga well fired, and Butler just defends it back down the pitch, which is all they need to do at the moment. They can be a little careful, even though there's only, 8 balls left of the power play.
Yeah, it isn't about the power play. They've got themselves off to a start. They've got that chase down to a manageable total now.
Hasaranga to Butler, back and across, and he cuts it. There's no one there. Straight between cover and point. 4 runs. Josh Butler just waited for the bad ball and pounced on it. He hits a boundary. He's 19 off 17. No wicket for 44. 1 ball left in the 5th.
That was fruit, short, wide. No fielder out in the deep. Josh Butler, too good a player to miss out on that. He smashed that away through point.
Isn't it funny? England are coasting, yet they're still well behind what Sri Lanka was at the same stage.
I'm just looking at my English colleagues behind me here, and a bit buoyed, aren't they?
They're confident. As now Butler hits this high and far, over mid-on, towards the boundary. It's into the stands. It's a 6. Great finish to the over. Josh Butler now 25 off 18, and England no wicket for 50 after 5 overs. Sri Lanka at the same stage was 1 for 52. Butler 25, Hales 22, 12 off the over. Now to join the rampant Stuart Clark will be Jonathan Agnew.
The T20 Cricket World Cup.
On your radio.
On the ABC Listen App.
Sport Digital.
And ABC5 Sports Extra.
Well, England's made a very positive start. 50 for no wicket. The target 142. 5 overs gone, so 1 left in this power play. Hales 22, Butler 25. So both going at the same sort of a rate. Butler's faced 5 more balls than Hales, but just the start that England wanted. Rajita's coming on, bowling his fast medium from this end. Fine leg, 3rd man up. The men back for this last power play over a long off and deep backward square leg. Hales on strike. And Rajita kicks up his heels. Tall, rangy looking fellow runs in now. Bowls over the wicket. Slower ball tucked away into the leg side. No one out there at deep mid wicket. Long chase to the field around that short boundary. He will cut it off. And they come back for 2.
All right, Aggers, it's all over here. I'm calling it now. I'm calling it now. It's you blokes at home.
Don't put the mockers on
you
like
are
that.
home.
Thank you, Stuart Clark.
You are.
Just no.
You need 90. You need 90 off 89. At worst, it'll be a super over.
Don't do this to me.
It's over. You blokes are in the semis. And you're going to knock Australia out. I'm disappointed.
52 for no wicket. We're in the 6th. Rajita again runs in, bowls. Oh, it's a big one. Up it goes into the night sky. 6 at deep mid-wicket, and someone there waves an Indian flag. Not sure what he's doing in here. He's come to the wrong game. You've got to go to Melbourne tomorrow with me. Go and watch India-Zimbabwe at the MCG. But now it's England-Sri Lanka at the Sydney Cricket Ground. Night has fallen well and truly. And England need 142 to win, so 84 more needed. And they're going well at the moment.
Length all wrong there, wasn't it? Just bowled a drop kick length. And Alex Hales, just the power. He was just he's just setting himself for that very ball. And even though he sort of got it a bit high and it went high, the ground's nowhere near big enough for that. He's got to either be full or short. He can't be caught in the middle.
So hard in a power play, isn't it? 2 fielders outside the circle, that's all. Jeter again runs in, bowls to Hales. A slower ball, clubbed over mid-on for 4. It's open season now. And Hales races to 34. And Joss Buttler comes down, gives a little tap on the gloves. I interviewed him a couple of days ago, and you could see his confidence had come back. He hadn't had a great tournament until that really good platform that the two of them set against New Zealand. He just knew, could see in his eyes that there was confidence, there was a real hunger to play and enjoyment to play.
He's such a big man too, Hales. He's got so much sort of levers, get the ball into funny spots and hit it hard.
62 for no wicket. Rajita again runs in, bowls to him, low full toss, 4 more. Jabbed away with bottom hand through mid-wicket. The ball's flying all over the place. They're running out of gas in these burners. They're going up all the time. Have to go and refuel those tanks down there. 66 for no wicket.
I would have just kept bowling the spinners here. I just would not have bowled the seamers. The spinners had good success for England. They had lots of them too, and they bowled different right until the end where Mark Wood and co came back. But it was spin, spin, spin. No point just bowling the medium paces here because they're just getting touched up.
Yeah, they are really so. Flashing lights below us on the back of this sight screen here. Maybe that's those gas things recharging. I don't know, but there was lights flashing. What does all that mean?
Yeah, I think it's got something to do with the screen in the back.
I don't know what it is. Anyway,
I can hear the English fans. They're in song now.
Yeah, they're enjoying themselves. They haven't sung at Sydney for a while, mind you. 66 for no wicket. Jeter's on his way, bowls outside the off stump, and Hales tries to run him away into the offside. There's a quite late appeal for caught behind there, but it doesn't impress umpire Wilson very much. He says no.
Yeah, there's a waste. If they refer this, it'll be nothing more than just a referral to slow the game down.
Yeah.
A couple of English flags flying over under the Victor Trump stand there.
Yes, they can unfurl them now, but carefully.
Oh no, they're going upstairs to have a look. Told you they would.
Oh, they hit the ground.
Yeah, no,
sure he did.
What are we, 90 metres away?
Yeah.
30 metres in the air.
It's an absolute act of desperation, this. Hales is looking just to run the ball to third man. Pretty sure that you'll see that he hit the ground with his bat. But, well, he got 2 reviews, I suppose, when you're up against it. The Sri Lanka, I might as well give him a go. But I don't think this one's going to be... I'll be amazed if this one goes Sri Lanka's way. Let's have a look. Outside the off stump is the ball. You see the bat coming down, hitting the ground.
No.
And that was that. So I don't think that's going to...
We'll get your best side on angle, please.
It's nowhere near it. The bat's hit the ground. Watching Ultra Edge.
Oh, hang on.
Yeah, but that's him hitting the ground.
That's him hitting the ground, isn't it?
There's a jiggity-jaggedy line, but that's the bat hitting the ground.
That's the bat hitting the ground there. That's not out.
You can't give that out. And the Sri Lankans are cheering in the crowd because there is a line, but it's the bat hitting the ground.
He's missed that. You can see he's missed that ball.
I'm sorry, I'm not going to stand there. If this is given out, then that's a joke. There's a mark on Ultra Edge, of course, because the bat has hit the ground, so the microphone has picked up that noise.
The ball, you can see the bat hitting the ground and the dirt coming up.
Yeah, okay, bat is also hitting the turf. And the ball is next to the spike, so I don't have any conclusive evidence to say that the ball has touched the bat, definitely. So I go back to ball on field.
Well, he's handing it back to the umpire in the middle, umpire Wilson, who gave it not out, and he made the right decision. But why the third umpire couldn't make a mind up there? What's the point in him? What's the point in paying him?
That's where you need hotspot.
Yes, I like hotspot.
Hotspot, I know there's a bit of conjecture about that and bits and pieces you can do to your bat, but...
Well, I think what hotspot does is if you see a hotspot, it's out.
Yeah, correct.
If you don't see a hotspot, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's not out.
That's what I mean. That's why it works, because it
just adds a bit.
It adds to the whole thing, so why don't we do it?
But why the third umpire couldn't make a decision there? Well, glasses must have steamed up or something. Anyway, it's not out. Then goes Rajita, and he bowls, and that's driven away up towards mid-off, who can't get there. It's 4 more. Of course, expensive over that one. Where are we? 10, 14, 16, 20 off it.
The Sri Lankan fitness trainer is doing more work than the fielders. He's picking them up and throwing them back the whole time.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it just went everywhere in that over. 70 for no wicket from 6. And terrific striking from Hales. 42 from 19 balls. And England needs 72 more to pack up their bags and go to Adelaide, I suspect, tomorrow.
If you were the Australians, would you be packing up your hotel room now?
Where are they? Are they in Adelaide still? I suppose they are.
Well, they would be playing here, wouldn't they? So they might be here.
Yeah. I don't know.
Don't know. Yeah,
but I think probably they're beginning to rise. We've got a triple header, by the way, for people listening. Wherever you are now, you'll get it. There's 2 games from Adelaide. South Africa against the Netherlands, Bangladesh against Pakistan, and then India, Zimbabwe. On the face of it, they don't look to be the most dramatic games. Bangladesh, Pakistan's always good fun, but those other ones, South Africa, Netherlands, India, Zimbabwe, could well determine who plays who in the semis. So they keep an eye on those, and say we're in Melbourne for that India Zimbabwe game. As long as it stopped raining. Has it stopped raining down there? Do we know?
We don't know. I'll check on my phone.
Well, they must have done by now.
Let's have a look at the forecast for tomorrow.
I think it's going to be rather nice, actually. 70 for no wicket. 6 overs gone. 72 more needed. And we've got Thiksana bowling his mystery spin. First ball's on the off stump, tucked away into the leg side by Butler. You can just afford to have a little look here, really, because after that last over went for 20. There's a little bit of breathing space here now. 70 for no wicket in the 7th. Butler's on 25. Thiksana again, right arm over the wicket, bowls, and Butler punches that into the onside. Hales has to get back to his ground quick. That was nicely picked up by the fielder there, close in, with a nice earring in his left ear. 70 for no wicket. More of a diamond stud, really, rather than a ring. And we've got Thiksana again, creeping in bowls, and that time Butler's managed to send it wide of that fielder. Picks up a single. 71 for no wicket, halfway through the 7th over now.
No, it looks okay.
The Melbourne weather?
No, it looks okay for tomorrow.
Excellent.
A little bit of sun, maybe a little bit of cloud cover, but nothing too serious.
Well, that'll be nice.
I don't know how warm it is. Looks
like
24
hours.
12 to 14 degrees. It's not overly warm.
Is it?
Yeah, it's not overly warm.
Hales on strike, and he's on the back foot, punching it away, and the bowler manager's going to hand to that and field. And there's no run. There's a lovely moment when, having been in Melbourne, of course, the whole flight up to Brisbane had taken off from Melbourne. And so how many are on those interns? A couple of hundred people? Something like that. There's Thiksana again bowling, and it's played away down to long on for a single. As soon as the aeroplane door opened at Brisbane, you could feel, whatever it was, 200 people go, oh.
The heat came in.
Just feel the warmth come through the cabin, you know what I mean?
and it can get warm up there too.
Well, it was lovely. It was just perfect. It wasn't too hot. It was really pleasant. But it was just after the chill of the week before. Butler slices into the offside. Chase there for the fielder, running back outside the circle, dives. Butler wants a second. He'll get it as well. The fielder a bit off balance. Good running. 74 for no wicket at the end of the 7th over. The target is 142. So England beyond halfway now, and well inside the halfway stage as far as the overs are concerned. Farewell to Stuart Clark. Might catch up with him towards the end of the game. Butler 28, Hales 43. And if I was tuning our way, well, Sri Lanka got away to a flyer. They really were off to such a good start. 52 for 1 after 5 overs. But then it all rather ground to a halt after that, and they lost 5 for 52 off their last 8. Never really got going at all as England's spinners started to tighten it up. And then Sri Lanka a bit hapless towards the end. Lots of thrashing about going on, but very few boundaries found. So Hazaranga is going to bowl his 2nd over. He went for 12 in his first. Moves in now, bowls his wrist spin, and it's tucked away in the air. Just up-ish anyway by Hales for a single down here to mid-on. Dan and Jaya as the fielder. Ravi Bopara is back. Ravi always seems relaxed. I can't. Even in a tense situation in a match, I can't imagine you chewing your nails really, or getting a bit edgy and fidgety and walking around and stuff. You just seem to be just calm as you like. You've seen so many of these games. Here's the next one, and he's gone for a big kick to the leg side. Catch it, they shout. And he has done too, out there at deep mid-wicket. I thought for a moment he was sprawling on the ground, and Sri Lanka's fielding has been so poor that Kunaratne might have dropped it, but he's hung on there. And so England have lost Butler for 28, looking to hit the ball into the leg side. That short bound we've talked about the last couple of games, dragging it away into that side, not quite getting hold of it. That's a good catch out there in the deep.
Well, they've actually held on to one,
yes.
Which is a surprise around this ground. But well, it's a timely wicket, but it might be a little bit too late. England have got off to an absolute flyer, scoring at 10 and over, and it just shows how much Sri Lanka actually missed out after their first 5 overs. I mean, they could have easily have posted 170, and they should have posted one. It would have been a challenge for England to go. There's just not been any pressure on them, right? You're only chasing 140. There's never really any pressure to free up a little bit.
Now, Ben Stokes is out at number 3 because David Malan has got a groin strain. And so Stokes comes up now, and he's got a little bit of time here to play himself in. What do you feel about runners, batsmen having runners? I'll just float the idea past you. Just say England needed, I don't know, 9 to win off the last over. 9 wickets down. You got Malan with a horrible groin strain. Do you really want to see a batsman try and run with a bad groin strain or a bad hamstring, or the damage that could be done to them? I don't know.
Yeah, no, I think, look, if you're genuinely injured, you should have a runner.
I think so.
Simple as that.
It was because too many batsmen, well, the umpiring was too weak in saying to a number of batsmen, no, you're not having one, get on with it. We don't think there's anything wrong with you. So that's basically what happened. But it could lead to some really dodgy situations. Stokes waits, and his first ball's played off the front foot. It runs away. Oh, they go for a quick single there. Stokes, I don't think, was ready for that. The ball flies away off the stumps as the throw comes in. I think Hales, he caught him rather by surprise there. In fact, he's got a hand up of apology, saying, I'm sorry. Sorry, Ben. Because he wasn't ready for that at all. But anyway, he's off the mark, which they should be grateful, really. And it's 76 for 1, and Hales is ticking anyway. He wants to get down there and get on strike. 3 on the leg side boundary to our right. 2 on the offside to our left. Floodlights beaming down. Hazaranga moves in, bowls a low full toss. Oh, Hales missed out there rather. Clipped it straight to the fielder inside the circle at mid-wicket. 76 for 1. Only 2 runs off this over so far. Hazaranga moves in, bowls. Again, he's gone for that big leg side boundary and missed it. Umpire Wilson says not out to a leg before wicket call. Not interested in that. 76 for 1. Good over this for Sri Lanka, but they need more. They've got a couple of wickets too to try and peg England back. Hazaranga on his way, bowls to Hales, forward, just blocks that into the offside. The bowler fields, and umpire Wilson calls over. 8 gone. Hales 44, Stokes 1, Butler dismissed for 28 from 23 balls. He hit 2 fours and a 6. So he and Hales put on 75 in 8 overs. So again, for the second time, a good platform.
Yes, very good platform. I must say, I don't like runners myself. I'll tell you why.
Keep running people out.
The only time I did have a runner was in a first-class match, and I'd done my quad, and the runner came out. I was on strike, punched one out to deep cover. Because it was such an easy, it was almost a walk to the other end. I forgot that I had a runner, so I just, with my injury, just trotted up to the other end. Even the opposition didn't even realise until the ball was sort of halfway in, and then I remember Robert Key shouting, he's out his crease. Run him out. And I tried to sprint back, obviously.
It happens, though, and actually it's denied cricket some real comedy moments. Dan Gire's bowling now, bowling his off-spin. And his first ball's clipped away down to long off by Stokes. There'd often be mix-ups and run-outs and ball flying all over the place. But more the point, I just want to see a batsman who really cannot move in a situation in which they've got to get out there and run. with a torn hamstring or something. That's just not going to do anybody any good, is it? It's not going to do him any good. 77 for 1. Dananjaya again bowls an off spinner to Hales, who clips it back at him. Dananjaya fields with his right hand. Stokes dives back into his crease again. Hales remains on 44. Boisterous crowd. Sri Lanka to our left, there's waiting for a wicket. You can feel they're poised. Flags are ready. I thought they'd got one when that caught behind. Dananjaya bowls to Hales down the pitch again. Thumps that into the ground. It actually bounces over the bowler's head there, I think, and they come back for a couple. Did he chip it over his head or did it go in the ground? Hard to tell from this end. I think it was just driven into the pitch. He got his fingers to it. Anyway, Hales goes to 46. Men go back, long off, long on, deep mid-wicket, deep square leg, short boundary to the right. Dananjaya bowls, and he's gone for it there. Hales is trying to launch that over cover into the short boundary. Horribly mistimed the shot. Almost chopped the ball into his wicket. 79 for 1 in the 9th over. Dananjaya again bowls a slow ball driven down the ground by Hales for 1. Stokes just goes trotting down to this end. Field moves around for the left-hander, who does have that short boundary to line up into the leg side. Too early days yet, as he faced 2 balls. We'll see. Dananjaya again moves in, bowls to him, steps away and then chops that away off the back foot down to long off. Hales will want 2, I think. Back he comes. Stokes herring for this end. Hales going to the danger end, and he's made his ground 2. So good calling, good positive running from Hales. It's 47 now for 29 balls, and Stokes then picking up his 4th run from 3. So 82 for 1. A warm evening here in Sydney.
And it's going well for England. I mean, they can just cruise home from here. 5.5 and over needed for the rest of the game. No pressure, really, even for Hasaranga, who's their danger bowler. They don't have to do anything silly. Although I get the feeling they're still going to take him on. I think Alex Hale's going to be eyeing up that short boundary.
Yeah, too good to miss, really, isn't it? But at the moment, there's no pressure on England. They need 60 from 66 balls, but the pass score's only 55, so they are ahead, but not by a huge amount. Hasaranga bowls, and Hales does go for that short boundary, and he's chopped a catch back to Hasaranga, and he walks off very disappointed. Strange one, that, as to how it got back to the bowler, because he was aiming out to deep square leg, and somehow he's mistimed this so much. He's just looped a little catch back to the bowler.
Yeah, but they call it the chalk end of the bat. It's almost like the snooker cue end.
That's really unusual to see that.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Strange dismissal.
Doesn't often go back to the bowler. It normally comes off the cue end and drops down near your feet or just down the wicket. For it to carry all the way back is really unlucky. I had a feeling he would be going for that short boundary. It's been his downfall in the end, but it was nevertheless a great innings. 47 off 30 balls. He's done the job for England. It's about the rest of them taking it home from here.
Yeah, absolutely. And Brook is joining Stokes out there in the middle. David Willys delivered a drink to Ben Stokes. I know Stokes hasn't done a lot with the bat, has he? Let's face it, in this tournament, but it feels that his presence out there, when people talk about not picking Stokes and so on, from a Sri Lankan perspective, you've got Ben Stokes standing out there with a target in his sights, and not a necessarily difficult one, just to finish it off. You just feel that Stokes is, well, he's the man to do it. You'd just back him, wouldn't you? You wouldn't back him to do something stupid.
No, that's the thing. I mean, with his experience, he should be able to just take it home from here, knock it around. You know, just take the game to a point where Sri Lanka can't win it. You know, just hang on to your wickets.
Well, that pass score's 59. So it's caught up a little bit. England 82 for 2. So 60 needed from 65 balls. I mean, it should just be a very easy equation from here, and just England just close it down and finish it.
I mean, the only way that England can lose it is by losing 8 wickets from it.
Yeah.
And you know, with the experience of Stokes out there, you should know that.
They've just got to play. They haven't got to beat Sri Lanka by any particular stage or by a certain number of wickets or anything. They've just got to win the game. That's all they've got to do. And they've got, say, 65 balls to score 60 in a T20. So the field is back. And there's a good opportunity for Brook here as well to remind everyone what he can do. And again, just show a wise head. Show a calm head for the situation. Let's get England home. 82 for 2. We're in the 10th over. Brook adjusts his gloves, waits for everyone to settle. They had a drinks break there as well, so as that wicket fell. So that's done and dusted. Brook takes his time, spins himself a catch or two. Hazaranga from our end moves in bowls. Oh, straight down the pitch, driving out past extra cover. Good shot that. Chase the fielder from long off, and they'll take 2. Well, that was an adventurous start.
He's a good player of spin. Probably one of the better players of spin in the England side. He's very busy. Uses his feet forward and back. Loves that extra cover area. I do like the look of this guy. I like the way he operates.
Hazaranga again on a slight angle, bowls, and Brook goes to the reverse sweep and almost runs the ball into his stumps. The first ball down the pitch, second reverse sweep. Got to score, 58 needed, 63 balls. Just get England over the line. Hazaranga again moves in bowls to Morongan this time. He's on the back foot, pushing it away for a single. The fielder comes trotting in from cover. Take one more. Win predictor got England at 95%. There you go. So whoever's working that out is pretty confident. 85 for 2. 2 balls to go in the 10th over. 57 needed from 62 balls. Hazaranga still moving his field around. Stokes gets himself ready. He's over his bat now. Still arms being waved there. It's the man out on the deep point boundary trying to get in exactly the right position. Hazaranga again bundles in bowls and Stokes defends it. Plays it back up the pitch. And it's picked up by the bowler. The ball to go now in the 10th over. England needing 57 from 61 balls. Hazaranga moves in bowls. Reverse sweep from Stokes. Out to that man who was just being moved, as I just described. A bit of spin there. He managed to adjust. The ball skidded across the turf. It's another single. Stokes will keep the strike. He's on 5. Brook has 3. 86 for 2 from 10, so 56 needed from 60 balls. And after this, Andrew Moore's coming in.
The T20 Cricket World Cup.
On your radio.
On the ABC Listen app.
Sport Digital.
And BBC 5 Sports Extra.
Wouldn't be a sporting event without Neil Diamond being in the house, or at least Sweet Caroline. It's rocking around the ground at the moment. So is England at 86 for 2, needing 56 to win off the last 60 deliveries. They appear to have this under control at the halfway mark. Only 4 runs and a wicket off the last over. They've lost Joss Buttler for 28 and Alex Hales 47 off 30. And now the bowling to resume. Dananjaya, no. Ben Stokes pulls out, and I think is that spider cam related? It's going right over the top of the batsman's head.
Just been given some chocolates.
Yeah, I may have just demolished 2 of them before I came back on. Dananjaya bowls to Ben Stokes, and he pushes it down the ground, and a bit of a collision between the bowler and the non-striker Harry Brook, but they go through for a run as it ends up down at long on. 2 for 87. You look concerned by that.
No, but these are the chocolates that you usually get in celebrations.
Are you not prepared to be celebratory?
No, I am. I think I'm convinced that we're going to knock this off.
Well, I can recommend that one you have in your hand right now. My favourite chocolate. Thank you to Sean, one of the volunteers here via the ICC, as Dananjaya bowls, and Harry Brook, the right-hander, whips it towards deep, backward square. Will there be 2? There should be. Well, Brook kind of slipped over, and Ben Stokes sends him back, the wiser old head. Brook is 4, Stokes is 6, 88 for 2 in the 11th over. 54 to win off 58 deliveries for England to earn a semi-final berth against India at Adelaide Oval on Thursday, assuming India takes care of its business tomorrow night against Zimbabwe. Dhananjaya in again to Stokes, is on the sweep and he misses outside the off stump, taken nicely by the keeper, Casal Mendes. Dot ball.
Do we know what the weather's looking like tomorrow?
That's a good question, because we've got the doubleheader in Adelaide featuring Pakistan and South Africa, and Melbourne weather. Dhananjaya bowls and it's carved through cover by Ben Stokes, racing towards the boundary. Fielder in pursuit, does a great job in stop. Oh no, he doesn't. I spoke too soon. He did a great job in getting there, the substitute Ashan Bandara, but then proceeded to knock it over the boundary rope. So 4 more for Ben Stokes, 92 for 2 in the 11th over, chasing 142, and Stokes into double figures. He's 10.
Yeah, over pitched outside off stump, almost a free delivery for Stokes to put his hands through. That'll get Stokes going. A boundary would just make him feel more comfortable.
I have a weather forecast for Melbourne, as Dhananjaya around the wicket bowling to Stokes, who gives himself some room and clubs it along the ground down to long on, and he'll jog through for a single as the fielding is done there by Kasan Rajitha, who's had a very tough night with the ball. One more. Stokes goes to 11 and it's 93 for 2 in the 11th over. Tomorrow's weather forecast, some cloud, mainly sunny, top of 24 degrees.
Oh, lovely. Sounds like England.
Round the wicket comes Dhananjaya, and Harry Brook is playing it back with the bowler. Is that caught and bowled low down? What a catch. And Harry Brook most disappointed. He's out. Caught and bowled by Dhananjaya de Silva for 4. And now England 93 for 3 in the 11th over, and that's the end of the over. 3 down for 93. Brook caught and bowled Dhananjaya for 4 or 5 deliveries.
Well, it's just a chip straight back to the bowler, not quite coming on. It's that little bit of hold in the surface. Got Harry Brook just pushing at the ball, playing it a little bit too far ahead of himself, trying to knock it down the ground for 1 to mid-on, but hitting it sort of, I'd say almost shin high, ankle high back to the bowler. Good catch in the end.
Dhananjaya de Silva strikes. Brook 4 of 5 deliveries. 93 for 3 after 11 overs. At the same stage, Sri Lanka was 3 for 84. So the 3rd wicket falls. And now strolling to the crease is Liam Livingstone. And we all know with Liam Livingstone, who's had some great success here in the BBL, he can end this very quickly, or he can put England under a little bit of pressure. We'll see.
I wouldn't be too worried. I mean, there's plenty of batting still to come. Moeen Ali's still there. Who else have we got? We've got Sam Curran still in there. Wokes.
I'm not used to working with Englishmen or women who are eternal optimists. I'm used to working with Englishmen and women who tend to be half glass empty when it comes to a contest like this. But you, no.
No, I'm not worried about this. I mean, Malan can still come out and bat if he needs to.
Yes.
So there's plenty of batting. And Sri Lanka just don't.
May I suggest, though, if they need Dawood Malan, you might not be as optimistic as you are there.
Yeah, then we're in trouble.
So the leggy Hasaranga will continue from the Paddington end. Bowling to Ben Stokes, who's on 11. Liam Livingstone has joined him. Required run rate only 5.44 as Hasaranga bowls, and Stokes goes back and across and plays it straight to Shanakar at mid-wicket for a dot ball. 49 runs required, 53 balls to do it. Set to cruise, Ravi.
I'll be worried if Hasaranga takes a hat-trick here. Then I'll be worried.
Sure, we can revisit that. Then you might have to leave the chocolate. Hasaranga bowls, and it's a cross-batted swipe by Stokes. I think he was looking to send it on the onside, sent it to long off instead. And Dhananjaya de Silva does the fielding. 1 run. Stokes moves to a dozen. And it's 3 for 94 in the 12th over, chasing 142. Liam Livingstone on strike with 48 to win off 52 deliveries. So the field, let's see. Short, fine leg, deep backward square, mid-wicket on the rope, long on likewise and a long off, deep point. And there's a backward point, cover, mid-on, short, fine leg as Livingstone gets off the mark with a push down the ground for 1. And the mid-wicket ends up doing the chasing and the fielding. Sharif Asalanka and a single. So Livingstone is 1. 3 for 95, 47 to win off 51. with a crowd officially 24,250 here at the SCG. Hasaranga bowls again. It's short and it's cut away by Stokes between deep point and long off. The man at point makes ground to his left to pick up, and they'll come back for a second run as the return comes in. So 2 more to Stokes. He's 14, 97 for 3 in the 12.
Just wondering whether Hasaranga can probably come round the wicket here, just something different, change up the angle to the left-hand batsman.
He's only got 2 balls left in his evening's work, and this one is straight delivery. Stokes gives himself room. Diving stuff by Shanaka at cover, but they set off really quickly for the run. That was good running. Stokes 15 with that run, 3 for 98 in the 12th over, 44 to win off 49. Field scatters again with the right-hander back on strike. Hasaranga, he has 2 for 23. The last ball of his 4th over has Livingston going back and across, just pushing it to cover. Dot ball. So Hasaranga did a really good job in the end. Finishes with 4 overs, 2 for 23. Not quite game-changing, however, with England still in control at 98 for 3 after 12 overs, 44 to win off 48 deliveries.
Well, it was a very, very good spell, especially after his first over, which went for 14, I think, or 12. I mean, to come back and bowl 2 for 23 off your 4 is a fantastic spell. But
he bowled the 5th over, and yeah, it came off. So
no, he's done well to come back and finish with those figures. You know, he's a top-class bowler in this format.
Finished with 11 dot balls. So now we're going to have spin from the Randwick end as well, and the spinners have served Sri Lanka much, much better than the quicks. And it'll be Dhananjaya de Silva to bowl his 3rd over. He has 1 for 13, dismissed Harry Brook in his previous over for 4. And he'll be bowling to the left-hander, however, Ben Stokes. In he comes around the wicket, very short approach, and Stokes clubs this wide of mid-wicket. Long on moves to his left to pick up. A little bit of a fumble from Rajitha, but still only 1 run as he kept it in front of him. 3 for 99, 43 to win off 47, and Stokes up to 16 off 14 deliveries. It's been a much debated position in the English T20 side, Ben Stokes. Even when I was covering the T20 games in Canberra before the World Cup, is it right to have Milan at 3 and Stokes at 4? Where's best to use him with the ball? As Dhananjaya bowls to Livingston, who works a ball down to short, fine leg, and Kamara moves to his left, keeps it to a single. 3 for 100, these 100 up for England in the 13th over. Livingston moves to 2, 42 to win off 46. Are they getting it right with how they're doing it?
Look, I'm just talking about Stokes here, for example. Because it's such a good T20 side and so much.
Dhananjaya bowls to Stokes, and he lost this one down towards long off, but it's going to fall safe. About 5 metres to the right of Chamika Karunaratne. They get 2 and they'll come back for a 3rd. Return only now on its way. Bit of fortune there for Stokes as he moves to 19. England 103 for 3.
Because it's such a good T20 side and it's got so much depth in the batting, it can afford to just have Stokes, you know, play and find his way into, because he hasn't quite cracked it in international T20s just yet. They can afford to have him in there, otherwise, you know, normally most teams would have turned to someone else by now.
Dhananjaya to the right-hander Livingston. Played a little uppishly, but there's no one anywhere near that ball at square leg. Mid-wicket dives across, Hasaranga to his right. One more run, 104 for 3. Livingston 3, doing it in singles at the moment. 38 to win off 44.
But there's always the threat with Ben Stokes. He's going to get it right at some point. He's going to tear it apart.
Round the wicket, Dhananjaya to Stokes, and he clubs this with force along the carpet, down to long off. Just 1 run to be had. Chamika does the fielding, and Stokes 20 off 16, 3 for 105 in the 13th, chasing 142. Rachel says on the SMS, Andrew, cricket can be such a harsh sport. Seems unfair. You can lose just 1 game and still miss the semi-finals. Hasn't been my sporting month, has it? All the best to England and New Zealand from Parramatta, Rachel. Dhananjaya to the right-hander Livingston, just teasingly wide of mid-wicket, who takes a dive, Hasaranga, rather dramatically, but they do get 1 out to the deep.
Well,
3 for 106 to end the 13th over, Ravi, with Stokes on 20, Livingston 4, 36 to win off 7 overs.
We shouldn't lose by 100 runs.
That'll do.
That's the problem.
Yeah, the net run rate absolutely killed them. 89 run loss to New Zealand on their opening night. And it comes down to that first 4 overs, and Finn Allen just almost took the World Cup reclamation away from Australia in a brilliant knock. He and the opener just absolutely destroyed Australia. Kevin Conway.
That's the thing with tournament cricket, and these World Cups and not sort of ICC comps, is you can't afford to slip up or make big slip ups in these sort of competitions. Otherwise, you can find yourself crashing out. And sometimes in these competitions, so often the best team doesn't win it. It's just one team just gets it right at the right time.
That's what I love about tournament play, though.
Anybody can win it.
Yeah. So Kamara, who went for 13 runs off his first over, the medium fast bowler, in from the Paddington end, and he's bowling to Liam Livingston over the wicket. And it's a slog from Livingston, high in the air to long on. Should be caught, should be, is. Terrific catch in the end, lunging forward by Dhananjaya de Silva. And a wicket for Kamara. England 106 for 4. And Livingston gone for 4.
The Sri Lankan boys just look nervous under the ball from history. A lot of them are sort of, I don't know how to describe it, a little bit nervous, a little bit sweaty, hot potato-like under the ball, but he's managed to hold on to that just about. Or it's an ice cream cone in the end. Just hung on to it, but it's a big wicket. It's a big wicket.
That was the key. It didn't matter how it looked, it just had to be taken. So, the wicket falling in the 14th over. Run rate is certainly not England's enemy, as coming into bat is Moeen Ali. And in his 69th T20 international, over 1,000 runs and a strike rate in the high 140s. Livingston 4 off 6 deliveries. It's 4 down for 106. They need, does England, 36 off 41. Still confident enough to celebrate with chocolate?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Plenty of batting to come. It's not what's still to come. It's what's already out there as well. If one of these goes cheaply, if Moeen Ali gets out cheaply, you've still got Ben Stokes there. Even if the guy's coming in, another one of them gets out cheaply, you've still got Ben Stokes there.
You would have been worried if Hasaranga took a hat-trick. What about if Kamara does?
Well, there'll be 7 down, needing another 36 runs.
Nervous.
7, then I'll be nervous, yeah.
So Moeen Ali on strike, 2 left-handers out there, and there's a deep fine leg, deep square, mid-wicket and mid-on are inside the circle. Dhananjaya comes into the circle as well at mid-off. There's a shortish cover in Shanaka, a deep point and a backward point inside the circle with a deep third man in front of the Churchill stand. So here comes Kamara, now bowling to Moeen Ali, and his first delivery off the back foot. He'll get a run. No, sent back by Stokes. Diving effort in the field at cover by Lanka. Dot ball, 106 for 4, 36 to win off 40.
Well, Sri Lanka's just picked up the energy a little bit. Captain's running around now, running up to the bowler, making suggestions. They're thinking about changing things in the field. There's a man coming into mid-wicket on the 1. Interested to see how they go. Are they going to go short at Moeen Ali?
Begins his approach from outside the circle. It's 106 for 4. Comes Lahiru Kamara. Bowls to Moeen Ali, who's on the drive, but straight to cover. No run again. Picked up nicely by Lanka. Another dot ball, 36 to win off 39. Peter at Sunshine Coast, wondering about the players' reference for the Sri Lankan team. I'm assuming you're referring to, Peter, difference between TV and radio or different broadcasts. Some Sri Lankan players are known by their first name, some by their surname, and some it's up for grabs. So that's why there may be a disparity between coverages. As Kamara bowls short, Moeen Ali pulls it. 2 square for the fielder at mid-wicket, and he'll get a single down to Hasaranga. Comes up with a submarine-style return to the keeper. So Moeen Ali is 1, and it's now 4 for 107 in the 14th. Ben Stokes on strike with 35 to win off 38.
It was a good short ball, that. It was quick. Moeen Ali a little bit late on it, but got it down safely to deep square.
And it gets Ben Stokes on strike. Sri Lankan fans here in the crowd at the SCG of 23-odd thousand certainly haven't given up. A monumental task from here. England with so much to play for. Kamara bowls to Stokes, angled on leg stump and taken off the hip. The keeper, Casal Mendes, chases it to square leg, but Stokes is too quick. Comes back for a second run. That ball only went 20 metres on the leg side, off the body, 2 leg byes. England will take them 4 down now for 109 in the 14th over, 33 to win off 37.
I mean, Sri Lanka will be ruined the fact that they didn't get the extra 20 runs. Just an extra 20 runs. I mean, I thought there was 30 left out there, but if they'd just gone out and run a ball for those last 7 overs, they would have got up there with those extra 20 runs, and that would be challenging.
Well, they only scored 25 runs in the last 5 overs. Kamara bowls to Stokes, who chops this backward a point, and it's a very athletic bit of fielding. Knocked down, they do get a single, and Ben Stokes will keep the strike. He's 21 off 18, and that was the sub-fielder doing the job there. Ashan Bandara was chopped down right into the pitch by Stokes, and he leapt to his right to knock it down. But a single, as I say, Stokes 21, Moeen Ali is 1, and that is the end of the 14th over, needing 142 to win. The English side is 4 for 110 as Ravi Bopara makes way for former Australian fast bowler, current Sutherland 4th grade skipper Stuart Clark. Welcome back, Stewie. England, they've been cruising, and they still are, in fairness. 32 to win off 36, but just a little scare here and there with Sri Lanka picking up a couple of wickets.
Yeah, good evening, everybody, for the final time. It's look, they've got it in hand. They just don't need to be losing wickets. I'm not sure what Liam Livingstone was doing. That seemed a little bit rash, we could probably call it.
In the circumstances.
Given that they need less than a run of ball, knock it around for a few overs, and all of a sudden you need 20 to win, and away you go from there. The spinners are the hardest to hit. We've seen all night that the spin is probably the slowness of the wicket, if anything. But Ben Stokes doing a good job holding the fort, playing that anchor roll, and Moen just coming to the crease.
Dananjaya De Silva it is, bowling around the wicket to Stokes. Well flighted, but driven nice and calmly, down to long off. Fielded now by Ashan Bandara. 1 run, 111. Nelson for 4. Stokes 22, 31 to win off 35 deliveries.
They're still a bit nervous, our English friends.
Yes, Ravi's not.
Ravi's not.
Yeah, he's an optimist.
No, Ravi's in the bag.
Aggers and Adam Mountford, they just want proof that this is going to get done.
Seen it all before. More
relaxed than they were halfway through Sri Lanka's innings when they were 2 for 80. Dananjaya bowls, and Moeen Ali, with respect, just taps it out to cover.
Ravi sing the team song. He's done. Team song.
Oh, he's not only had the team song, he's had the champagne. He's already packed for Adelaide.
Second verse, same as the first type stuff.
Dananjaya bowls, and Ali drives, caught. Shanaka takes the catch, put the chocolate down, Ravi. There's still some cricket to be played. Dow England 5 for 111. Moeen Ali caught Shanaka. Bowled Dananjaya De Silva for 1. 111 for 5 with 31 to get.
Oh my goodness gracious me, what is going on out there? Pressure, pressure, pressure. Sri Lanka just holding on, and Moeen Ali chipping one up to cover. Good hands, holds onto it. Nice catch there. Moeen Ali would be disappointed by that. So wouldn't want to lose Ben Stokes now. Then the pressure would start to mount.
Well, if David Malan has to start limping, as I said to Ravi before, if David Malan has to start limping to the ground, that's trouble. Sam Curran coming in now. So Curran and Wokes, then Rashid Aggers has gone pale. Oh, no.
I said he looked a bit red when he got here this morning from his day in the sun. He's as white as a ghost now.
Oh, yeah, that's
going on.
That suntan has evaporated very, very quickly. But still England in the box seat, 31 to win off 33. Dananjaya De Silva, by the way, now is 2 for 22, midway through his 4th over.
Sam Curran makes his way to the middle. We've still got David Malan, so there's still batting to come. We don't know how fit David Malan is. We know he's got a groin strain. So if they need a batter, we know he's still there.
But what will it take to bring him in?
I reckon he'll come in next. I really do. I think he'll come in next and just
keep the lefties going.
Just keep the left-handers going, and then knock it around and just trot down the other end, and Stokes can do the heavy lifting if need be.
Midway through the 15th over. Now, after 15 overs, Sri Lanka was 3 for 116. England is 5 for 111. Aggers, don't worry. It's under control.
It's in the bag here, Aggers. It's all done and dusted.
You had it done and dusted after 2 overs of the English run chase. So now, Dananjaya with a big, broad smile on his face, and why not? As the field is moving, Backward point is moving to slip position.
Slip's coming in. Ooh.
And short third man just moves to backward point. So that's Rajapaska at slip is immediately off the mark. Calm as you like, Sam Curran. The strokes are down to Rajitha at long on. So Curran is 112 for 5.
We've seen Curran
30 to 1 off 32.
He's a good player. There's no question. Curran he can bat. He's not a mug with the bat. That's why he's coming in ahead of David Milan.
So now around the wicket, it's Ben Stokes chopping to backward point. Can't get a run. Can't beat the field. Picked up by Banuka. And a dot ball. 30 to win off 31. Here he comes, Dhananjaya. Bowls to Stokes, who pushes this to long off for not only a single, but he'll also keep the strike. Importantly for England, but only 2 runs off that over. Make it 3. 5 for 113. The target is 142. 29 to win off 30 deliveries with Stokes on 23. Curran is 1. And Stewie, I'll let you just calm down, Jonathan Agnew, because he's coming in to finish this off.
The T20 Cricket World Cup.
On your radio.
On the ABC Listen app.
Sport Digital.
And BBC 5 Sports Extra.
Only wanna be with you. Only wanna be with you.
Well, what's going on? Do they want to win this? Let's knock them off. Well, I don't know. I mean, sort of ratings war.
Keep the crowd. They were worried about the crowd going home. They thought, keep them in a bit longer.
ABC listeners.
Tell you what, the England flags over, they're still flying, but the Sri Lankan flags underneath the Bill O'Reilly stand, they've come to life.
I can't believe how they're giving these wickets away. And Harry Brooks innings, I really can't understand that.
I'm not sure about Liam Livingstone either. What was he trying to do?
I just don't know. They've given away 3 wickets. They've got a bloke who can't run, Milan, so I mean, what's he going to do? Just knock it off.
It sounds easy, doesn't it?
It's only run a ball.
That's the bit I don't know. They don't need to run a ball. Even if it gets to the last over and you need 5 off it, you back yourself to get it with 5 wickets in hand.
Anyway, let's see what happens here. As Lanka's back on, and it's 29 from 30 balls needed. Then he bowls outside the off-stump. Stokes almost rolled out there. He's hit it for 4. But I'll tell you what, that was about a yard away from the fielder inside the circle at cover, who took off to his left. And, well, on any other day, on another day, that could easily have stuck. But it's gone for 4.
I think it might have been a little bit, we're getting a good shot now, this. It might have been a little bit further away than we could see from our angle here. But 4 it is. It's all that matters. It says 4 in the scorebook. No one cares after that.
A cry of catch it went up. There's again bowls. Stokes this time chops it away into the offside. It was uppish. It picks up a single. So 24 needed, 28 balls remain. I'm looking at some England supporters on my screen who are looking a bit tense.
No fingernails left there.
Oh, welcome to following England, Stuart. They always do this to you.
It's hard sitting in those change rooms, isn't it? It's harder sitting up here, though, watching. I've got to say, when you're down there, well, you know, you're in Vietnam. When you're up here, it's...
Well, it's watching a game of cricket. So the next one has Curran on the back foot, hits it firmly, but straight to cover. And there's no run. I can't see Curran doing something silly. I can't. He's of a type who's just going to win this game, get England over the line. Here's the next one. He drives it along the ground to long off. Straightforward single, 23 from 26. He's with 5 wickets in hand, but as I make the point, Milan has got a groin strain. No runners allowed, of course, these days. So he'll be restricted.
He's a good cricketer, Sam Curran. He's a really steady cricketer, bat and ball, good in the field.
Absolutely, just sensible.
Sensible, proper cricketer.
Yeah. Stokes waits. Lanka moves him round the wicket, bowls his off spin, short, is pulled into the leg side, picks up 1. Fielder comes trotting in from long on to throw it back again. And they take 1 run, 120 for 5.
Where does Curran play county cricket?
Surrey.
He's a Surrey player, yeah. You got a brother, hasn't he?
And his brother.
Yeah, Tom.
Yeah.
He didn't make the T20 side?
Against his dad, Kevin
Curran. I may have. Can't remember.
Zimbabwe, Gloucestershire, Northamptonshire. Now the next one's tossed up and flicked away to the edge of the circle by Curran. And pick up 1 more, 20 from 23. So it's 121 for 5. In fact, 21 from 24 is the equation now. So that's how it looks for England to go through to the semi-final. If they lose that out, and Australia instead will play. But it is 21 needed from 24 balls with his 5 wickets left. Although, again, let's make the point about Malan, who's got a groin strain and didn't look like a man who'd be running up and down between the wickets too easily, but I guess they'll be working on him and trying to loosen him up and so on.
Well, I think the other bit, if he plays and makes it worse, what does that mean for the next match? So there's a few of those complications. That said, I think it's all about winning this game and then dealing with whatever happens thereafter. And if he needs to bat to win this game, then that's more important than anything else. Tell you what's been getting a good run tonight, the old Beatles.
The Beatles they're big in Sydney, aren't they? Just catching up.
Big fan. But I heard they were here a little while ago. I can't remember. Paul McCartney, is he a big cricket fan?
Not seen him at a cricket match, I don't think.
Mick Jagger is, isn't he?
Oh, yes. 21 off 24, and back goes Curran. Picks up a single. Elton John.
Elton's a big cricket fan, yes.
Cricket fan. 20 from 23, with 5 wickets left.
I'm sure Mick Jagger used to come to Middlesex games. You know,
probably did.
Just wander down and turn up. And
Sana adjusting his field here. He's now into his final over. From the far end, moves in, bowls, and Stokes on the back foot. Hit it straight through his hands, basically. Picks up a single there. To long off, running a bit straighter. One more to England. 19 from 22. And I thought this would be the way that they'd have finished it off.
Well, that's what I said at the start there. Once they got the balls and runs to the same.
Yeah.
And then there was actually 10. The difference was 10. There were 10 more balls than runs. So just knock it around and single. Yeah, okay, you get an over where you get 3, but
just knock them off.
Yeah. That's what I thought would happen.
Boring, but you just win the game.
Win's a win, isn't it?
Absolutely.
You don't have to win in style with 8 overs to go. That doesn't make any difference.
No. 19 from 22.
And bringing your fielder up now, trying to force, or trying to see if Curran will try and take him on over mid-on, who's now inside the circle.
Shana comes in, bowls to Curran, and tucks it away instead for a nice single again.
Curran's got it worked out.
Yeah, he has. I'd just like to have seen Brook play like this because he's got so much talent.
He looks like
his first ball he charged down to the spinner. Second ball's a reverse sweep but nearly bowled him. You're thinking, why are you playing like this? There is no need.
He looks like a quality player.
Oh no, he is. He
looks like a good player.
He had an opportunity tonight just to help win the game.
Yeah.
See at home.
Is he? Where's he playing?
He's a Yorkshire man. Now this is tucked away down the leg side and wide signalled.
It's a free one.
Missed out there. 125 for 5. That little thing out of the fingers again.
Yeah, it's the one that goes the other way, that one.
Gripped a little bit too, actually.
Yeah.
125 for 5. 3 balls left for Thiksana. And Stokes on 30. Waits, he comes in now and bowls to him and, he tried a sweep there, a reverse sweep. And it was taken in the end down the leg side, but there's a dot ball and it's 125 for 5. Thank God, he did get a bit on it, didn't he?
His hand,
glove or something.
His hand or handle of the bat.
Stokes waits. 17 needed by England, and he plays that away calmly into the leg side. He'll try and get 2, I think. The fielder comes in to his left. Yes, they will get 2. It's quite rare on that short side. Good running. 15 needed. 19 balls remain. Breathe a little more easily again, but he takes a wicket. But
once you get to single figures, I think it's when the breathing starts to come back to a bit more
It's putting pressure on your team. It's putting pressure on those to come on. And when you're out there, you've got to own that pressure yourself, haven't you? You've got to.
That's what the batters talk about, taking the responsibility.
See your team home. 127 for 5. Thiksana moves in, bowled outside the off stump, and with a mistimed stroke there from Stokes, trying to hit it a bit too hard there through the offside. But it's the end of Thiksana, with England needing 15 from 18 balls. They've got 5 wickets in hand. And if they get there, then they will be on their way to Adelaide for Thursday's semi-final. And just sort of a note in people's books and memory banks at home particularly, it's the same start, so it'll be an 8 a.m. start.
And if England win, they will be playing...
well, we don't know. That's all to come tomorrow. All the fun of the fair tomorrow. This is all the deciding games in that other group. But it'd be either South Africa or India, we think.
Yeah.
Two good teams. Not sure which one you'd rather have or not have.
Well,
I think
India are a bit. They haven't got Jadeja and they haven't got Bumrah. They're two big losses.
Yep.
I don't understand why they're not playing Rishbar Pant.
It's extraordinary, isn't it?
It's extraordinary. He destroyed us out in Australia 2 years ago.
No, it does seem.
And I'm not saying Dinesh Karthik's a good player. Don't get me wrong, but extraordinary that he's not playing.
I think I know who I'd rather bowl at. Right, Kamara then, the quick bowler's rushing in. He bowls full, clipped away to mid-wicket. And that's Sri Lankan applause you can hear because that's fielded by the one man there in the circle. And there's no runs, so it's 15 from 17.
We've got what about a super over? Do you reckon we could handle a super over?
Well, we haven't had one. We haven't had one yet, have we?
No, we haven't had one at all.
We haven't had a super over, and we haven't had anyone run out backing up yet.
I want to see the bowl off. The bowl off. We need to bring that back.
And he goes again, bowls short this time, pushed away towards third man. Stokes says no, probably wisely, because it was picked up there by the fielders. Another dot. 16 off 15.
Oh, what is going on? What are you doing?
Well, just dragging it out, isn't it?
Just making it difficult. And you don't want to lose a wicket now. Like it's a silly dismissal now.
It's just twisting the tension. 15 off 16. It should have been easier than this.
So I think Kamara just said to the mid-off fielder, I'm going to bowl him a slower ball, be ready.
Interesting. There's a long on. He goes for it. He's on his way now. Wearing number 8 is there, and he bowls short. Tucks away down a backward point. There's another dot. That's 3 dots. The volume, certainly over there to our left, the Bill O'Reilly stand is increasing. That's where a lot of the Sri Lankans are housed.
I don't reckon the music helps. The music's actually, so the show caller is actually putting the music on for the tension of the game. Like, he's gone into, whatever that can't remember the same.
I think Sweet Caroline's gone for now.
It's gone, yeah.
If England win, he'll dust down Sweet Caroline, that's for sure. 127 for 5. Some tense faces around. 3 dots so far. 15 off 15. And he goes again. Curran steps away and guides that away down to third man. Fielder there under a bit of pressure, but picks up cleanly. And Stokes trots to the other end. 14 off 14.
Took a lot of effort for that, didn't it?
Oof. Well, they're doing them in singles by the look of it. Stokes has got the short boundary to his offside now.
You get the feeling Stokes wants to hit a 4 here just to break the shackles here and really knock that target off.
I think he fancies mid-off extra cover area down here.
He's changing. He's thinking down here somewhere.
Yeah,
mid-off, short cover.
Step away a bit and just hit it towards the pavilion. Kamara's on his way. Bowls to Stokes, a slower ball, which he missed times, but picks up 1 to mid-off. Throws it to the wicket-keeper. 1 more. 13 off 13. Are they just toying with Sri Lanka here? There's 5 wickets left.
The Australians had packed their gear. They've unpacked it now.
Yep.
They've sort of got the suitcase open and a couple of things out just in case.
Just in case. Well, Curran looks around. There's 3 on the leg side boundary. Mid-on is now up. Mid-off is up. So this has got short ball written all over it, but we shall see. Might be a bluff. You never know.
No, I don't think it's going to be a bluff. I think he'll be straight and short.
I think it has to be with that field.
I think he's trying to get it over the top of point there. If he gets some width, he can open his hands up and get it up and over.
Step away here.
Yeah.
Open up that offside. Let's see, because it really has to be short looking at the field. And he goes bowls short. He goes the other way. Down to fine leg. A man down there. Takes the catch. Curran's out. He took on the short ball. He went into the offside rather than to the leg. Long boundaries down there. And he's picked out the fielder at fine leg, who's taken that well. Oh, there's not another twist to this, is there? 13 from 12 with 4 wickets left. But one of them, Milan, has got a groin strain. And we don't know how much he's able to run.
Well, it was a good catch in the end.
It was a good catch.
It went all the way to the boundary, probably the longest boundary on the ground all the way. The man stood under it for ages. He would have had the crowd yelling and screaming, and Yabba's right down there, right in front of him where he took that catch and managed to hang on to it and not touch the rope. Wokesy's making his way to the middle.
Captain Sensible on his way out.
I thought Captain Sensible just got out.
I've fired him as captain. Well, he took it on, didn't he? But I wish he'd gone the other way.
I was thinking he should have gone that way. That was a far better option.
It had to be a short ball because of the field.
Yeah.
And if he'd gone leg side and hit it in the off.
The Sri Lankan crowd are just going off here.
Yeah, they're loving it. Well, you called the super over, Stuart.
Andrew Moore doesn't want to work. He said no more super. He wants to go home.
Well,
I've never called a super over. Have you? You would have in your time.
The World Cup final.
Oh, yeah, of course, the World Cup final. Yeah, I've got better.
Yeah, that was a reasonable one. Wokes has arrived and he's having a conversation with Ben Stokes here, who's just been pottering around quite quietly, really. 33 from 29 balls.
He's just played a sensible innings, Ben Stokes. He just knocked him around, picked up ones and twos, and picked up a two whenever he needed it. That's the end of the over, so Wokes won't be on strike.
They were going so well, 93 for 2. But everything in hand is going nicely. Brook got out for 4. Livingston 4. Moeen 1 with 31 needed off 33 balls.
Where's poor Adam? Adam was having a conniption.
Well, he's next door, I think. The best place. 2 overs to go. Well, it's a good catch because Sri Lanka's fielding in this tournament has been pretty ordinary. But he hit it hard too. I mean, if that had been the other boundary, it would have been 6. But I mean, different shot, obviously.
It was the perfect ball to go the other way on, and for some reason he doubled, taking the big boundary.
You only need to get a bit of bat on it.
Yeah, anything. Even if he didn't quite get it and just went to third man, it would have been a single.
Well, there's some big smiles on the Sri Lankan faces that I'm looking at on my screen there, out in the middle.
Oh, Ben Stokes, don't get out now, champion.
13 off 12 is what's required. 12 off 12
I'd be
for
telling
a super
him,
over.
Don't get out of here, Stokesy.
Well, who's to come? Rashid Wood. Rajita's bowling, and Stokes just pushes that away into the offside. Can Wokes come back for a second, thinking about it, and we might have got there too.
Got there, yeah.
There was a bad fumble, and I think he would have got that second if he'd gone for it.
It was a pretty. Look at this crowd!
Oh, I know.
It's like you've all seen this before.
Well,
there's David Milan. He's ready to go. He's warming up.
He is, but how mobile is he going to be?
The problem is, how's he going to run?
Absolutely. And also, how does your partner be affected by? You've got someone at the other end who's got a groin strain.
Go super over. Go the super over.
Oh, Andrew's on it, is he?
Who would bat for England in the super over?
Butler, Hales, Livingston.
I'd send Stokes out. He's in.
Well, he is in. And there's a good argument for that, because England would bat first in a super over.
Brooks?
Yeah, I think you'd have those. Right. Rosita on his way, and he bowls the right-handed Wokes, who goes back, wants a single. He'll get it as well. Stokes comes rushing in.
Oh.
And the underarm throw from about a yard missed the stumps. Although I think Stokes was home.
Yeah, Stokes was backing up.
It shouldn't have come to this. It should not have come to scrambled singles.
They were 10 runs ahead of the balls.
They were. They were absolutely. It was nailed on. All they had to do was just sensibly knock them off. And now it's harem scarum. 11 needed off 10 with 4 wickets left.
Adam will never let me work with you guys again if you don't win these.
But I mean, you can get really tense T20 games, can't you? And you get other games that should just be put away.
Yeah.
And this one should have been put away. Rajita's bowling. Stokes drives into the leg side. Now they should get 2 here. This short boundary. Fielder has the ball. Wokes heading towards the far end. A cry of this end. Not sure which end they're referring to. And the throw finally comes in. They've taken 2. They're back on level footing again with the balls. 9 off 9.
He's turned up from somewhere, Adam. Look at him. He's pacing around the box.
Well,
he's nervous.
I know, the poor producer. We can let out doing this. We're all right. We can get rid of our nervous energy. 133 for 6. Halfway through the penultimate over. Rajita is bowling his medium pace. He's bowling to Stokes, who's 36. Zita again lopes in from that far end, bowls to Stokes. A wide, surely. Yes, it is. Bad ball outside the off stump. 8 off 9.
Yeah, it's poor delivery, that. Just a poor delivery. Wide of the line there. What England needed. Just a bit of breathing space.
Yeah.
Stokes watched that one. He's standing right in front of his stump, so he's almost tempting
just get a four
Rosita
here.
to bowl at his pad so he can whip it away to the members' stand area there.
That's the area. Rosita again moves in bowls and Stokes drives. Now, Wokes again will come back for 2 here. Field's got a long way to come in. Way down there in the distance. 6 off 8. Stokes could finish it with a single hit.
Well, it's been a good dig with from Stokes here. You've got to give him credit.
He's just done the right thing.
He's just knocked it around.
Yeah.
He hasn't dealt... He sort of put the pressure behind him and said, I'll just bat and I'll just watch the ball and hit the ball and react.
That's all the others had to do.
Yeah, and so it just goes to show why he's such a good cricketer. And there was a little bit of talk before the series, should you pick him, should you not pick him?
I'd always have him.
Mate, he's just a cool, calm head, isn't he?
Yeah. 6 to win. Rosita from the far end moves in and bowls to Stokes wide outside the off stump. Chops away into the offside. Wokes has set off. He's got to get back again, which he manages to do because the fielder has picked that up at cover. 6 from 7.
Whatever you do, don't leave this to the last ball.
Oh, God. 4 wickets left. 7 balls remain. Third man, fine legger up on the edge of the circle. Can Stokes just deal with it with 1 clean hit? Rosita's on the way, bowls to Stokes, who goes for it, but doesn't quite time that, drags the ball into the leg side for a single deep mid wicket. He'll be on strike, with England needing 5 off the last 6 balls. They should do it, and they should have done it by now, and not nearly as tight as this.
I genuinely can't believe they've left it with leading 5 in the last over. I'm sitting here I'm in shock.
Well, you can only hope that the likes of Brooke and Livingston particularly have just learnt something tonight. You know, if you throw in the tension of a final, say, in that situation, you don't play like that. You just win the game, get it done. Win it with an over to spare by just playing, just batting.
Kamara to bowl the last over.
Yeah, 5 needed. 4 for a super over. Stokes on strike.
He's going to bowl short here and make Stokes try and take on the long boundary. But I think Stokes is bright enough to go in front of the Brongles stand. He won't do what Curran did and take on the long side. He'll take on the short side.
Stokes on strike. Short boundary to the right. Overs on target, so they don't have to bring anybody in. Here's the first ball, and it's wide outside the off stump, chopped away into the offside. They look for 2 here, surely. Fielder coming in, there's a long way to come. Picks up now. Wokes is running his bat, and in fact he's fumbled it anyway. 2. 3 needed from 5 balls.
So he's got a no ball in him too, Kamara. He won't keep his front foot behind the line. That's going to ruin the game.
3 needed, 5 balls remain, 4 wickets in hand. Stokes still on strike. Wokes is running very well out there. He's really racing up and down between...
What's happened? We've got an injury here. What's going on?
I think the fielder out there, who has a ranger, actually, is wandering off a bit of a knee problem, so he's away. The physio, again, coming on and guiding him off the field. So there's a substitute out there at deep point. What a time to come on and field a substitute, by the way. In the last over with 3 needed. And out he goes at deep point on the short boundary. Good luck.
Don't miss it.
Stokes steps into his stance again. There's 3 needed for England to go through to the semi-finals. And Stokes leans back and runs that down to third man. I think there'll only be 1. It is only 1. 2 needed. 4 balls. Wokes checks his guard. To change his line here. He's bowling at the left-hander. Now he's got a right-handed Wokes.
He's going to have to bring people up here.
He's got to bring people. He's got to put real pressure on Stokes.
He's got to almost take that shot away from him.
Yeah, he's got to just try and stop this little push and run that will get Stokes on strike. And they are bringing in. They're bringing an extra man in. And those fielders in the circle are saving a single rather than saving boundaries on the edge of the circle. So Wokes here, if he's got it in him, could hit the boundary that wins the game.
Take on the short ball, I reckon.
2 from 4. Kamara, the Sri Lankan quick bowler, runs in bowls to Wokes. It's short, he misses it. 2 off 3. What are they doing?
What are we doing?
2 off 3. Stokes is going down for a conversation with Wokes. I think it's got a run. If it goes through to the keeper, they've got a run.
I reckon he just said, mate, just hit it in the member stand. Let's get off here. Watch the ball. Hit it in there, would you?
2 off 3. 1.
He's got to run for Stokes. If he gets to the keeper, he must run.
Yeah, I think he does have to run. Kamara again with 2 needed from 3 balls for England. Runs in now, bowls the right-handed Wokes and chops it away into the offside. He's done it. The ball goes for 4. Some width from Kamara. And England win with 2 balls to spare. 4 wickets in hand. They should have done it much easier than that. They really should, and they've got to be honest with themselves about how they went about that run chase. Had such a good platform, but there were some poor dismissals, needless dismissals in the middle of that innings. That's put some real pressure on those coming in later on. So there are some questions there, but for now, England can celebrate the fact that they've won another pressure game, and they are through to the semi-final. They don't know who against yet. That semi-final will be in Adelaide on Thursday, played at the same time as this game has been played today, wherever you happen to be listening, of course. So relief all round down there. I can see England's players coming out now to shake hands and so on with their Sri Lankan counterparts. But there must be some honesty there as well. So come on, we shouldn't have put those lower order batsmen under such pressure. They got Milan on one leg. That was all a bit tighter than it should have been. Ravi, a cool customer.
Yeah.
What do you make of that?
No, I was comfortable all along. I mean, it only looks...
Comfortable all along?
Well, it only looks that close because they went into their shells a little bit towards the end just to make sure that they got the score. But I think if there was another 10 runs on the board, they probably would have cruised it.
What about those
played a few
in the
more
middle?
shots?
How about those? I mean, Brooke, Livingston and Moeen. What do you think about the way that they got out?
Look, it's going to happen.
That they played in that situation, there was.
Yeah, but it's going to happen in T20 cricket. You know, you're playing high-risk cricket. You just got to. It's just the nature of the game. I mean, you're going to hit balls flat to the guy at cover. You're going to hit the odd one out to the man out on the boundary. It's T20 cricket. It happens all the time.
What did I tell you would come on?
Sweet Caroline, here it goes.
There we go. We should be the ground DJ anyway. But yeah, but they needed less than a run a ball. They could just knock it, just win the game. Thanks very much. Pack your bags and go to Adelaide. Get the job done. Just nail it down.
I mean, yeah, I understand where you're coming from on that one, but you know, if it was that simple and that easy, I mean, I'm sure they would have done it. But this England team plays aggressive cricket. That's the brand that they've got this far in this tournament, and you know, they beat the Aussies in the series before, and they've been such a good T20 side over the last 4 or 5 years from being aggressive, and that's the mode they should play in, and there's no need to change. Yes, there is time for adapting.
Yeah.
I totally agree that there is a time to adapt, but they've won the game, and that's the most important thing. They've got the job done.
They have 2 balls to spare. They have got there. We'll have lots of interviews and reaction to that over the course of the next 35 minutes or so as we reflect on, well, it's been an entertaining evening. It's been a lovely evening to sit out and watch cricket here today. Actually, the England team, actually, they're gathering out there. They're waiting, I think, for all the Sri Lankans to come over. Led by Chris Silverwood, actually, who's saying well done. That's nice too, to congratulate everybody. So I think Adil Rashid is being lined up again down there. We'll hear from all these players as we go. England were chasing 142 to win. I mean, we talk about their batting losing its way a bit. Well, Sri Lanka certainly, they were 52 for 1 after the first 5. They then lost 28 for 1 in their second 5. And in their last 8 overs, they scored only 52 runs, losing 5 wickets. So they really lost a lot of their pace and momentum in that time. Some terrific bowling from particularly from England spinners, and Adil Rashid in particular. 1 for 16 from his 4 overs. Mark Wood, who was very expensive off his first, he went for 17. Finished with 3 for 26 from his 3. I think the team actually going over towards the supporters now, which is nice. Not going all the way down there, it's a long way, but where the old hill used to be, There's a lot of England supporters packed in there with their flags waving. That was the area that was really buzzing when poor old Mitchell Johnson came out to bat in 10-11. Do you remember that? He came out and the whole place was erupted with the Mitchell Johnson song.
One to the left, one to the right.
Yeah, and it was bowled first ball by Chris Tremblay, and I thought the whole place was going to explode. It was incredible.
It actually gave him the fire for 14, 15 weeks.
It did.
Did you play that series?
Thank God I did.
He genuinely bowled fast.
I think he bowled so fast.
Oh my goodness gracious!
The quickest bowling I've ever seen.
Oh mate, it was scary.
It was horrible.
It started in the one-day series in England.
It did.
Yeah. He really got the bit between his teeth, and not sorry for guys walking out to bat. It was scary fast.
One of the great sporting comebacks that was. We've got Adam Mountford down there for an interview or two, to see if I can spot him. Actually, there he is, and I think he's going to have a chat to Mark Wood by the look of it, who's wandering up. Adam.
Hello, Mark. Never in doubt. I can tell you, I was nervous as anything up there with my pads on. Me and Rashid Adil kept looking at each other, thinking, "Are we going to get in here? What are we going to do?" So, yeah, a bit nervy, but we got there in the end.
Did England make that more difficult than it needed to be?
I think they were clever. They used a lot of spin when it was obviously difficult to go against, but I'm sure that we'll be disappointed with making it so close. I'm sure that we wouldn't have wanted to make it as nervy as what it was, but the seamers all day were the ones that seemed to go for more runs, and it was the spin that was hard to get away, and they bowled a lot of spin there to try and choke us and keep it tight and take it down the wire, but Ben, who's done it before in nervous situations and tight situations, stood up and got us there.
There's been a bit of scrutiny about Ben Stokes as a batter in this tournament, hasn't there? But I suppose a performance like that shows what he can do in that sort of situation.
Yeah, big game player. When you need him, he stands up, and we needed him there, and he did it for us.
And in terms of the start she had, I mean, it was a fantastic performance, wasn't it? Joss Buttler at the top and Alex Hales, England flying at that stage.
Yeah, played really well up top. I think obviously the new ball was the best time to bat for both teams. They got off like a train, and so did we. A couple of unlucky dismissals. Alex Hales straight back the bowler with the toe end of the bat, but really glad that they're in great form, and that's good for us going forward.
Were you confident you had enough runs at the halfway stage? They didn't have enough runs, I should say.
Yeah, I think we dragged it back really well. At one stage we were looking like they were going to get a lot more, so 140 I think was a great comeback from us, and one thing that we did do was take wickets at the end, and that was important to stop the runs.
And talking about a great comeback, let's face it, your first over, 6, first ball, 6 with the last ball, but to come back and take those 3 wickets so economically, you must be very pleased with how you dragged it back personally.
Yeah, I'd like to stop doing that for the last couple of games. The last 2 have been expensive and then had to drag it back, so probably key on starting better. I mean, it was to the short side tonight, and maybe I was subconsciously worried about that, but I've got to be more accurate in that first bit. I mean, usually when I've bowled in the power play, I'm still trying to take wickets, so my thought process won't change. I'm trying to get the batsman out, but I'm going to have to be a little bit more accurate, because I kind of keep dragging it back like that. It's not going to be no good for anyone.
And how good was Adil Rashid tonight?
He's been excellent for the last few games. I think he's been really good. I just think he hasn't get the wickets he's deserved. The little inside edges, or one's not quite carrying. And even tonight, he hasn't come away with a bucket load of wickets, but he created pressure, he got wickets for other people, and he bowled with great skill. Round the corner, down the line, he's going to get a shed load of wickets from what he deserves with these performances.
And do you think your middle order will learn something from an experience like tonight? Because you've got some younger players in there, the likes of Harry Brook, etc., that when you have another tight situation, to maybe play slightly differently?
Possibly. I don't think it was an easy wicket to start on. These are used wickets and wickets that have been played on for a long time. I'm sure if we get on a true batting wicket, those lads will cash in just like they did in Pakistan. So I'm not too concerned. I see them in the nets, and that talent's definitely there. A couple of bad games, you're not a bad player overnight, they will come good.
I spoke to you after the Ireland result. At that point, perhaps the semi-final seemed a long way away. You're there. How are you pleased with how well the team has pulled things back from there?
I'm in a lot better mood now I'm speaking to you this time than last time. I was not in a good place there. I think we've done really well. The intensity's gone up because they've been must-win games. We've sort of gone into knockout tournament sort of structure. This game was almost a quarter-final. We needed to win this one. The one before against New Zealand, we needed to win that one. So the last 4 games, very similar to sort of 2019 World Cup, where we had to win the last few games. So sort of similar. We move on to the semi-final, which will be a massive game. And, you know, last year we got to the semis. We want to go even further and win it.
Looks like Adelaide could be against India, possibly. How are you feeling about that as an occasion if they do get through us in top of their group?
It's exciting. It's a massive game, India v England. You know, two good teams. You know, you've got to beat the best teams to win the competition. So, you know, if it is India, it'll be a fantastic match.
We enjoyed the roller coaster ride this evening, Mark.
Yeah, my heart rate will hopefully come down, but thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Adam, very much indeed. On duty out there, and we'll see who else is going to chat to you. Might actually catch up with Josh Butler in a second, who's sharing a word with Chris Silverwood by the look of it, which is rather nice. Silverwood, of course, coach of Sri Lanka at the moment, and he's going to talk to Adam.
Chris, what an exciting game of cricket that was. And as far as Sri Lanka concerned, it was just so tight. But, sorry, I'm going to start there again. We were just chatting to someone else. Chris, obviously, a lot to go through. You've had some tight occasions as coaches here as Sri Lanka coach. How was that for you? Disappointing not to quite get over the line?
Well, obviously we were out here to win tonight, but the big thing for me was to continue the team's progression. I think over the last 6 months we've seen the team, certainly in white ball cricket, progress, learn new ways of playing, explore different ideas and methods, and I think we've seen success in that. So the biggest thing for me out of all this is, are we keeping the team moving forward? And the answer is yes. I mean, we still appreciate we have a way to go to make sure that we're competing with the best teams on a consistent basis, but we've equally shown that we can compete with them on our day.
And to come from that defeat in Namibia in the first game of the tournament to compete against England so fiercely this evening shows perhaps how the team's developed over the last few weeks.
Absolutely, it's all part of that growth. I mean, the growth cycle that we're trying to put into them at the moment, and we're showing character. I mean, the big thing for me is that regardless of situation, you never give in. You try and find solutions and find ways into the game, and we saw that again today. We saw the character shine through, and I want them to put a Sri Lankan swagger on everything that they do, and we're seeing it come through in the guys. So for me, as disappointing as it is, obviously, to lose a game of cricket, to see the team continually move forward, it's very pleasurable for me.
And we shouldn't forget, from a personal point of view, you've taken this side to victory in the Asia Cup in quite a short amount of time. That must be a great achievement for you.
It was. I mean, obviously, that progress started in Sri Lanka when we were playing the white ball series there as well. And to go out and again beat India, beat Pakistan, and to win that trophy was not only great for the team, but it was great for the country as well. So a huge thank you to all the fans out there that have supported us so loyally. It's been nice to be able to put a smile on people's faces.
How are you finding the experience of being Sri Lanka coach?
It's been great, to be honest. I've immersed myself in the culture, and I've been very lucky that the people have embraced me as well. So from a personal point of view, I think it'd be great for my growth as a coach, and to get outside of a comfort zone and go work somewhere else. But equally, I couldn't ask for anything more than obviously what I've been given while I've been there.
Did it feel strange today, the chance to knock England out? Because this time last year you were about to embark on leading England in an Ashes tour.
No, to be honest, I always viewed it as just it's another game of cricket. We had to prep exactly as we would if we were playing against, as I say, India, Pakistan, Australia, or whoever it is. We had to prep the same, and to me it was coming out and putting all those methods into practice and trying to move forward, and we've done that. So, like I say, it's obviously meet a few old friends out there, a few familiar faces, but at the same time, it's we had to get down to our business.
You've obviously been concentrating on being Sri Lanka coach, but just a word on this England side. Do they look like potential champions?
They do. We knew this was always going to be a difficult game. You look at them, they've got power all the way down that batting lineup. And they've got a great variety in the bowling attack. So they have got the potential to go on and win this tournament, I'm sure. And obviously I wish them luck now. And I'll be watching with great interest.
And last thing, what's it been like watching on as a former England coach for the last few months, using Brendan McCullum and Bazball, that sort of thing? Have you been watching on as an interesting person? I suppose it's been a really interesting thing to see. But Chris, listen, thanks so much for joining us, and congratulations on the tournament. We'll catch up with you again soon.
Thank you very much.
There we are. Nice to have Chris Silverwood there chatting about Sri Lanka. Of course, he's their coach now, and we'll get some more reactions. Well, we'll hear from Josh Butler as well, because England have won. They're through to the semi-final, and they will be playing. Well, we don't know who yet, but probably India. We'll find out tomorrow. Just a reminder, there are 3 games tomorrow at 11 a.m. That's Australia Eastern Time. That's South Africa, Netherlands. That's midnight at home. 3 p.m. here, 4 a.m. back at home is Pakistan, Bangladesh. That's not, I don't think, going to have an influence on anything to do with the semi-finals, but there's a lot of personal pride at stake in that one, as you can imagine. And then 7 p.m. here, 8 a.m. at home on BBC. It's one that you never know. This could have an impact on the semi-final lineups. It's India against Zimbabwe. That's in Melbourne. We'll be there for that. And well, if India win and they progress, then they will play England on Thursday in Adelaide, and it'll be South Africa against New Zealand here in Sydney on Wednesday. So anyway, that's all to come. That's how it all looks from that perspective. I think, Stuart, while we're waiting for more down there, I mean, we shouldn't overlook the fact that Australia got knocked out tonight. That's disappointing, isn't it? I mean, from an Australian perspective, when you had been here to see them play New Zealand, and it's obviously been an uphill battle for them ever since.
Yeah, look, it absolutely is disappointing. They haven't played good enough or well enough in this series. They got smashed off the park by New Zealand. We were here commentating and watching the game, and unfortunately, when Australia look back and do a bit of a debrief on this session, on this tournament, I think the short answer is they can talk about it as much as they want. They just haven't been good enough with the bat or with the ball. And there's a bit of soul-searching to do. There's some guys in that team, too, that have been around for a long period of time.
I was going to say, does it feel like this could be the opportunity for a bit of a rebuild?
Well, I think, I'm not sure when's the next one on, a couple of years, isn't it? Yeah, it's a couple of years, I think.
There's a 50 overs next.
Yeah, and then I think that'll be the swan song for certainly Warner in 50 over. But T20 team, we've got to start looking to what is next. Now, we've got some young guys there, but I read a stat in there that Cameron Green's the only... Sorry. He choked. Cameron Green's the only gentleman under 29.
Yes,
and that's not
remarkable.
It's a remarkable stat when you think about that, because they've got some guys in there that have been around, Warner and Smith, Stoinis and Matthew Wade.
But England's about the same. They've only, I think, got 2 under 30 in there, so it's not necessarily young folks, young people's game, is it?
But they've got some guys that are a little bit on, going sort of closer to the end than the start. So there will certainly be some soul searching, especially with the bowlers. They're the ones that I think we've got to really look at, and they're fine bowlers, all three of them: Mitch Stark, Cummins, and Hazelwood.
Yeah,
but they play all three forms.
Yeah.
You guys have got it a little bit different, where you've got guys that play three forms, but you've also got specialist test players and T20 players and things like that.
Which has extended Broad and Anderson's career.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So the questions will start to come asked. Whether they're right and how you can answer them, I don't know. But the questions are going to get asked is, what does our team look like for the next World Cup? And I'm pretty sure half the guys now may not be there.
Yeah, and there's still, there's a lot of conversation about Mitchell Starc missing out last night and not playing. That must have been, I was scratching my head.
We were
trying to work that out.
That was a really odd selection.
Wasn't it? You've got to blow Afghanistan away, basically, to get the run rate up and so on. And you'd think, there are some very fine bowlers in there, but I think for Afghanistan, the one they really not want to face will be Mitch Starc. If the ball's swinging a bit, ball's at such full length, quick, you'd think that you'd probably throw the ball to him, probably first, actually, in that attack, to go and do that sort of a job when he wasn't even playing.
I would have thought that, I'll ask Ravi, if you look at the list of the guys you wanted to face, Cummins, Hazelwood, Stark, Richardson, whoever, he'd be at the top of the list. He's not the bloke I want to face.
No.
Why was he not playing yesterday? It just makes no sense. Look, I know he's not bowling. The radar's not on with him.
Yeah.
I saw that in the previous game where he was trying to bowl certain deliveries and he was getting nowhere near. But when the radar's on, even when if he gets the ball straight and it swings a little bit, he blows teams away. And it's a type of bowler that will blow Afghanistan away. He keeps the stumps in play.
Yeah.
In Australia, where a lot of the balls are bouncing over the stumps, he's the one man that keeps the stumps and the LBWs and all that in play. When they needed wickets, they need to blow a team away. I just can't understand that selection. I just don't understand that selection.
It's a very it's an unpositive, it's a negative selection, because he may go for a few. Yes, he's not bowling. But the positive selection is when he's on song, you're right, he's going to blow teams off the park. And unfortunately, I think they got that horribly wrong. And Richardson, he's a good bowler, don't get me wrong, but he's not Mitchell Starc on his day.
No. Will it have an impact on the rest of the tournament, the fact that Australia are not in it, and the semi-final here at SCG without Aussies in it, and likewise Adelaide, and of course the final of the MCG without them in it?
Not as big an impact if India weren't in the final.
Oh, well, that's true.
India, look, obviously the team, well, we saw the crowd here when India played. It was chock-a-block. And Andrew Moore and myself were walking out after the game, an hour after we finished doing this and chatting away.
Yeah.
and there were still 4,000 people out the back singing and chanting. So, look, it's sad for Australia, obviously being in their home country and winning a World Cup here, but not to be.
Now, Adam is with England's captain, Joss Butler.
Joss, congratulations. Bit nervy, though.
Yeah, it was a lot more nervy than it needed to be at one stage, but we found a way to get the job done. I think a lot of credit goes to Ben Stokes. He's a man that takes a lot on his shoulders and really stands out in those situations, so really pleased to have him in the middle.
There were quite a few people questioning his position in this T20 team. Was it that sort of performance that makes the difference?
Well, no, I think he's a guy who can win you the game with the bat, with the ball and in the field, so there's never any questioning of his position from within the group. Of course, he always wants to be the main man every day, and we all want him to score runs every game, but the nature of T20 cricket, that doesn't always happen. But what is for sure is he's a proper match winner, and he showed that in a different kind of style tonight.
You must have been very pleased with the start that yourself and Alex got when it looked a bit nervy, didn't it? A used pitch. They've got some fine spin bowlers, and you're all over it. A flying start for England.
Yeah, it's a fantastic start, and it's just the kind of start you want in that kind of chase. Having lost the toss, on a used wicket, you think it might just get harder and harder as the game goes on. And for both teams, I think outside the power play, it almost looked like the air went out the ball. It was tough, and I thought we dragged it back really well with the ball. And they're sitting there on the side. I take a lot of responsibility on my own shoulders. I think once you get such a good start in this kind of must-win game, being a set batter, you want to be there at the end for your team.
Do you think there'll be some lessons learned perhaps about how the batting in the middle order went? Because it seemed the victory in sight and wickets started to tumble.
Yeah, I think so. I think, again, I take full responsibility myself. I think to be in the position we're in, being set and sort of understanding the wicket, we knew that sort of letting them back in with wickets would be the only way they get back into the game. And these kind of pitches are never actually very easy to start on. I think it takes you a few balls to get used to it. The value of small partnerships are huge on there. So now I think very much I sit there looking at myself, just thinking, do the job yourself if you get in.
What's the situation with David Malan? Obviously, clearly an injury, didn't come into bat. What's the long-term situation, you think, as far as he's concerned for the rest of the tournament?
Too early to tell, to be honest. Obviously felt something which meant he had to go off the field. Fingers crossed he'll miraculously pull up well. We've got a few days, obviously, and fingers crossed for him.
Would he have batted, though?
If he needed to, yeah, he would have batted. I think running would have just been a bit of a struggle, but he was determined to get out there.
Let's talk about the bowling, because England actually pulled things back really well. At one stage, the predictions were over 200 perhaps, and the way that particularly Adil Rashid and Mark Wood towards the end did really gave England a total they could chase.
Yeah, definitely. I thought the bowling unit came back really well. I think for both teams, you saw the power play was by far the best time to bat. But yeah, I thought Adil Rashid's 6th over in the power play sort of really halted the momentum. I think he only went for 2 in that over. It was a brilliant over of leg spin with only obviously 2 fielders outside. So his performance tonight was outstanding.
Because he's been a bit short of wickets for someone like Adil, who's such a powerful force in the T20 side. He must be a good confidence boost for him.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he's been bowling well. I think, he doesn't, maybe in the recent past he hasn't picked up the wickets that he usually does, but I think he's still been bowling well, and I think you see tonight he probably could have got 2 or 3 as well, and so he's obviously such a key part of our team. He's someone we always turn to under pressure, and he was brilliant tonight.
So off to Adelaide you go. Not sure you're going to play yet, but possibly India. What an occasion that could be.
Yeah, absolutely. That'd be amazing. Yeah, I think anywhere India go, you're probably going to play in a full stadium. So the occasion's fantastic. We're delighted to get there. Coming here today, it's a long day waiting. Thinking if we win the match, we go through. And under pressure, we managed to do that.
And of course, last year you didn't get through in the semi-final, so you've got something to build on, obviously. And you don't want to go out and have that feeling again, do you?
No, absolutely. And I still think we've got our best games ahead of us in this tournament. I think we can put in more complete performances than we have. We've done enough to get through, and now it's about going to the real knockout stages and just expressing ourselves and enjoying the occasion. It's the things you want to play the game for, get to semi-finals, finals, try and win things, and we're in a position to hopefully try and do that.
Thanks, Joss.
Thank you.
That's Adam Mountford talking to Joss Butler. I think it's probably the end of the reaction we'll get from down there. I can see one or two of the England players signing autographs and that sort of thing down there, which is all rather good. If you are just tuning in and wondering what's going on, be it in Australia or back home in the UK, well, England have won here, which means that they go through to the semi-final next week in Adelaide, and Australia have been knocked out. So basically New Zealand, Australia and England all finished up this group on 7 points. New Zealand with an extraordinarily high run rate, 2.11 their net run rate. Australia never got over that defeat here against them, so their run rate is what's cost them here. And England, despite losing to Ireland, have managed to get back up to that 7 points with a healthier net run rate than Australia. So that's basically what's happened here. In the other group, then, these games, as I mentioned, South Africa, Netherlands, Pakistan, Bangladesh, and India, Zimbabwe. Well, India are top, but you can see what might happen if South Africa, who are playing the Netherlands, if they win, they go up to 7 points. India have 6, and that could therefore have an influence on that. Pakistan, I think it would take all sorts of permutations for them to qualify. I think South Africa and India both have to lose their matches tomorrow, and that's possible. South Africa, Netherlands, I don't know. India, Zimbabwe again. So it's likely that India and South Africa will be the two that go through, but in what order, that depends on tomorrow's matches. What do you think of that? I mean, I wonder, Joss Butler saying about India being the big attraction and the huge crowds and all of that. I mean, I wonder who England would prefer to face, Ravi, in the semi.
I would have thought they would have preferred to face South Africa.
Feels more their sort of game.
Yeah, pace on the ball.
Yes.
The batters liking the pace on the ball, whereas India. But then again, the short side boundaries at Adelaide, the spinners, you can take the spinners down. If you can play square well, you can take the Indian spinners down.
Yep.
So there is dimensions of that ground that could play into England's hand.
Interesting if they'd have to come and play here just on this wicket. We were just talking off air while Adam was doing his interviews that which wicket, and that wicket started to get tired by the end of the night, which would have suited India to a T. That's what they can play on wickets like that. They can really dominate with their spinners and also their batters. So going to Adelaide, I was saying maybe Adelaide will suit them, but if it's a fresher wicket with a bit more pace in it, I think that'll favour England massively versus India.
A bit more reaction. Mike Atherton has been speaking to the man of the match, who was Adil Rashid.
Mr. Nitish Kumar can hand over the Player of the Match award to Adil Rashid for his wonderful bowling, 1 for 16 from 4. But you're standing there with your pads on, Adil. It was a bit nervy there at the end, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. That was a tight game. I thought they bowled exceptionally well there. But I thought as it happens in T20 cricket, sometimes we're allowed to bowl well and create the pressure. But I thought Stokesy there played magnificent. So we got over the line, which is a good thing.
Was it a case of the conditions making life difficult, or was there a hint of complacency at 75 for none?
No, I think it was just probably the ball well. They create the pressure, you lose some wickets and you build dots, and that's the way the game goes with T20 cricket. But thankfully, we stuck to it and we got over the line.
And the game took a similar shape in the first half of the game, which is why you've got the Player of the Match award. Sri Lanka got an absolute flyer, and you needed to be at your best today to drag it back.
Yeah, for myself, it was quite nice to actually bowl a few dots and create a few chances, but I thought it was a great team effort. That's T20 cricket again. The first 5-6, they can easily get off to a flyer, but it counts all the way. I thought we bowled exceptionally well as a team. Seamers there, Woody, Stokesy, all the bowlers, and the spinners as well.
And presumably you expected to have a role to play tonight, given that we were on a very worn pitch, third time it's been played on, and the history of this ground, which plays to the strengths of wrist spinners.
Yeah, definitely. It's obviously nice to, bowl with a bit of assistance as well, because Australia, you may not get that in certain grounds, but coming here you get that. Traditionally there's a bit of spin, but I thought even the seamers, the spinners, we all stuck to it and finished off really well.
And it's been said you've not been quite at your best in this tournament, or maybe a little bit before that. Is that a fair comment or not?
I've actually felt quite good even before the tournament, but that's T20 cricket. Sometimes you may bowl well or feel good, not get the wicket, sometimes not as well and get the wicket. So for me, like I said, as long as we're winning and bowling well as a a team and trying my best to do my job and winning. So the rest is history.
So it's Adelaide now, a semi-final, what will be a great occasion, no doubt. I don't know whether you saw the games the other day there, but the pitch seemed quite conducive for spin as well.
Yeah, obviously there may be a fresh pitch. Whatever is in front of us, we'll play. So, like, obviously it might spin, it might seam, it might be a flat one. So whatever it is on the day, we'll look at it and assess.
And you had fantastic support tonight. There was great support actually for both teams. I expect there'll be a lot of England supporters making their way down to Adelaide.
Yeah, definitely. Wherever we go, you know, England, we always get a support, especially in Australia as well. So hopefully they can come in Adelaide in huge numbers.
Well played tonight.
Thank you very much.
Adil Rashid, who, he hasn't perhaps been his absolute best, but he did bowl well today, didn't he? I mean, and it's interesting about, his confidence. When you're bowling in a tournament, you can go searching for wickets a bit if you haven't got any, but actually the way he bowled today was beautiful. The conditions have helped him a bit.
Yeah, and you know what? It was his over that changed this game.
Yeah.
This game was running away from
that
him.
First over, yeah.
That sixth over that he bowled, which is, the fifth and sixth over, very tough overs to bowl in T20 cricket in today's game. And he came on with only 2 men out to protect the boundary. For him to come in against 2 set batters and do that was remarkable, and he changed the game for England today.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why he's man of the match. He's won the game for England with his spell of bowling. And you're right, he hasn't taken the wickets, and that happens in T20 cricket. Sometimes you can bowl really well. You can go at 6 and over for a tournament and just not pick up wickets, but you get wickets at the other end. So he's winning. He's winning games for England without us even noticing, because he's not taking the wickets.
And that's the thing that does happen, isn't it? Because we're not noticing. Because you look at the end of the day, and you're on 3 for and 2 for and 4 for. But sometimes going for 16 and 4 overs in a game where they were going at 8s, yes, 8 and a halves to start with, that's a pretty good session. And you've got to remember that, he comes and he bowls at difficult times, and he comes in when they need to get a wicket or they need to change things up. He does it. We were talking off air again that, he's such a good T20 bowler that but he flies under the radar a bit.
We don't talk wrong about that no one picks.
Yeah, we don't talk about him enough, and we talk about all these other guys, the mystery spinners and all that. Yeah. But he plays that role perfectly in England's team at the moment.
Yeah. Just particularly for our listeners back at home, explain Adelaide, because it's quite a unique ground to play on, isn't it? I mean, it's very long and it's very narrow. And we've spent these matches here in Sydney and also at Brisbane talking about that sort of short boundary there and so on. Now, short boundaries both sides at Adelaide, but very long.
It's basically like a football field with two ends on it, 2 semicircles on the end. So it's a very short hit either side. Now I'm hoping they'll put the wicket in the middle, and I think they'll put it somewhere near the middle. But it's been, watching the BBL and things like that, teams go down there and it's very hard to control the game because you can get picked off quickly. You can't protect the ground type thing. And even if you can get them to hit it straight, guys hit the ball so hard now too. They don't. Back in the old days with the bats that you used to use, Aggers and things like that, you couldn't hit them that far. The way they hit the ball now, it doesn't matter. And they sort of look at it and go, yeah, we can get a 6 there, but if I get one in the right spot, I can still hit it all the way down.
That's the point. It doesn't have to just be a short ball that goes square, can it? Yeah. It's the pickup, it's the inside-outy drives they play now.
Yeah. Absolutely. It's the highest skill level now of putting the ball around the park. So you're right. The dimensions of the ground do matter, but guys can pick it up.
Guys pick it up, and you're right. They play 360 now. They play all around the ground, so they can. Back in the days where they went, we'll just go to deep mid wicket. That was the one and only spot. Now they go to deep cover, and then if you put a deep cover in, they're good enough to open up and go over the top of point, or they'll ramp you, and they'll reverse hit you, which I find absolutely amazing. Guys that reverse hit the spinners that. That was just not even a shot back in the day, was it? Wasn't
no, absolutely.
It wasn't even heard of. Do you reverse hit? Do you?
He's been giving me lessons. He's been giving me lessons on the ramp shot.
I played the reverse sweep more in my younger days than I did. But the thing is, sometimes certain shots go out of your game because you think, hold on, I'm better at doing. I've got a 90%. Yeah, I've got a 90% record of doing that, so why don't I just go with the percentages and doing something that's 50-50? So I mean, it's great to have it, but you may as well stick with the percentages.
And that's what I say to kids all the time, that the great players have all the shots, right? Like you're talking Tendulkars and Laras and all those guys. But most of us, and the better ones, have 80% of the shots or 70%, and then as you get down 50, so go with the ones you can play and do it well. Don't play the ones just because of the sake of playing them because everyone else does. And that's a big trick, because everyone starts out with play all the shots. It's just not possible. You've got to be the greats of the greats, play all the shots.
Just a last thought, Ravi. I suppose the talk from the England camp going into Thursday is going to be David Milan. They've been unchanged throughout. We don't know how serious his injury is and how much treatment he could have. But actually, they're not playing till Thursday, today's Saturday night, so there's quite a bit of a way to go before that. But would it be unsettling if they do have to juggle things around a bit? I don't know, bring Salt in maybe, I guess would be the obvious one.
Well, that would be the obvious one.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's a bad move for England, to bring Salt in, someone fresh.
Yeah.
Look, I don't think Salt's the type of guy that needs warm-up games to get going. He's the type of guy who strikes his first ball out the middle of the bat. He goes hard. He doesn't think about the game too much. So, I mean, it could be a very, very good move for England, I think.
We shall see. We'll keep an eye on that. Thank you two very much indeed. Stuart, lovely to catch up with you.
Lovely to see you again, Angus.
And I'm sorry that England have come to Australia tonight. I mean, I really am. I mean it from the bottom of my heart. I mean, I loved the Ashes last year, and I love the stick that I got everywhere we went. So you'll bounce back.
Well, somewhere down the track, hopefully.
You will bounce back.
Thanks to the Sri Lankan middle order.
But that is what's happened here tonight, and that England have gone through and Australia have not. Tomorrow, as I mentioned, those other games will have bearing on the semi-final match, the match up, if you like, of what's going to happen. So 11 o'clock Eastern Time, South Africa, Netherlands, 3 o'clock Pakistan, Bangladesh, and then the match that we're going to be doing, 7 o'clock India against Zimbabwe at the MCG. I hope it stopped raining there. Till then, from all of us here, goodbye.
Rajitha bowls to Hales down the track, lost this over mid-off, heading towards the boundary, 2 bounces over the rope into the fence for 4. Now bowling to Butler, who is launching this high in the air. Has he got it? Mid-on, dropping back, ball in the air. He never looked like catching that and falls all over himself. Does the fieldsman Banaka, Rajapaksa, and they come back for a second run. He was flailing going after that ball, as now Butler hits this high and far, over mid-on, towards the boundary. It's into the stands. It's a 6. Great finish to the over. Joss Butler now 25 off 18, and England no wicket for 50.
Rajitha again runs in, bowls. Oh, that's a big one. Up it goes into the night sky. 6 at deep mid-wicket, and someone there waves an Indian flag. Not sure what he's doing in here. Here's the next one, and he's gone for a big hit to the leg side. Catch it, they shout. And he has done 2 out there at deep mid-wicket. I thought for a moment he was sprawling on the ground, and Sri Lanka's fielding has been so poor that Kunaratne might have dropped it, but he's hung on there. And so England have lost Butler. Hazaranga bowls, and Hales does go for that short boundary. And it's his chopped a catch back to Hazaranga. And he walks off very disappointed. Strange one, that, as to how it got back to the bowler, because he was aiming out to deep square leg. And somehow he's mistimed this.
Round the wicket comes down in Jaya, and Harry Brook is playing it back with the bowler. Is that caught and bowled low down? What a catch! And Harry Brook most disappointed. He's out. Caught and bowled by Dhananjaya de Silva for 4. And it's a slog from Livingston. High in the air to long on. Should be caught. Should be. Is. Terrific catch in the end. Lunging forward by Dhananjaya de Silva. And a wicket for Kamara. England 106 for 4. And Livingston gone for 4. Dhananjaya bowls and Ali drives, caught. Shanaka takes the catch. Put the chocolate down, Ravi. There's still some cricket to be played. Now England 5 for 111. Moeen Ali caught Shanaka. Bowled Dhananjaya de Silva for 1.
He goes bowls short. He goes the other way. Down to fine leg. A man down there. Takes the catch. Curran's out. He took on the short ball. He went into the offside rather than to the leg. Long boundaries down there. And he's picked out the fielder at fine leg, who's taken that well. Oh, there's not really another twist to this, is there? Kamara again with 2 needed from 3 balls for England. Runs in now, bowls the right-handed Wokes and chops it away to the offside. He's done it. The ball goes for 4. It's a width from Kamara. And England win with 2 balls to spare. 4 wickets in hand. They should have done it much easier than that. They really should, and they've got to be honest with themselves about how they went about that run chase. Has such a good platform, but there were some poor dismissals, needless dismissals in the middle of that innings. That's put some real pressure on those coming in later on. So there are some questions there, but for now, England can celebrate the fact that they've won another pressure game.
This is the 2022 T20 Cricket World Cup.